Whatever.
Al, you gonna call in Al?
Yeah, I already talked to him about it.
You want that on or on?
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first day of the Western Arctic, Western South Central Region meeting. My name is Jerry Burnett. I'm the chair of the Alaska Board of Game, and I'm going to call the meeting to order. Today is Friday, January 26, 2024. The time is 8:31 a.m. We have 7 board members present. At this point, I'm going to ask Member Al Barrett to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, I'd like to have board members introduce themselves and tell us where they're from. We'll start with Al Barrett.
Morning, Mr. Chair. My name's Al Barrett, and I'm from the balmy weather of Fairbanks.
Ruth Cusack.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruth Cusack, and I am from Chugiak.
Thank you. And Jake.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Dave Fletcher, Talkeetna.
And Dave.
Good morning, everyone. David Loring, Fairbanks.
And James.
Hey, good morning, everyone. James Cooney from Eagle River.
And Stosh.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be in Kotzebue. My name is Stosh Hoffman. I'm from Bethel.
And as I've already said, my name is Jerry Burnett. I reside in Juneau. Thank you, board members. And now we'd like to have introduction of staff with the agencies in the department. First, we'll start out with Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang.
Good morning, board members. My name is Doug Vincent Lang, the Commissioner of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And I think Ben Mulligan is with us as our Deputy Commissioner. And I'll let Ryan introduce his staff and Christy.
Thank you. And Ryan?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having us, members of the board, folks in the audience. Thank you for being here today, and the folks listening online. My name is Ryan Scott. I'm the director for the Division of Wildlife Conservation. And from our headquarters office, we have Natalie Weber, our specialist, our regulations specialist, and we have Mark Birch, our assistant director. And then Tony Kavalok is here. He's our regional supervisor, and he'll introduce the region during his regional overview.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. And Amy Witta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here in Kotzebue. I'm Dr. Amy Witta, and I'm the head of subsistence for Fish and Game. Joining us from subsistence today are Alita Trainer, our Northern Region Program Manager, Helen Cold, our lead researcher for subsistence in the Arctic and Northwest regions, including the Seward Peninsula, Northwest Arctic, and North Slope, and Tim Bembenek, our subsistence resource specialist for Western Alaska, including the Kuskokwim Drainage and the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. And last but not least, Caroline Brown, who is our statewide research director, will be making her way from Whitehorse to start joining us as of tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And George, would you introduce yourself?
Yes, good morning. George Pappas, Office of Subsistence Management, State Subsistence Liaison. We have Kendra Holman from the Office of Subsistence Management, Wildlife Analyst, Local Superintendent Ray McPatton over here. He'll be presenting to you upon your request for the Regional Director for National Park Service. And we have Will Reese here also, the Refuge Manager yesterday. He'll be presenting in public testimony on his comments. And I believe that's what we have for federal staff here. We do have a few RAC members here, but they're not here, I believe, on RAC business. They're here for ACs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And from the Department of Law, Cheryl.
Good morning, Cheryl Brooking, Department of Law out of Anchorage.
and Major Aaron Franzel.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Thank you for having us. I'm Aaron Frenzel, Deputy Director of Alaska Wildlife Troopers. With me is Captain Brent Johnson. He's the Northern Detachment Commander that Kotzebue sits within. We also have an audience, Steve Canteen, who might have snuck out, but he is our Kotzebue Trooper. There he is. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Christy Tibbles.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Christy Tibbles. I'm the board's executive director and based out of Juneau. With board support staff, I'm pleased to introduce the wonderful folks who make this all happen for us, starting with Savannah Hollingworth. She's our regional coordinator based in Bethel. We have Logan Holst, our publication specialist based out of Juneau, and Annie Bartholomew, also based out of Juneau, publication specialist.
Thanks to all of you for being here. It's a lot of people involved to make these boards happen. I don't see any past board members in the audience. If there are any, if you'd raise your hand, but I don't see anyone here. At this time, go through the boring legal steps that I have to say at the beginning of the meeting. The purpose of this meeting is for the Board of Game to consider proposed changes to hunting and trapping regulations for the Western Arctic Western region. We will be discussing game management units 18, 22, 23, and 25A. We have over 40 proposals that will be considered during this meeting that have been submitted by the public, by advisory committees, and by the Department of Fish and Game. The proposals are available for viewing on the Board of Games meeting website. There are also a couple copies on the table at the back of the meeting room. In accordance with the Administrative Procedures Act, the board staff published a legal notice of this meeting in a statewide newspaper and distributed to local fish and game advisory committees and many other interested organizations and individuals. Public comments were solicited and board members received copies of all written public comments. Copies of the public and advisory committee comments are available to the public on the tables at the back of the room. Copies of the tentative agenda and roadmap for this meeting can be found on the table at the back of the room. The agenda and roadmap are subject to change throughout the meeting, but we will attempt to follow this order. The board meeting workbooks and all other meeting material can be found on the table. These copies are provided for public viewing, and we ask that you not remove them so that they can be available for others. Board materials, including those being submitted during the meeting, are also available on the Board of Game meeting information website. At this time, we will have board members provide ethics disclosure statements. As a member of this board, we are required statutorily to disclose our income and other possible interests and conflicts. So at this time, we'll do our ethics statements, and we're going to start with Dave Loring.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Burnett, board members and members of the public. My name is David Loring. I live in Fairbanks. I'm married, have 5 children. I'm currently employed as a commercial pilot with the Wright Air Service out of Fairbanks. I receive a pension from the state of Alaska for my prior state service. I receive Social Security and a small stipend from the state of Alaska while the Board of Game is in session. Myself, spouse, and family members have no personal financial interest in any businesses or organizations relating to the Fish and Wildlife Resources. I have 2 sons who are employed by the Department of Public Safety and I'm not in any type of policy-making position. With my employment at Wright Air Service, my employer conducts on-demand transportation services into the field for hunters, guides, and transporters. And I'm just the person that flies the airplane. I have no personal or financial interest in any proposals that are before the board at this meeting. Myself and immediate family are not involved in any lawsuits against the state of Alaska, except those lawsuits that have been filed against the Board of Game, which I'm a member. I'm a member of the Alaska Falconers Association and the North American Falconers Association, but I'm not in any type of policy-making position. Thank you. And statements are true and correct, best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Loring, I would find that you have no conflicts that will prevent you from deliberating on any of the proposals before this meeting. Thank you. James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. My name is James Cooney, again from Eagle River. I've worked for the U.S. Army in Alaska for over 19 years as both an active duty Army officer and currently as a Department of the Army civilian. My primary source of income is from the Department of the Army. I receive a Veterans Affairs Disability, a PFD from the state of Alaska, an honorarium from the state of Alaska for my time serving on the Board of Game. I have no other sources of income from employment and have no other business interests. I am married to my wife, Mindy, and she has 2 adult children that live in Indiana from a previous marriage. Neither I nor any other family members have any business or organization relating to fish or wildlife resources. I'm currently a life member of the Wild Sheep Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and the National Rifle Association. From 2015 to 2017, I volunteered on the Safari Club International Alaska Chapter Board and never received any compensation for my time served volunteering for the organization. Since 2017, I have volunteered on the Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation Board and am currently serving as vice president. I do not and have never received compensation for my time served volunteering for the Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation. I currently hold a state of Alaska assistant hunting guide license. I have not guided hunters in Alaska since the fall of 2015. I have been a resident hunter of Alaska since 2004. I personally hunt for myself as much as time allows. I'm not involved in any lawsuits against the state, board, or Department of Fish and Game. And I certify that my ethics disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney. At this time, I would find that you have no conflicts that would preclude you from considering the proposals before this meeting. Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Stanley L. Hoffman Jr. Most know me by my nickname Stosh. I reside in Bethel with my family where we enjoy a subsistence lifestyle. My primary source of income is with the AVCP Regional Housing Authority, where I'm employed as Chief Programs Officer. I've been with AVCP since August of 2020. Prior to that, I was with Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation. I was Director of Corporate Facilities for 15 years. And prior to that, I worked for the City of Bethel as the Assistant Public Works Director for 5 years. Other sources of income are generated from 2 small businesses that I own and operate in Bethel, SNA Rentals and Tundra Fencing, none of which have any financial ties to the Board of Game issues to be discussed at this meeting. I'm a former assistant guide. All my activity took place in Unit 19B Bravo. I'm a retired satellite dish retailer installer I did that for 20 years. I hold a limited entry commercial fishery license for the Kuskokwim Bay and the lower Kuskokwim River. However, the fishery has not been opened I haven't commercially fished for over 10 years now, still waiting for it to open back up. My wife's primary source of income is she's the president, CEO of Bethel Native Corporation in Bethel. My wife also serves as the co-chair for AFN. I have 2 sons. My oldest son graduated from Stanford University in 2020 and now works in Bethel. My youngest son, Avery, is a senior at UAF. Both of my sons hold private pilot's license and so do I. I serve on the Planning Commission for the City of Bethel. I'm a member of Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. All 4 of my family members and myself received the state annual PFD. I receive honorarium for state board of game meetings I attend. I am a member of Bethel Native Corporation, which is the Village Corp. I'm a member of Chista Native Corporation, which is the Regional Corp. And also a member of ONC, which is the nonprofit in Bethel. To my knowledge, I am not involved in any lawsuits affiliated to any proposals to be discussed at this meeting. Mr. Chair, to my knowledge, this statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Member Hoffman. And I find that you have no conflicts which would preclude you from consideration of the proposals at this meeting. Mr. Brett.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff, and the public. And first of all, congratulations to Member Cooney and his marriage. I just learned something new today. My name is Al Barrett. I live in Fairbanks. I receive a monthly disability check for VA for service-connected injuries. My main source of income is derived from my fur dressing business, which I've operated since 1992, but it's temporarily closed due to a structure fire. I also supplement my income from the sale of my furs from my trapping efforts. I also receive income for being employed as a Class A guide for Unit 20. Currently, for the last 4 years, I have not been employed because of low sheep numbers. I and my wife received a PFD. I also receive a stipend from being a member of this board. My lovely wife, Linda Baschke, is employed at the University of Alaska statewide as a project manager. I have 3 adult children and 1 grandson. I'm a life member of the NRA, Tanana Valley Sportsmen's Association, Alaska Trappers Association, and Moose Mamas. I receive no compensation from these organizations, nor am I on any of their boards. I'm also a member of the Alaska Outdoor Council, Alaska Falconers Association, and again, I'm not a voting board member. My wife is an Alaska General Falconer and is a voting member with the Alaska Falconers Association. I am not named in or involved in any lawsuits that are not related to the Board of Game, nor do I see any conflict with any proposals for this meeting. Mr. Chairman, I certify my statements are all true and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. At this time, I would find that you have no conflicts that preclude you from consideration of the proposals with this meeting. And Ruth.
Good morning again, everyone. My name is Beatrice Ruth Kuzak. I'm married to Louis Kuzak, and we live in Chugiak, Alaska. We have 4 adult children together, Travis, Sarah, David, and Joey. My husband and I are both avid outdoors people who enjoy hiking, camping, wildlife viewing, hunting, and fishing every year. Like many Alaskans, we rely on Alaska's wild game and seafood to supplement our food sources. I am semi-retired. Our main source of income is from Lewis's retirement account. Lewis is the executive director of Safari Club International Alaska chapter, in which he receives a salaried income for. We both receive a PFD. Neither Lewis nor I guided any hunters last year, and both of our licenses have expired. I receive a small honorarium from the state for being on the Board of Game. We are both life members of SCI Alaska chapter. Lewis is an annual member of APHA. He does not serve in any board capacity and would not be a part of any APHA proposals or litigation. I am currently a board member of SCI Alaska chapter. I am not in a leadership position. My husband, Louis, is on the board of directors for Safari Club International. I will recuse myself from any board activity or proposals and any comments that were made or introduced by SCI National or SCI Alaska chapter. Our son Travis lives in Alaska and works from home for Halliburton. Our daughter Sarah lives in Texas and works as a physician's assistant. Our son David lives in Alaska and works at CARS. Our son Joey also lives in Alaska and works for GCI. I am not now, nor has anyone in my immediate family ever been involved in any litigation against any state or federal agency. To my best of my knowledge, the information in this disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Member Kuzic. I would find as the chair that you do have a conflict on certain
Yes.
proposals, and we'll expect you to recuse yourself as you stated from those proposals on which SCI has taken a position.
That's
Thank you.
correct.
And Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Jake Fletcher. My family and I live in Talkeetna. Our family enjoys hunting, fishing, cross-country skiing, and mushing, just to name a few. Our primary sources of income are as follows. I operate a small guiding business that predominantly conducts hunts on Kodiak Island and the Kenai National Wildlife Refuge. I possess a master's license from the Coast Guard, and I operate jet boats for Mahays Jet Boat Adventures in the summer months in Talkeetna. I work for AK Sled Dog Tours periodically during the course of the year. I also work for Dallas CV Inc. My wife manages a local Talkeetna business, AK Sled Dog Tours, and this company conducts year-round tourist operation in Talkeetna. They also, in the summer months, have glacier operation in the Chugach Mountains. My family and I receive PFDs. I receive an honorarium from the Board of Game. My wife and I volunteer for the Iditarod. I broke trail for that race for a number of years, and I'm still occasionally asked to complete a task from time to time, and sometimes these tasks are compensated monetarily. I own Talkeetna Snow Machine Outings, which predominantly operates in the Talkeetna Mountains. We own a rental property and farm in central Wisconsin. We also own a rental property in Talkeetna. We own a tract of agricultural land that we lease out in Talkeetna. I'm a registered guide and a member of the APHA. I'm also contribute to the Brown Bear Trust, Kodiak Brown Bear Trust. I'm a member of the NRA. Our family holds memberships in the Willow Dog Mushers Association. And we also volunteer for the Willow 300 whenever it actually gets conducted. I'm not involved directly in any lawsuits other than the ones involved with the Board of Game. None of the issues that we're considering during this meeting will affect me or my family personally or financially, with one exception perhaps, which is proposal 29. I'm going to have to recuse myself from. In the past, I've guided grizzly hunts up here, and in the future, I plan on doing it again, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to deliberate or talk about that proposal. And I certify that these statements are true and correct and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Member Fletcher. And at this time, I would find that you have no conflicts that will preclude you from consideration of any proposals except for proposal 49, which you, or 29, excuse me, which you specifically spoke to. Thank you. And Stosh, would you assume the chairmanship?
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. Would you read us your disclosure statement?
Okay, thank you. My name is Jerry Burnett. In December 2017, I retired as Deputy Commissioner from the Alaska Department of Revenue. My primary source of income is from the State of Alaska Retirement Program. My wife retired from the University of Alaska Southeast in 2011, and her primary sources of income are the State of Alaska Retirement Programs, PERS, and the Teacher Retirement System, TERS. We have investments through the state supplemental benefits system and the University of Alaska Social Security Replacement Program, as well as CDs, municipal bonds, mutual funds, undeveloped and developed real estate. None of these investments are associated with or uniquely impacted by the actions of this board. We also derive income from our annual PFDs, Social Security, and from my Board of Game honorarium. None of our children still live at home. One works for Southside Strength and Fitness in Anchorage. One owns a dog grooming business and part of a landscaping and snow plowing business in Juneau. And one works for a company which sells commercial cleaning products and is based out of California. I'm a member of the Territorial Sportsmen, a hunting and fishing advocacy group in Juneau, and a former president of the Alaska Outdoor Council, and also Territorial Sportsman, and a former board member, but I'm not, at this point, I'm not part of any lawsuit other than those against the Board of Game. The information included in this disclosure is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Jerry. The Chair Pro Tem finds that you can participate in the meeting with no conflict.
Thank you. And at this point, yes, Mr. Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did skip over one piece of income that I'd like to disclose at this time, if that's okay.
Okay.
Just simply, my wife and I received the Alaska Permanent Fund dividend, which I did mention. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's actually a good thing. It probably indicates that you live in Alaska and at least 186 days a year. Just a second while I find my proper place here. Before we start staff reports, I would like to announce that anyone who would like to submit written comments to the board can do so by giving it to the board staff at the end of this table. Comments can also be uploaded online from the Board of Meeting website, available at www.boardofgame.adfg.alaska.gov or via fax at 907-465-6094. Please specify the proposal numbers on your comments. Public comments are limited to 10 single-sided pages in length from any individual or group during the meeting. This policy of the board was adopted to ensure that all public comments could be properly reviewed by board members during the meeting prior to taking action. Anyone online needing assistance with submitting comments can contact the Department of Fish and Game Board Support Section office or by calling 907-465-4110. All documents received at the board meeting will be assigned a record copy known as an RC number. The original of all written materials submitted will be retained for permanent record of the board. With no exception, all materials which are to be submitted to the board for consideration must be presented to the board staff for distribution. Please do not give documents to individual board members. Record copies will be distributed to the board and posted to the board's website in the morning before the meeting begins, after the lunch break, and at the end of each meeting day. This practice ensures regular distribution of all written comments to board members, as well as proper retention of board records. In order to be sure the public is fully informed on the board process, all process questions the public may have during the course of the meeting can be directed to the board's executive director, the board chair when he arrives, or we hope that this board practice outlined here will maximize public participation in the board process. As the board believes an informed and engaged public is essential to successfully develop and implement wildlife use and conservation strategies. Anyone wishing to testify who has not already signed up through the registration process must fill out a quote blue card and hand it to the board staff at the end of the board table. To my right, that's over there. Be sure the blue card is legible and completely filled out, so both your name and your area of interest, your topic, or the proposals you are concerned about can be identified by board members. You may submit a blue card at any time before or during the meeting up until the cutoff time for oral testimony, which we will announce several times. That cutoff time will be Saturday, January 27th at 1:30 p.m. Later this morning, board support staff will prepare a testimony list, which will be posted around the room. Testimony is expected to begin today, following the lunch break and following oral presentations. The board requests that members of the public and the press recognize and respect the board sanctuary, which is where board members and staff are seated during the meeting. Please do not enter the space behind the yellow and black lines that you see on the floor. During breaks and before and after meetings, board members will make themselves available to the public in the public areas of the meeting space. Before we begin, please turn your cell phones off or turn them to silent. And if anyone has trouble hearing the discussion, there are assistive hearing devices available from the board staff at the end of the table over here. Lastly, the Board of Game and the Department of Fish and Game are united in support of fostering a respectful workplace. We're committed to ensure that our workplace is free from negative, aggressive, and inappropriate behaviors. Harassment of any nature is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. We appreciate everyone's assistance in joining us in this important effort. At this time, we will move on to staff reports. Copies of the list of oral reports are available at the back of the room in the public table. We will start with agency updates and reports. So, first, Commissioner.
Well, first off, I want to thank the people of Kotzebue and surrounding area for hosting our meeting and recognize that we're on the traditional lands of the Inupiat people. So thank you all for hosting us up in this area. Second off, I want to thank board members, for your public service. It's not an easy job, takes time away from family, friends, and your personal pursuits. And it's often deals with controversial and complex issues that takes time to prepare for. So both the governor and I recognize that amount of effort that goes into it. I want to personally thank you for your willingness to serve on this board and tackle these issues. I also want to thank staff that are on the table, as well as my department staff that have traveled into this meeting to assist you in your deliberations. Again, it takes time away from their families and friends, and I appreciate that they're here to help you. A couple of things I just wanted to talk about from the chair that I sit in is one is that both the governor and I are committed to ensuring that the state's right to be the primary manager of Fish and Game Resources continues into the future. I think you got a litigation update from Cheryl yesterday and some of the litigation efforts we're involved with, but we are committed to ensuring that we have a seat at the table as a state of Alaska and its statehood. We fought for these rights to be the primary managers. That's not to say people don't have roles and responsibilities to assist us in those processes moving forward, but we do believe that we had a constitutional right that was given to us as part of our statehood compact, as well as under a NILCA that was confirmed to be the primary manager. So we will continue those fights. Second of all, food security. I think the governor really was surprised at the inability of Alaska to feed itself during national crises such as COVID. When the governor of Washington threatened to close off the port of Tacoma, we really were down to about 4 or 5 days of food supply in our state. And that was not acceptable to him as governor, being responsible to the peoples of Alaska for their personal safety and abilities to survive in the state. So he's asked me to look at our fish and game resources in ways that we could improve, the ability of people to hunt and fish. He's fully committed to the intensive management programs that the Alaska legislature has put in place. He's given me the green light to proceed as we see fit and necessary to improve herds that are important for food security for Alaskans. He's also interested in expanding opportunities to put some transplants on the landscape. He's interested in potentially additional bison opportunities, and towards that end, we'll be working with Canada. I think we have some bison right now in the at the Fairbanks experimental farm. We'll be getting 50 more, I think, here shortly from Canada. We plan to release those someplace in the Minto area in the next year. And we'll be looking for other areas of the state where we can do this. We're also looking for expanded opportunities to work with local villages and corporations like we have in the bison herds that are down in Kodiak that the local tribe runs down there. I think that's an excellent example of how we can move forward from an agricultural point of view rather than just a transplant of a wild animal in the landscape. So we'll also be working with our Canadian government friends to see whether we can get sources of elk as well as bison from the Yukon territories. I meant Delta bison is becoming a hot topic. If you remember right, I think 2 years ago we had that deep snow event, and it caused quite a controversy when bison started dying near Delta because of the deep snow. It's a complex situation. We have DNR being the landowner of the Delta bison range. Fish and Game is responsible for the management of the herd, and then you have farmers who originally wanted to have a population objective no higher than 375 bison. Well, that bison herd grew over time. It was well above 375 when that bad winter hit, but animals died on the landscape that many people felt should have been either fed on the landscape to prevent those deaths, or number two, which should have been an opportunity to hunt them rather than to let them die and go to waste. So I think we're going to be in the near future looking at reconstituting that Delta bison working group to work with the farmers to figure out what the right population size for those animals are, because originally the farmers were concerned about crop deprivation. That concern still exists, but they've also realized now that they can make money by selling trespass permits for people that have permits to go into the land. So I think it's time to revisit that population objective and figure out where we are and figure out a strategy as we move forward in terms of whether we're going to feed these animals on the landscape, or if we have this, again, bad condition, do we open up some kind of a special hunt to, rather than have these animals go to waste. The sheep working group is going on. I talked to Stash on the walk over here this morning. It was a brisk, cool walk. I think there are some challenges moving ahead as to how you go forward. Stash talked to me about the need for facilitation. I have not had a chance to talk to Ryan about that, but clearly sheep are something that I hear about on my desk pretty consistently. They're also suffering from very bad winter conditions. I still believe full curl management is a good strategy moving forward in terms of allowing for the sustained use of those animals. However, as we move forward in time, we're going to have to deal with the residency, non-residency allocation issues and other things. So I got to give that a little bit more thought, but sheep is clearly high in my mind. On the budget front, we're pretty healthy. We have a governor that supports fish and game management, supports data collection, and he's allowed us to grow our budget over time. On the wildlife side, we have a new CIP for $7 million. I think Ryan went over a lot of the budget numbers yesterday. We got some money in the ESA shop to try to prevent some of these ESA listings for what are currently healthy species. Yeah, so overall good. And we also got a budget from a more department position for 2 new positions to add to our statehood defense program in our ANILCA program. And we also got the adjustment for salary increases due to contract increases added to our base, which means we didn't have to erode into our base budget to pay for those. So that's all good. One other thing we got in our budget this year is we did a survey of our staff and asked them, other than salaries and benefits, what can we do as a department to improve retention and recruitment into the workforce? And one thing we heard consistently was safety. We do a pretty poor job of sending people out in the field. So the governor's office and I talked about it, and we actually got money in our budget this year to hire a safety coordinator and to implement a department safety program. So I think that's going to go a long ways towards improving our ability to retain and recruit people into the workforce. In terms of legislation, the governor's got a pretty ambitious legislative request this year. If you remember right, you created a disabled hunt for Kincaid. Our good lawyers over at the Department of Law determined we didn't have the statutory authority to create that hunt, so they didn't allow it to go forward. So we have a piece of legislation in this year to actually allow the legislature to create that statutory framework for disabled hunts moving forward. I testified on that Friday in Juneau, and I told them I support the ability to create that. I said it does not automatically create a hunt in Kincaid Park. That still has to go through the municipal process, but it allows that framework to be in place. The governor also has an executive order, I think it is, that's going to move the clean list from the Board of Games Authority into under the Commissioner of Fish and Games Authority. He was pretty frustrated that it took almost 4 years to deal with the emu issue. I thought long and hard about that because the authority is coming to me rather than you. And do I really want that authority? But at the end of the day, we do most of the advising on that to you anyways. It just simply shifts the public process from the Board of Game regulatory structure into the Alaska Administrative Procedures Act. So we will be supporting that movement, according to the governor, to move the clean list authority from Board of Game over to ADF&G. And again, that does not circumvent the public process. It just moves it from the Board of Game process into the Alaska Administrative Procedures Act. And then there's a bill that's out there right now on residency requirements. I think Senator Borkman in the Senate has introduced it, and Representative Hipshaw and from Juneau area has done it in the House. It basically ties residency requirements to PFD requirements. There's a growing concern that with the intent language associated with the current residency requirements, when you get a resident hunting and fishing license, there's a lot of privileges that go with that, but when you do that, you basically say that you intend to stay in Alaska for some period of time in the future. Intent is hard to prove. So I think both those Senator Borkman and Representative Himshaw is trying to tie it to something that's more defensible moving forward. I don't have a strong feeling one way or another, whether it's the permanent fund criteria or some other criteria, but clearly I think we're with Department of Law that whatever you do, it should be something that is easily identifiable and becomes criteria that can be used moving forward to define when you're no longer intending to live in Alaska. The last thing I want to say is I've attended the board meeting down in Kenai last year, and I think a couple other ones. I just urge you all just to slow down on controversial issues. Build a record. If you need to, take a break and make sure you know exactly what you're voting on, and make sure that you know exactly if there's questions, just take a break and just take the time to get through it. It really helps us to defend your actions when you take them. it helps clarify the record for Cheryl when she goes to court and takes our controversial issues out. So just, don't be afraid to take a little bit of time. Don't try to rush to get out of here. Just take a little bit of time and build the record. So with that, I apologize. I wasn't able to be here yesterday. I had a long travel day from Juneau up here. I spent some time in the airport, but I will be having to break away every now and then for a few teleconferences, but you have me until Sunday. So thank you all for everything you do.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, my name is Ryan Scott. I'm the Director for the Division of Wildlife Conservation. And thanks to the folks at Kotzebue for having us here. And it's good to see everybody joining us this morning. I made several comments yesterday, kind of a broad overview of the division. Just had a few things I wanted to add that I think fits a little bit more in line with the purpose that we're here for the board actions. First off, I want to highlight our Hunter Access Program. We talked a lot about PR dollars coming in yesterday. One of the ways we've been able to utilize these in a very positive manner is to partner with different organizations, different state agencies, and work on hunter and trapper and other recreational access projects around the state. To date, we've completed 13 projects and we have 11 in progress. And overall, we've been able to allocate about $18 million in PR funding to those. And again, those projects are occurring across the state. More information can be found on our website about that. The 2024 application process will begin. It's been a learning process for us, but we've come up with a pretty good way to move forward. There's an application, a review, and then division leadership reviews the projects and determines which ones we feel are best to be funded at this point. Another highlight for us is our Hunter Information and Training Program. Again, this occurs statewide. I should make a note someday and count all the places that we have hunter education classes. The disciplines are basic hunter education, bow hunter education, muzzleloader hunter education, and crossbow education. We could not do that without the generous service of our hunter education volunteers. And I suspect that there's a lot of those folks sitting in this room and routinely attend board meetings. And I really want to thank them for that. Over 2023, we held 218 classes around the state, and we certified 2,366 individuals through those various things. Kind of cool. We have a reciprocal agreement with the other 49 states, and you do basic hunter ed here in Alaska, and you're good to go in other states. If you're going to go archery hunting or something, muzzleloader hunting somewhere else, you may have to take their classes as well. Again, that program's outstanding, and the generous support of our volunteers makes it work. Part of one of the things that the commissioner mentioned with staff safety a few years ago, we adopted a firearms policy, and now we actually send our staff through firearms training. It's well, if you get a chance, it's a lot of fun. And as a board member, if you'd like to go, we'll see what we can do. But we had 367 employees complete that program this year. Then actually is a requirement now for us for our field crews, not just wildlife. This is the entire department. If you're going to carry a firearm, you need to go through that training. We also offer wildlife safety training. We've talked many times about retention and recruitment. It's interesting. We get a lot of folks coming up from the lower 48, different people, and they don't really, it's new. It's a unique environment. And we have unique things that we have to think about in the state of Alaska. So we offer that as well. Our education and outreach program is alive and well and doing great. I do want to point out that our program leader, Sierra Doherty, is in the audience there. Happened to be in Kotzebue for the next couple of days. Great to see her. We're offering many different kind of classes and opportunities for all Alaskans to participate. We have Becoming Outdoors Women workshops scheduled in several locations, wildlife safety, as I mentioned, tracking classes, bird identification. As we get close to some of the different kinds of hunting seasons, like waterfowl seasons, we offer beginning waterfowl hunting classes in Juneau, the Mat-Su, places like that. Float hunt skills. one of the big things, you get a bunch of meat in a raft, you need to practice on keeping that dry, cold, clean and dry. So I'm really very appreciative of our education and outreach folks. And again, that occurs statewide. A couple small region. I just want to identify a couple things in other regions that you won't be hearing from this year. Of course, we're in Region 5, going to leave that to them, a great group of folks. I'm looking forward to it. And in a couple months, we'll be in Fairbanks and you'll hear from them as well. So I won't be touching much on things going on with them. Highlights from Southeast Alaska, maybe one of the bigger ones is Juneau got dumped on. You know, we had a snow apocalypse or snowpocalypse, whatever you want to call it. I've been in contact with our Unit 4, Admiralty Baranof Chishkoff Island area biologists. When I start to see snow build up like it is, I get very concerned about deer numbers. It appears that really northern southeast is where the majority of that snow fell. And Juneau is a huge recipient of it. So other places where we have very strong deer populations and deer numbers, they look like they're fine, you know, snow wise. It is currently raining in Juneau and northern southeast right now. So that snow we expect to go to melt pretty quickly. If the calendar holds, you know, it'll probably freeze up solid and they'll be able to walk on top of it after that. So I suspect we might get through this without too much of a big deal. The other thing that is ongoing, but also I think deserves some mention in Southeast is that ultimately the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service found that listing the Alexander Archipelago wolves as endangered was not warranted. And that came about with a ton of work from our department staff, our partners, our friends, different communities throughout, you know, Southeast Alaska, but it's also especially on Prince of Wales Island where a lot of that focus is. We continue to do what we do. We have management projects and we have research projects to learn more about wolves in Southeast Alaska. Recently, the data collection for the upcoming abundance estimate was completed in December. I believe we're sending out about 883 hair samples, which is about par for what we've been able to take. And then in the last season, they took 70 wolves in 31 days. And the sampling of those wolves and the cooperation with the department and other agencies and the trappers has just improved over the years and really getting much better. That's great. In Region 2, just a couple things to keep an eye on as we move forward. If you recall, a couple years ago, the board extended the brown bear season on the Kenai Peninsula. One of the things that is in there is several gates associated with total harvest as well as female harvest. We're pushing some of those gates right now. We'll see how things go into the spring, the harvest, and then of course we have to account for DLPs, things like that. And just wanted to make you aware that we're getting up there pretty good with what we've taken. Also on the Kenai, this would have been the first moose season that we didn't have mandatory antler sealing. It sounds like things went pretty smooth. I'm not sure if the wildlife troopers have anything, you know, to add on that. But I do think we'll probably see in the raw numbers, probably a decrease in harvest. I don't think that has anything to do with the number of dead moose. It's just the accountability when you have to bring the antlers in. It's not something we're doing at this point. In just a minute, I'm going to turn it over to Mark Birch for a brief Federal Subsistence Board update. Couple last few things. In late April, early May of this year, the state will be, Alaska is hosting the Northern Wild Sheep and Goat Council meeting. That seems pretty applicable to some of the things we're talking about now. So we'll bring managers and research biologists from the northern latitudes internationally as well up to Anchorage. And if you have an opportunity to attend that, I encourage you to try. We're also, as a sign of continuing to get back to normal, the division is starting to host our species workshops again. This is a time where we bring in managers and research biologists that focus on a particular species. And we're going to have our first one in several years starting next month. And that'll be a mountain goat management workshop. I'm not sure what's next after that, but we're getting started again anyway. And finally, for me, I wanted to follow up with another item that the commissioner mentioned, and that was the workplace survey that was conducted in the Department of Fish and Game. I really appreciate that we were able to go do that. I think the staff, at least the Division of Wildlife staff, really appreciated it as well. And there are some other things that popped out that we're working on, you know, and looking at it in light of retention, recruitment. You know, I think that responding to some of these things is really important. So we're trying to do that. There's a department, respectful workplace committee. The chairman mentioned that in the onset of this morning. Also, we have smaller groups that have become kind of organically motivated. You know, and they are starting to communicate, which is great. Point is, we're taking time to talk to our employees and to hear their concerns and trying to respond to those. For me, one of the big things that came out of that is people wanted leadership training, and that, you know, potentially you could read into that a whole lot, right? There's a lot of definitions for that. It could be NCLI, the National Conservation Leadership Institute. You know, it could be military style leadership training that some of us have been through, things like that. So we're providing as many of those opportunities as we can. So we send people to national programs. The department has begun their own internal program, which has become wildly popular, and people who go through it have just great things to say about it. There's one that's offered by a group called the Western Conservation Leadership Development Program that started, I believe, in Nevada, and that's the core there. Actually, our previous assistant director, Rick Marazon, has become one of their faculty members for that. And then the Wildlife Society also offers those. I would say from my chair, those types of opportunities, those are probably the most positively received things. People want to get out, they want to be heard, but I think we've turned kind of a corner where people want to come back and apply those things. There's a real interest in that. That's going to help us so much in recruitment and retention, you know, keeping people on. And we talked about that a little bit yesterday. A little bit later this morning, we're going to hear from Region 4 folks with an update on the Mulchatna caribou herd. I did want to mention that in Region 4, we did open 2 same-day airborne wolf removal programs for the year, both in Unit 13 in the Melchina Basin and then Unit 16 to the west of the Matsu Valley. So I'm going to turn it over now to Mark, and then I have one last thing when he gets wrapped up.
Just real quick, Mr. Chair, I didn't say this, but Ryan has willingly accepted, become the director for wildlife conservation. So I want to thank Ryan for his service to the state and the department. And he's well situated for this job, and I have full faith that he's going to be able to lead the division moving forward. And Dr. Witta has willingly stepped into the division's operations manager for subsistence. So both great additions to my leadership team. So thank you both.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, I'm Mark Birch, Assistant Director with the Division of Wildlife Conservation. I'm going to talk with you, and I might just acknowledge that I do have a tremor due to Parkinson's disease. I'll try to ignore it and ask you to do the same.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about proposals that in general reflect an erosion of the state's authority, or for one reason or another are a concern to us. Starting with proposals we've seen before in a way of WP 2404, 05, and 06 would close down areas in Unit 4 to non-federally qualified users for deer hunting. All the data ADF&G has points to a healthy population with the best successful harvest rates for deer in the state. We just defeated similar proposals a year ago after actively opposing them for 2 years. Proposal WP 2415 requests to establish a hunt on a segment of the Mulchatna caribou herd within the Katmai National Preserve in Unit 9C. There's currently very little information available to justify taking these caribou, which we consider to be part of the Mulchatna herd. Also, WP 2423 requests a Unit 18 muskox hunt. We're concerned the feds may open even if the state decides it's premature. There are proposals WP 30 and 31. I'm sorry, WP 24, that's the year that they are considered, 30 and 31, to make the federal closure of Unit 23 not for non-federally qualified moose and caribou hunters permanent. And finally, I want to talk about the Federal Subsistence Board will be considering proposals similar to what for the Western Arctic caribou herd, similar to what the Board of Game proposals will be looking at, to limit harvest to 4 caribou with no more than 1 cow. Those are proposals WP 24, 28, and 29. Board of Game members should be aware that Fish and Game will be looking to what actions you take on proposals in preparing our final comments on those proposals. In general, the department typically advocates for the Federal Subsistence Board to take commensurate conservation measures when the Board of Game does. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You want to take any questions?
I'd be happy to.
Any board members have a question for him? If not, that's fine. Thank you. Ryan, one more item on your list.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is, I think I'm going to say this is the highlight of my day. I can open the box. So the Division of Wildlife Conservation nominated and approved a meritorious service award for Cheryl Brooking. Ms. Brooking is nominated for a Director's Meritorious Service Award for her years of legal representation in support of the state of Alaska, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and the Division of Wildlife Conservation. Ms. Brooking has represented DWC in numerous legal actions that have complex constitutional, statutory, and regulatory implications. From defending DWC in litigation concerning ESA petition species to representing DWC in municipal trapping cases, questioning the sovereignty of the state to manage hunting and trapping statewide. Ms. Brooking's knowledge, ethics, and interest in Alaska's wildlife resources serve her well in her role as counsel for DWC, and DWC depends heavily on her. Ms. Brooking not only focuses on cases with high-level implications, she's also available for legal advice, including but not limited to Alaska Public Records requests, division emergency orders, advisory announcements, technical reports, and presentations. Ms. Brooking's prompt and clear response to legal questions from DWC staff ensure accurate and timely delivery of information by DWC. Ms. Brooking is an internal and highly valued member of the DWC team. And she has been nominated for this meritorious service award as recognition to her continued support and contributions to Alaska's wildlife resources and all Alaskans. No.
Thank you, Ryan. And
Thank you.
I would just like to say that the board feels the same way you do. I'm sure of that. Every member of the board here appreciates the work that you do. Thank you, Cheryl. Okay, our next report is from Amy. You want to follow up that?
No, not really. That is a hard act to follow. My goodness. Thanks for that, Ryan. And congratulations, Cheryl. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I am Amy Wida, Head of Subsistence for the department. Thank you to everyone in Kotzebue. I'm very happy to be back. It's been longer than I would have liked. So it's very good to be here. I'll start this morning with a brief introduction of for everyone here. As I mentioned yesterday in the work session, I'm excited to be in my new role, working with a great team at Subsistence, and very happy to continue to work with many of the same people as when I was working for the Division of Wildlife Conservation previously. I began as the head of Subsistence about 2 months ago in mid-November. Prior to joining Subsistence, I managed the ANILCA and Access Defense programs within the Division of Wildlife Conservation. And prior to that, I was a subsistence resource specialist for Subsistence. So I've come full circle and I am back again. My educational background is in forestry and anthropology, and I've worked throughout the state working with communities and doing research, for about 30 years now, plus or minus. So this morning I'll start with some staffing updates for Subsistence. We have staff in Anchorage, Douglas, and Fairbanks, so throughout the state. And we have 52 positions in which 41 are currently filled. So we are also experiencing some of the staffing and retention problems that others have talked about. We are also focused on improving field safety policies for staff. We're doing safety trainings, including partnering with other divisions to make that feasible. Training includes things such as wilderness first aid, boating, and firearm safety is among a variety of things. We continue to make safety equipment purchases a priority, and also empowering staff to make safety a priority for themselves and having that independent decision-making and encouraging them to do that. Ryan mentioned the department's leadership program. I have a couple of announcements related to that. Caroline Brown, our statewide research director, and Jesse Coleman, a lead subsistence resource specialist in our Fairbanks office, were both competitively selected to participate in this year's departmental leadership program. And I'm very excited to have them participate in that and see where it takes them. Also, Dr. Liliana Naves, who has been with Subsistence for over 15 years, was awarded the 2023 ISLEB Award for Outstanding Contributions to Bird Conservation in Alaska. That's been presented at each Alaska Bird Conference since 1994, and she received that for her extensive work on bird research in Alaska. Subsistence currently has 48 funded research projects throughout the state. One of our primary ways that we report on that research is through our technical paper series. And we do this on studies on subsistence use of wild resources throughout the state, traditional knowledge, local knowledge, and ethnographic-based studies, among others. We also have a special publication series for other items such as customary and traditional use determinations and other board-related information. So both the board and public can find that on our website. We first started publishing in 1982. We have about 474 technical papers and 139 special publications. About 58 of those technical papers are related to the Western Arctic region and relevant to this meeting, and about 28 special publications, and those are historical over time. In our Northern Region office, we've completed 196 comprehensive surveys since 1964. Since the board last met in 2020, we've completed a comprehensive subsistence survey in Kiana, large land mammal surveys that included a focus on Western Arctic caribou, the Western Arctic caribou herd in 8 communities, including Gullivan, White Mountain, Selawik, Shungnak, Shishmaref, Deering, Noatak, and Kobuk. And we will hear detailed results from this work during our oral report given by Helen Cold today, who you saw me introduce earlier. We also have community approval to conduct additional comprehensive subsistence surveys in Wainwright and Kivalina, and we're looking forward to that. And we've received funding from the National Park Service for comprehensive surveys in 3 upper Kobuk River communities, and we will be reaching out about this opportunity to the communities of Ambler, Shungnak, and Kobuk. We also requested funding for a comprehensive survey and plan to explore the subsistence use and harvest patterns for Nome residents in 2025, if that is funded. Briefly, I'll mention that in our southern region office, we have 8 comprehensive surveys underway this winter and spring, and we're conducting a study on traditional ecological knowledge of moose in the Port Graham area down south. On our information management team side of the shop, that group has been modernizing data processing to meet with developing departmental best practices for data retention and management. We have a new version of our community subsistence information system, which will provide more interactive and visual depictions of subsistence information, so maps and that sort of thing. It's purposefully designed to accommodate spatial information collected by the division, and that system is currently available for use as a public review draft while we work to format and annotate data for the new system. So you can find that online as well. So next I wanted to talk a little bit about our mission with in subsistence. Our mission, as defined in statute, is to scientifically gather, quantify, evaluate, and report information about customary and traditional uses of Alaska's fish and wildlife resources. Our core services that we provide are also defined in statute. And it's the same statute as our mission that's found in Alaska Statute 1605-094. That statute specifically directs us to compile existing data and conduct studies to gather information, including data from subsistence users, on all aspects of the role of subsistence hunting and fishing in the lives of residents of Alaska. To quantify the amount, nutritional value, and extent of dependence on food acquired subsistence hunting and fishing. To make information gathered available to the public, appropriate agencies, and other organized bodies. To assist the department, the Board of Fisheries, and the Board of Game in determining what uses of fish and game, as well as which users and what methods should be termed subsistence uses, users, and methods. To evaluate the impact of state and federal laws and regulations on subsistence hunting and fishing, and when corrective action is indicated to the department. Make recommendations to the Board of Game and the Board of Fisheries regarding adoption, amendment, and repeal of regulations affecting subsistence hunting. And to participate with other divisions in the preparation of statewide and regional management plans so that those plans recognize and incorporate the needs of subsistence users of fish and game. So all of the quantitative and qualitative subsistence research data we collect is to support our mission and the statutory responsibility to support implementation of the state subsistence law. We provide our data to the boards of fisheries and game, as I mentioned, the department, the public, and other agencies such as federal agencies as a resource for this same purpose. We work with many communities throughout the state that graciously dedicate their time in this effort. Without their dedication, we cannot do our job. So thank you to everyone for that. Without the efforts of the communities, this public process would not exist in the form it does today, and the importance of this is reflected in the data that we provide, as well as other data from the department to this unique public process. All of our projects follow the ethical principles of the social sciences. These include informed consent, anonymity of participants, and directly reporting research findings to study communities. As I mentioned, most study findings are available in the division's technical paper series in the CSIS. Online database where we collate all of our Alaska community harvest information collected by our staff over time. We work with each community to review the data gathered to ensure thorough and accurate analyses and to maintain ethical research principles. Our statistical and anthropological methods we present as department scientists ground our work by combining rigorous traditional and Western scientific data to inform this public process and fill our statutory mission for the department, the boards, and the people of Alaska. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Witta. Next on my list is Cheryl Working. Do you have a report for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I have nothing more to add to the report I gave yesterday at the work session. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Frenzel.
Thank you, Chair. Give just a quick update for the state of Alaska regarding Alaska Wildlife Troopers. Currently, we are still down a few positions, though numbers are kind of coming up. We're at least staying with retirement and gaining one here and there. The current academy that we're starting this spring, we have 2 that are going to be entering that, and then potentially 1 more in a lateral program we do. And that's where we take someone that's got prior law enforcement experience, bring them into the troopers. And they don't go to a full academy, they go to like a partial academy, or no academy at all if they've gone through our current academy. For the region out here, we have, as I mentioned earlier, Trooper Steve Canteen stationed in Kotzebue. Nome has been vacant for a few years due to staffing issues along with housing. But we entered into a project where we're building state housing in Nome. We've got 14 units being built there. And there looks to be 3 or 4 of them coming online this summer. So we're hoping to have Nome filled here soon, along with St. Mary's Post, which we shut down years ago. We're going to fill that again too and have that go out to bid here fairly soon and hopefully have someone in there for the summer fishery if possible. And then hopefully get someone that will spend a few years out there and become part of the community. Another big thing for Western Alaska is we've increased our aircraft fleet. We've got, we purchased 3 R-44 helicopters, and one of them is going to be stationed in Bethel, which is going to be, it's a tool that is very effective in our job. It does stuff that a Super Cub can't do, and allows us to really go out there and contact people rather than having to hike 5 miles, potentially find a spot to land to get to them. So that'll be good for the Bethel area, and that will be able to be deployed throughout Western Alaska. Other than that, the command staffs around the states staying busy with making plans for this summer. There were some big changes last year that we did in some of areas that we haven't been patrolling a lot of. We've been doing patrols, but we did some increased enforcement due to concerns we hear from the public during meetings. A big one was Area M salmon fishery for the YK area, chum fishery, the concerns that were occurring in Area M, and we added extra people down there and made our presence there, which we are usually there anyways, but we hear so much concern from the public. We just want to go out there and make sure we're doing our job and doing what's expected of the public. So during this meeting, if you have concerns in the area, contact Captain Johnson or Trooper Canteen and let us know, because if we don't hear about it, it might not get looked at. So other than that, if there's any questions, I'm available.
Yeah, would you like to introduce Captain Johnson, and maybe he has a few words for us?
Yep. So Captain Brent Johnson's been with the Wildlife Troopers for 23 years. And currently he transferred over. He was with AST for the last couple of years, but Wildlife Troopers before that. So came back over, and he is going to do an awesome job for this board along with Northern Detachment. I'll leave it to him.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board and the public. Thank you. Excuse me, my name is Brent Johnson, lifelong Alaskan, born in Anchorage, raised in Mat-Su Valley, grew up partial teenage years. My parents operate a sport fishing lodge off the road system, so a little rural time. I joined the state troopers, then Fish and Wildlife Protection in 2001. Major Frenzel and I were actually academy classmates. So we went through the rigorous academy together. Spent the first 16 years of my career doing wildlife trooper work. I started in Soldotna. I was stationed in Tok for 5 years, a couple of years in king salmon, working fisheries and a lot of hunting patrols. And then I actually worked in our investigations unit for a couple of years. And then out to the Mat-Su Valley. And in, I believe it was 2016, I switched roles. I did switch over to the Alaska State Troopers, so the blue shirts, did that for a few years, and then now back kind of where things started with the Wildlife Troopers. I'm open to questions. I'm a fairly open book. I'm looking forward to the process of stepping into this role and representing the division and try to be as helpful as I can. Thank you.
We're looking forward to having you as the representative here at the board meetings. Thank you. Next, George Tapas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a very short presentation. It's not nearly as exquisite as your staff here, but well, it's great to be here. Haven't been here for a few years, and thank you for having me. I just want, before I start, I just want to say this board should recognize how hard your federal subsistence liaison team works between Ben Mulligan here and Mark Birch. I work with Mark hourly all year, and they work hard. You know, they're two folks that are up against an onslaught of data requests and information requests from the federal government, and it's from 5 different agencies. So just want to give you a heads up, they do work hard. So from our end, for the Office of Subsistence Management, well, to talk about the tribal government and NAICS corporation consultations, the Federal Subsistence Board does have consultations. We did after the last RAC circuit, and we will again have tribal and NAICS consultation opportunities for the start of the wildlife regulatory meeting. And that wildlife regulatory meeting will be April 2nd through the 5th in 2024. I should mention, yes, some other meetings that are coming up. The Federal Subsistence Board meets on February 7th, 2024 to discuss the Fisheries Resource Monitoring Program. So that's outside this arena, but that's a pretty important funding mechanism for many subsistence related projects across Alaska. And again, the wildlife regulatory meeting will be held on April 2nd through 5th in Anchorage. As Mark Birch indicated, some of the proposals will be deliberated will be deliberated on both sides on the state and federal side. And you'll see in our public comments, PC number 405, you'll see the proposals that are referenced that are being submitted or reviewed by both boards. And you also notice the positions that we have in our comments are fairly parallel to what the state has at this time. Let's see here, the next meeting, every so often we'll have an all regional subsistence advisory council meeting. That's when we'll get all the RAC members together in the same room. So we'll have like 120 RAC members in Anchorage. We rented the ground floor of the Denina on March 5th through 8th. The board and public are invited to attend this rare event, which houses a full spectrum of statewide local advisors and resource experts. I can get more information for you on it during the breaks if you're interested. And if you're interested, take a look at the agenda and other information. You can take a look at our recently reformatted and logic-free website. It's doi.gov/subsistence. Again, doi.gov/subsistence. It's new to everybody, so I don't have any good advice on how to navigate. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for indulging. This is a side subject. We have an art contest for the students every year for our regulatory books, regulatory summaries. We must have 50 different paintings and drawings from students across Alaska. I'm mentioning this because the deadline is February 2nd, and we're looking for art from students, kindergarten through high school, that illustrates wildlife that are harvested for the subsistence use or subsistence hunting activities. Drop by, give me a holler, check our website. If you're interested or you have some students or kids that would like to be featured, that'd be great. It'd be great to see the cover of the next wildlife regulations from a Kotzebue student. OSM staffing, our OSM's big boss, the assistant regional director, retired in end of December. Her name is Sue Detweiler. She was the first employee for OSM back in the day when the program began. And she came back to rebuild the program. We were down to 50% vacancy a few years ago. We have an acting supervisor, Amy Howard, who will be in Kotzebue later on. She'll be coming, she's coming to the meeting specifically. She'll be here on Sunday. She'd like to meet the board members. And also the Fish and Wildlife Leaders of Alaska will be having a retreat here starting, I think, Monday in town. So we might have some other Fish and Wildlife leaders come here. In the crowd, we have, again, I introduced wildlife analyst Kendra Holman to attend this meeting, and during breaks or sidebars, if you have questions about our comments, we can work with Kendra on that. And also Will from the Celica National Wildlife Managers here to speak to proposals and comments that they put forth. That's Will. And we also have, I think after me would be the National Park Service Superintendent Ray McFadden is here to present information for the this region's National Park Service. Mr. Chair, it's great to be here. Thank you, sir. And anything I can do, let me know. Appreciate it.
Thank you. One question for you, Dave Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pappas, would you please repeat the dates for the wildlife regulation meeting for the Federal Subsistence Board? I missed that.
Through Chair Dave, the wildlife regulatory meeting is April 2nd through the 5th.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and the all regional, the all RAC meeting will be overlapping the Upper Cook Inlet Board of Fish meeting. So for folks that are going to be between the both, it'd be interesting. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And next on our list, we have Ray McFadden. Thank you. You want to come forward to the table and
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Ray McFadden with the National Park Service. I'm the superintendent of Kobuk Valley National Park, Noatak National Preserve, and Cape Krusenstern National Monument. It's about 9 million acres of land here in this immediate region. I live and work here in Kotzebue, so I'm going to focus our National Park Service report mainly on our operations here in the region. So we've had park headquarters in Kotzebue for many, many years, and two big goals for our team here in the region and that are true around Alaska is we want to be present and we want to be accessible. Another way to think about that is we want communities to know our staff by first name. We live here in Kotzebue. Our staff live here year round. We've got housing and we've got an office that is open to the public. Anybody can come and talk with me and talk with our staff. We're out in the country a whole lot. We're regularly in the field for research for a variety of projects, and we're in villages quite a bit throughout the year. We've got a fleet of boats and planes and snow machines to help us move around. Starting this spring, we'll have a National Park Service pilot in Kotzebue again. It's been several years that position's been vacant, so we look forward to having more aviation capability here in the region again, and hope that our pilot can be an asset to other institutions in the region as well. We're also opening a new office in the village of Kayena, which is just up the Kobuk River from here, with a local hire from Kayena, Mr. Joki Sheldon. He'll be running our operation out of Kayena. I want to talk a little bit about caribou. Not proposals per se, just science and civic engagement around the Western Arctic caribou herd. The Park Service has made huge investments in research and monitoring of the herd. And we've also ramped up our education and our outreach here in the region in particular about what's happening with the herd and a 20-year decline. One of our big messages is, engaging in the state and the federal processes around what's going on, right? Speak up, make yourselves heard. We partnered with ADF&G on both the science and the communication fronts. We work closely with our state colleagues here in Kotzebue, Alex Hansen in particular, and then Christy Osborne on other wildlife issues, and Trooper Steve Canteen. And then I try to maintain good regular contact with Tony Gorn out of Nome. Arguably, the Western Arctic herd is the most studied herd on the continent. And I think the agencies know, and then communities in the region know that there's far fewer caribou than there used to be 20 years ago, and that the migrations are smaller or shorter. And those two things, I think, are essentially, a 1-2 punch for a lot of folks here in the region who are increasingly cut off from the herd, and that hurts people. Caribou are not just food here, they're culture and tradition and identity as well. The National Park Service remains committed to research and monitoring of the herd, and we look forward to continued cooperation with the state of Alaska, Fish and Wildlife Service, tribal partners, and communities in the region. We also want to broaden our activities beyond monitoring and research. We're pretty good at counting animals, pretty good at following animals, but we're looking for other ways to help, particularly with food security. That's a hot topic for the Park Service, and we're looking to broaden our programs and our activities around food security. So starting this year at a statewide level, the Park Service is going to have about $2.5 million for local investments to help improve food security, subsistence opportunities, and transfer of indigenous knowledge. So about 2.5 million at a statewide level that parks will have, that communities near parks and preserves will be eligible for. At a local level, our office in Kotzebue will have about $280,000 of that 2.5 million to help with food security, subsistence opportunities, and then transfer of indigenous knowledge. We're also supporting, we're financially supporting community harvest surveys that the state's carrying out, and the Upper Kobuk efforts were mentioned. So we'll be here in the audience throughout the next few days. Appreciate your time, and I can take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Any questions from board members? If not, I'm sure people will talk to you during breaks, et cetera. Thank you. And speaking of which, we're going to take a little break right now because I think our next reports are going to be a little bit more in depth and they need to be set up for them. So we'll take probably a 10 or 15-minute break. Thank you. Going to call the meeting back to order, and the next item on the business is here is a report on the Mulchatna caribou herd. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Correct, now we'll be providing an update on the intensive management program benefiting the Mulchatna caribou herd. Online this morning is John Landseedel. He's our area biologist out in Dillingham, and he will be providing the presentation, as well as we have Todd Rinaldi, the management coordinator for Region 4 online. And John's presentation can be found in RC4 tab 1.1. And John, if you're ready, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. Good morning, Chairman Burnett and members of the board. My name is John Landseedel, the Dillingham wildlife biologist. I'll be providing an annual intensive management program report for the Mulchatna caribou herd, including our department predation control program, our wolf control program for the public, and an update on the survey and inventory work we did over 2023. The Mulchatna Intensive Management Program was expanded for the third time in January of 2022 at the Central and Southwest Region 4 board meeting. This included expanding the wolf control program for the public same-day airborne permittees. It allows for multiple removal areas, and it added both brown and black bears to the intensive management plan. As directed by the board, the department initiated a predator removal program on the western calving grounds for the West Mulchatna caribou herd segment. This is part of the department's objective of increasing this important caribou herd's population for all Alaskans and including subsistence hunters, with the goal of opening a hunt after population growth is documented. The minimum population objective is 30,000, and the last time we reached that number was in 2015. The Mulchatna caribou herd is currently in 4 segments, the bulk of which reside within 2 of the segments, the purple and the blue, which are the East Mulchatna and the West Mulchatna. 2 additional segments of the population exist, caribou that occur in Unit 18 in the red and in Unit 9, the green. The Unit 9 caribou will be referenced as the Iliamna Hills segment, and Mark Birch provided an update about a federal proposal. The Mulchatna caribou herd once ranged across 60,000 square miles, which is that cream color on the map, at their peak of 200,000 animals in 1996. And recently we have captured and radio collared additional animals in the Unit 18 and Unit 9 groups in the spring of 2023. These colored polygons represent all seasonal ranges of each of the 4 segments. We have population estimates for the East and West segments and minimum counts for the Unit 18 and Unit 9 or Iliamna Hills caribou. The West Mulchatna in purple is estimated at 6,700 animals, and the blue representing the East Mulchatna is about 5,800 animals as of July of 2023. The difference between an estimate and a minimum count is an estimate uses how many caribou are in each group, the total number of groups, and the number of radio collars we find versus the number we don't find during the survey, which helps us estimate the unknown number of caribou on the landscape. This is a standard survey technique for most of the larger herds across Alaska. Minimum counts are counts of each animal observed during a survey and don't estimate additional caribou. The red in Unit 18 had a minimum count of 650-ish animals, and the Iliamna Hills segment in green counted 435 animals in a fall composition survey. These combined for roughly 1,100 additional caribou within the range of the Mulchatna caribou herd. All of the recent captures and surveys have been a very joint effort led by Region 4, but have received help from biologists and veterinarians from Regions 2, 3, and 5, as well as Togiak National Wildlife Refuge. Currently, there are approximately 150 collars on the landscape, with plans to add and replace up to 150 collars in 2024 to aid in our understanding of the population drivers for Mulchatna and answer additional complex research questions. The Mulchatna caribou herd has been closed to hunting since 2021, But as Mark said, there's a federal subsistence board proposal for the Iliamna Hills segment in Unit 9 that would open up hunting for 2 communities near Lake Iliamna. The current and historic intensive management predator control areas straddle multiple subunits, and this map shows the 3 expansions throughout the years. The gray, the home plate shaped polygon is what we call the Kemuk control area, and it was the original wolf control area from 2011 through 2017. It's 2,800 square miles and includes 3 Nushagak River communities in Unit 17B and C. The Kemuk control area does not open to same-day airborne permittees until February 1st. This allows local trappers and snow machine hunters to establish their lines and hunt for wolves without competition from SDA pilots. The Nushagak River communities have a successful history of wolf hunting, and the later start date for the Kemuk control area is appreciated by locals, as it allows them a chance to participate in harvesting predators within our IM area and earn supplemental income from selling furs, as well as provide opportunity for sustained use of this resource. The light tan shade, which is a little bit larger, is the first expansion of the greater Mulchatna Wolf Control Area in 2017 to 10,000 square miles. And the darker shade of brown is our current greater Mulchatna Wolf Control Area. It's open December 1st for SDA pilots, same-day airborne pilots. And this area encompasses East Mulchatna summer, calving, and wintering grounds. And it also includes the West Mulchatna calving grounds. The red polygons represent our 2023 spring removal area. The eastern portion was primarily within Unit 17B and was presented to the board at the Soldotna meeting in March. Due to pregnant caribou locations, the removal area shifted to the west into Unit 18, which captured the bulk of the West Mulchatna calving grounds. This was likely due to deep and persistent snow late into spring, which impeded the migration over the Tikchik Mountains. The bulk of our work was spent in the western polygon after it was determined the migration was not taking place, as it had in recent years from 2020 through 2022. Our same-day airborne program removal is combined with legal hunting methods to sum the total number of wolves removed within the control area. In 2022, the SDA wolf control area was expanded to the previously mentioned 15,000 square miles, and it includes state lands in Eastern Unit 18. If you look at the SDA permitted pilot column, there's quite a bit of interest in the program, but there's a lack of participation, primarily from the lack of good tracking conditions in Bristol Bay. Tracking conditions are likely the primary driver of success. Other considerations such as distance from pilots' homes, fuel, aircraft maintenance, and fur prices, as well as weather all make for a challenging program. Dillingham does not have a ski strip with accessible amenities, including hangar space or a regularly groomed ski strip, which would aid pilots. Those without wheel skis have a harder time participating. Although given the right conditions, there are very skilled pilots participating that we believe can be effective. One good year of snow and the removal of wolves could increase and help meeting our Mulchatna caribou herd IM objectives. From 2011 through 2013, only 1 pilot participated in 2 of those 3 years. Poor winters the following winters from 2014 through 2016 prevented any removal. The community of Kiliganek, again, has a long history of being successful and efficient wolf hunters, and most of the removal is centered around East Mulchatna wintering grounds near the confluence of the Nushagak and Mulchatna rivers. And as a reminder, that was kind of that Kemuk wolf control area, the original one, and it's still in place. Currently, we have 28 permitted pilots for this year's program, but weather conditions are poor for successful SDA activities. No one has participated yet this year. We're not concerned with the sustainability of wolves due to the large intact habitats of 2 national refuges and 2 national parks on either side of the greater Mulchatna wolf control area. Wolves have a high reproductive potential and large dispersal rates. The department-led predator control program focused on the western Mulchatna calving grounds on state lands. These removal areas were over 140 linear miles from popular coastal bear viewing areas. We have no indication that bears this far inland moved from the salmon-rich environment within the lake system to viewing areas near the coast. In total, 94 brown bears, 5 black bears, and 5 wolves were removed. 60 brown bears and 4 wolves from the west removal area centered around the red dot, and 34 brown bears, 5 black bears, and 1 wolf from the east removal area. The color shades represent caribou densities, the green being low, yellow medium, and red being high density caribou distributions from 35 GPS collared females from May 1 through June 5 of 2023. The primary nursery group for the West Mulchatna is represented by the yellow and red, while the green represents other calving females across that period. If you notice the green polygon on the east, extending further east in Unit 17B, those were some East Mulchatna animals that moved into what we've referenced as a West Mulchatna calving grounds. We've documented various levels of dispersion between East Mulchatna and West Mulchatna within that area called the Tikchik Basin. There was an average of 6 brown bears per day removed across all age classes. This included 42 females, 48 males, and 4 unknowns. The sex composition was 44% females and 51% males. We had a series of 3 poor weather days leading up to peak calving dates, which in recent years has been May 17th and 18th. We removed roughly 1/3 of the wolves we encountered, which was 5 of 15. 10 wolves avoided removal. We tracked a pack of an estimated 5 wolves, but were not able to find them. An additional 5 wolves evaded removal efforts due to weather and terrain. The age distribution of removed brown bears consisted of 74 independent brown bears, comprised of 34 adult females, 9 of which were maternal sows, which represents 26% of the female segment of the removal was had non-independent bears. The other 40 independent bears were adult males. We're currently waiting on tooth age analysis of all the adults. There's a lag teeth through an outside lab. None of the bears removed had signs of being handled previously. We're also interested in determining a methodology to assess bear occupancy post-removal. These may include stream surveys during peak salmon runs or hillside surveys in early October. We conducted 2 flights in October of 2023 and documented 19 brown bears on October 3rd, including 9 cubs. On October 8th, we flew again and observed 14 brown bears, including 4 cubs, and 8 black bears, including 2 cubs. These surveys were conducted within and between the control areas post-removal. These surveys are a snapshot in time and only reflect random observations. They are not indicative of a robust abundance estimate. Most moose hunters in 17B saw multiple bears during their moose hunting trips in September when asked by department staff. The estimated population for the Mulchatna caribou herd has hovered roughly between 12 and 13,000 since 2017. Our most recent estimate was from July of 2023 at 12,507. The additional animals we collared in the Iliamna Hills and in Unit 18 resulted in another 1,100 animals through minimum counts, but they are not represented on this graph. We have a relatively high proportion of the population collared, which gives us more certainty in our population estimate. This is noted in our Titan 95% confidence intervals in the last couple of years. The West Mulchatna is highly fragmented and does not aggregate nearly as well as East Mulchatna during the photo survey. The West Mulchatna will be in 20+ groups. The East Mulchatna will be in 2 to 3 groups. Thus, that's a reason to keep a high number of callers on the West Mulchatna. No population estimates were calculated in 2017 and 2018. Both of those years were minimum counts. Part of our annual survey and inventory work is to assess fall population composition. This gives us information on the percentage of bulls, cows, and calves within the Mulchatna segments. Understanding sex and age composition helps inform management decisions for managing towards sustained yield. The Mulchatna intensive management objectives include a bull to cow objective of 35 bulls per 100 cows. In October of 23, we documented a combined bull to cow ratio of 36 bulls per 100 cows, meeting our bull to cow objective. Our calf to cow objective is 30 per 100. This was met this year with a combined calf to cow ratio of 38 calves per 100 cows. And when I say combined, that's including the East and West Mulchatna. The total sample size for the 2023 composition was just over 3,600 caribou, which is close to 30% of the population, the estimated population. This is our composition graph. In 2023, we documented a combined East and West Mulchatna calf ratio above 30 calves per 100 cows for the third time in the last 10 years. It would be ideal to see at least 3 continuous years of both East and West Mulchatna above that objective. The East Mulchatna, as you see in the blue, has historically contributed a higher calf to cow ratio for most of the last 10 years until this year. The 10-year average for the East Mulchatna has been 34 calves per 100 cows, and this year we documented 32. The 10-year average of West Mulchatna is 26 calves per 100 cows, and this year we documented 44 calves per 100 cows. To reiterate, these ratios do not include the additional 2 segments from units 9 and 18, which was the 1,100 additional animals. Our measure of success for the predator removal program is an increased calf to cow ratio, which demonstrates increased calf survival to at least 6 months. The 2023 West Mulchatna composition survey results are consistent with a positive response from the targeted removal of predators on the calving ground. The West Mulchatna ratio of 44 per 100 cows, 44 calves per 100 cows, is the highest recorded calf to cow ratio in West Mulchatna since at least 1999. Breaking down our bull to cow ratio, across the last 10 years, we have generally been meeting our objective, although these ratios do not include those additional caribou. The 10-year combined bull to cow ratio is 36 per 100 cows, the average. Our 10-year West Mulchatna average is 38 bulls per 100 cows. We documented 35 this year. The 10-year average in East Mulchatna is 34, and this year we documented 37 bulls per 100 cows. No composition data was acquired in 2021 due to poor weather conditions. Our 2024 Mulchatna intensive management plans. Currently, the SDA public program is ongoing. I'm in communication with pilots, but the conditions just currently don't exist. And looking further ahead, we're in the planning phases for the 2024 calving period. So all this is currently tentative. Some of the recommendations we have planned for the 2024 season stem from challenges that arose during the 2023 effort. This spring, we plan for an early removal period in April for wolves. This targeted wolf removal by department staff is in an area that measures roughly 3,700 square miles and is centered around the West Mulchatna calving grounds, which is also about 23% of the public area. For the primary period in May and June, we recommend an extra aircraft, which will allow us to do several things, including hauling additional fuel or people, hides, and it'll also keep the other search planes in the air longer. We'll also utilize this aircraft to monitor portions of the East Mulchatna so we can continue to collect pertinent data during the time frame for our management and research purposes. We plan to capture and collar neonates this spring to monitor mortalities, so collar calves, and subsequent survival to 6 months more precisely, but only during an abbreviated period centered around the peak calving period for roughly 3 days in mid-May. During calf captures, we won't handle bears until after all calves are collared for the day, at which time the bears will be salvaged. Bear removal area will likely remain similar in size, but due to the uncertainty of where the pregnant females will decide to calve, will ultimately dictate where we end up operating. And that is it.
Thank you for your report. Do we have any questions from board members? And first, the commissioner.
Yeah, I just want to tell you, the board, that we are planning to continue our efforts moving forward this upcoming year based on the action you took at your Kenai meeting. Nothing in the science that we've seen has indicated that we shouldn't be continuing our efforts. So it's our intention to proceed this spring with this effort moving forward. We would also welcome the opportunity to partner with our federal partners on federal refuge land to have these efforts. I did want to put in the record here that we did receive a note from one of the federal RACs that asks us to continue this effort moving forward. And to be more successful, it would helpful if we could continue this effort onto federal lands. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Again, questions from board members? Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, John. Thank you for that, that report. That was really informational. I have a couple questions, but one of them is, for your IM Same Day Airborne Public, program. Is the quality of the hides having any impact on hunter, participation? And do you guys inspect or ask about the hides, if for any wolves that are taken?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman. That has come up in recent years, that there may be some follicular dysplasia occurring in wolves across units 18, 17, and 9. All hides are sealed, and so they could be inspected by department staff at that time. I don't think that's really driving whether or not people go out or not. It seems to be occurring at a fairly low rate, but it does occur out here.
Yeah, thank you for that, John. All those reasons you mentioned earlier about the weather and tracking and fuel and daylight and all that, those are real impacts on why people go out. And I know, because I know some people that do it, and the general public perception is that, that it's, how do I word this? That you can just jump in an airplane and go out and do this every day. And that's far from how it works in reality, because I watch it and I ask some people how things go, and to get everything to connect is pretty rare. So it's a very limited time, actually, that I think that people actually get out and conduct these hunts. So I appreciate that information. Another question I had is that, the numbers of for the western side look very encouraging now, the highest numbers in a while. And do we have any, I know this is a little premature, but do we have any projections on if we continue on this rate, what the herd might look like in a few years?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, we have not done any modeling of the potential population growth yet. We are currently working with Region 4 biometricians to better understand recruitment and adult survival. And we plan on replacing collars this year on known animals that are already collared to extend the information we will acquire from known individuals. We'll also plan to collar up to 50 neonates this spring and monitor those not only the 6 months, but through the winter, the ones that remain, and additionally collar 6-month-old calves next October, so we have a better understanding of overwinter survival of that age class.
Thank you, Ryan. You had a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through the chair, Member Hoffman. At present, we're still operating under the current IM objective of 30,000 animals. We don't know if we'll get there. We don't know what it's going to look like. However, as you mentioned, we do see a couple positive indications, and at this point, we want and Mr. Landseedel mentioned, we'd like to see those indications continue for another 3 years. That'll give us time to start looking deeper into what objectives should we talk to the board about? And we'll be at the Central Southwest meeting next year. And I'm absolutely positive this will be a pretty heavy subject there.
Thank you. Go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan. Follow-up question for the commissioner. You mentioned that some of this program success might rely on the partnership or working with the federal. Where are we on that? Have we asked them for help, or you got any response, or?
Yeah, we have asked to be able to partner with them on federal lands, and they told us that their federal mandates for federal land management don't allow predator control on their lands.
So with that being said, can we ask them to assist in other ways besides, I mean, if they help finance part of it, is that actually put them in predator control status, which they said they don't do?
We are more than open to any opportunities to partnership on rebuilding that herd to provide subsistence needs and food security for local residents.
So with that being said, the department's reached out. Can other people, can the public do anything to help your endeavor to get them on board with this program?
Well, certainly. I saw that the letter that I received from the RACs urging me to continue to implement this program was also CC'd to the federal land managers. So hopefully they will reconsider moving forward as an opportunity to provide those subsistence needs and those food security needs in Western Alaska.
Thank you. Any additional questions from board members? We hope for continued success with this program. So, but next report is on the Western Arctic Western Region overview. So that will be an in-person report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Helen Cole.
Just 1 second. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We might want to take a quick peek at the agenda. I think we might have gotten out of order a little bit.
Just saying, I'll take a look. Hey, go ahead. It should be Tony Gordon. That's what my list says, and that's what I'd ask for. Maybe some miscommunication to them, your staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for your patience. I'd like to introduce Tony Gorn, the Regional Supervisor for Region 5, the Northwest and Northwest Arctic region for the Division of Wildlife Conservation.
Thank you. Go ahead, Tony.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome the board and our guests to Kotzebue and Region 5. I've worked for the Division of Wildlife Conservation for 25 years. I've been based in Western Alaska and Northwestern Alaska the entire time. This morning, I think perhaps I got the nicest compliment I've ever received when I was introduced as Tony Cavalock. Perhaps unfortunately for you, I am not Tony Cavalock. For the record, my name is Tony Gorn, and I'm the Regional Supervisor for Region 5 and Arctic and Western Alaska. And I'm going to spend a few moments just kind of taking you through our regional overview. The Division of Wildlife Conservation is composed of headquarters and statewide program staff and 5 geographic regions. The Arctic and Western region, which we call Region 5, encompasses the western and northwest portion of the state. It's a relatively large region. It's about 30% of the state, 163,000 square miles. So physically, it's one of the larger regions within the division. In terms of staffing and budget allocation, it's the smallest region. The region consists of 4 GMUs, 4 game management units. To the south, Unit 18 is our southernmost unit and consists of the Yukon and Kuskokwim river drainages, river deltas. Unit 22 to the north represents much of the Seward Peninsula and eastern Norton Sound. Unit 23, which you're in right now, covers the Chukchi Sea and Western Brooks Range. And then further to the north is Unit 26A, which represents the Central Arctic Coastal Plain and Chukchi Sea and the Arctic Ocean. We have Region 5 DWC biologists positioned and staffed in Utqiagvik, Kotzebue, Nome, and Bethel offices. And then we also have several staff members who work out of the Fairbanks and Anchorage offices. I'm going to spend a moment going over land status throughout the region, and then we'll take a closer look at it as we work through each GMU. So once again, Region 5, 163,000 square miles. Collectively, it's about 31% state managed lands, and then 69% federal lands. If we go to the south and start with Unit 18, Unit 18 is about 41,000 square miles. It's 30% state land and 70% federal lands. Unit 22 is roughly 26,000 square miles. It's nearly 50% state managed lands and 50% federal lands. Unit 23 is about 44,000 square miles in size. It's 26% state managed lands and 70% federal lands. And then finally in Unit 26A, roughly 53,000 square miles, 26% state managed lands and 70% federal lands. We'll go through the offices now and discuss staffing. After that, we'll talk a little bit quickly about our budget allocation and then finish up discussing some regional wildlife management challenges that we're faced with. I think most of our staff are here. I know not everybody is, but gang, when I hear your name, please stand up so the board can put a face with the name as I work through the region. So as I mentioned, Region 5 is a big place. We don't have a lot of staff members, but we're pretty efficient in what we do. We have 10 full-time wildlife biologists that work with us in the 4 offices and then also in Fairbanks. We have 1 wildlife education specialist, 1 biometrician, an administrative manager, 2 administrative support positions, and then a management coordinator, research coordinator, and then myself, the regional supervisor. The region's also somewhat unique in that many of our staff were locally hired, and some of our staff even grew up within Region 5. About 1/3 of our staff right now have greater than 20 years of experience living and working in Western Alaska. So we'll start in the Bethel office. Patrick Jones is our Unit 18 area biologist. Keith Oster is our Unit 18 assistant AB. And Phil Perry is our management coordinator who works out of the Bethel office. In the Nome office, Nome is considered the regional area office. And Sarah Germain is our Unit 22 area biologist. Her assistant is Alicia Carson. Bryn Parr works out of the Nome office as a regional research biologist. Betsy Brennan is not with us today, but she keeps everything working as our administrative manager. Chris Ta is also not here. He's a frontline program tech that works for us in Nome. And then, as I mentioned before, I've been stationed in Nome for quite a while. Moving up to the Kotzebue office, Christy Osborne is our area biologist. Alex Hansen, who you will hear from shortly, is the Western Arctic herd caribou biologist. Brennan Watson is a regional wildlife biologist. Recently hired Deb Lawton, we're very happy to have her with us, is our regional wildlife education specialist. And Kathy Sherman, who's been with us for 20 years in the Kotzebue office, is our program tech. Last but not least, the division's northernmost stationed office, Carmen Daggett, works out of the Barrow office. We also have several staff members stationed in some of our state urban centers. Out of the Fairbanks office, Sharna Karpovich is our research coordinator, and Joelle Hepler also works out of the Fairbanks office and is a regional research biologist. Last but not least, Adam Craig is our regional biometrician, and he works out of the Anchorage office. So I'll try to go through the budget stuff as quickly as possible. The regional operating budget, excluding salaries for Region 5, is approximately $1.4 million for the current fiscal year. This includes approximately 99% from the Fish and Game Fund and federal Pittman Robinson funding sources. We have an additional $600,000 of CIP funding, and we allocate that towards regional research and equipment maintenance projects. Since the last board meeting, the region also helped support a graduate student. Our Nome area biologist, Sarah Germain, is just about to finish up her graduate school work, and we also supported her in that endeavor. So we can kind of take a look at how the region prioritizes our funding. And this next illustration talks about how we allocate our allocation within the region. About 30% of our allocation is spent on the Western Arctic and Tashekpuk caribou herd research and management programs. Those are typical caribou activities that you're familiar with. They include photocensuses, spring and fall composition surveys, fall capture and radio collaring work, calving ground surveys, disease and body condition assessments, and then telemetry distribution surveys and harvest assessment. About 25% of our allocation is spent on moose management and research activities. So those include fall surveys, fall composition surveys, post-hunt comp surveys, spring censuses, radio collaring projects, browse and habitat evaluation, and research projects in 3 of the 4 GMUs in 18 units 18, 22, and 23 that measure mortality and nutritional indices. 17% of our FY24 allocation is spent on muskox research and management. Those activities include telemetry-based research, censuses, and composition surveys. 8% of our allocation is spent on sheep management and research. These activities include radio collaring activities and population surveys. 8% does not look like a very big number. Perhaps it isn't, but historically for Region 5, that is a significant increase in how we allocate our money. And a big part of that is, I mentioned that we have one area biologist just finishing up graduate school, and we have another one who is about to start it. Our Unit 23 AB, Christy Osborne, is beginning her graduate work, where she's going to take a look at some of the factors that might be limiting Western Brooks Range sheep populations. And so that's why that 8% is a larger number. 1% of our allocation is spent on other wildlife species. Some of those include wolf population surveys, which are very difficult to accomplish in most areas of Region 5, and then brown bear and fur bearer management. Lastly, 19% of our allocation is spent on vehicles and facility management, public services, regulatory process projects, and miscellaneous administrative costs. The region has 4 aircraft assets, and some of that administrative money goes towards keeping our 4 airplanes in the air. So I am just about done, and then you will get to hear from 2 more Region 5 staff. Alex Hansen is going to provide Western Arctic herd overview for the board. And then I believe after Alex is done, the board will hear from Bryn Parr, who's going to provide the board with some information about some of her muskox research throughout the region. I'm going to close out, I guess, talking about some of our wildlife management challenges in the region. The first one, as you could probably anticipate by seeing those land status maps, is dual management with the state and federal management systems. More than 2/3 of the region is federal public lands. The concept of subsistence forms the cornerstone of hunting, fishing, gathering activities in the region, and in the minds of residents of Region 5 is an important cultural concern. Federal public lands, as you saw, are found in all 4 GMUs, and coordination and cooperation with federal agency staff is a very important element of our work. We do benefit greatly from long-term positive working relationships with our federal partners throughout Region 5. And I think elements of those relationships are present throughout our regional moose, muskox, and caribou programs. The second, the topic that I would mention as a regional challenge is related to moose management. Regional moose populations require increased attention in 3 of 4 of the GMUs within Region 5. Some of this attention is related to population declines, and some of it's related to improved populations. And within all of those things, I think what we're seeing that what I would call increased harvest efficiency throughout the region. Within that reality, there definitely is some good news. In Unit 18, Unit 18 has experienced rapidly increasing moose numbers, and in some parts of that unit, moose are present today where they just weren't seen 20 years ago. The same is true in areas like the Seward Peninsula, some portions of the Seward Peninsula. We have areas where after population declines experienced 40 years ago, we're finally beginning to see those population metrics increase. We're seeing stabilized bull-cow ratios in some areas. And in areas like portions of 22A, we're documenting moose numbers there today that are higher than we've ever seen before with high bull-cow ratios. So lots of challenges within moose management, whether populations go down or go up. It all takes work to ensure that harvest patterns continue to be sustainable. Caribou management, as you're aware, you're going to spend a lot of time during the board meeting thinking about Region 5 caribou populations for both the Western Arctic herd and the Tashekpuk herds. The Western Arctic herd has experienced decline, and that herd's been near or below the intensive management level of 200,000 animals since about 2021. Registration permits for both herds. Both of those herds are in place, and we have significant divisional efforts underway to garner public support for the participation in those permit systems, but it's a long road. Our staff invest considerable time with permit administration to improve our understanding of annual harvest. And although some headway has been made, there's still a lot of work to do with public outreach and education related to caribou registration permit compliance. Definitely something we do that we're in it for the long game. And we just have to keep working on it. Region 5 muskox populations is the fourth thing I would mention. Muskox populations have presented management challenges, and those probably began in 1970, shortly after we reintroduced the populations. We operated a bit differently back then with some of those types of projects, and very quickly, the presence of muskox became a polarized topic throughout Western Alaska. The success story, though, is for our muskox populations, our non-insular populations. So I'm going to remove the Unit 18 island populations for this statement. But we've had successful management since 1997, working with our federal partners without litigation, and seen population growth and range expansion throughout Northwest Alaska. So in a lot of ways, it's just an incredible success story. Most of our muskox live on the Seward Peninsula. And so I'll mention where we are with that population just quickly. That population experienced some declines between 2010 and 2012, and that followed a period of low recruitment and high adult female mortality. Then that population began to stabilize, and we documented that between 2015 to 2021. Going back to 2012, our managers implemented a different type of harvest strategy, and that was solely implemented to increase the bull-cow ratio within that muskox population, and that seemed to be effective. The metrics that we saw during that time period increased from 29 mature bulls to 100 cows in 2012, and that increased to 40 mature bulls to 100 cows in 2019. Lower density muskox populations occur in Unit 23 and Unit 26A, and those have continued to expand their range in those areas. Following this meeting, our staff plan to count muskox on the Seward Peninsula, and that is one of Alaska's largest wildlife surveys. We're going to do that when we get home from this meeting, and then at the completion of that survey, our staff in Nome will reevaluate harvestable surplus to see if there's any increases within that population. Muskox groups in proximity to rural communities can be a management challenge. Similar to other areas of Alaska, some residents enjoy living close to wildlife and others find the presence of wildlife very challenging. Our staff have worked to increase harvest levels and utilize either sex bag limits of muskox around communities to try and reduce local animal numbers. However, the ever-changing annual distribution of muskox groups can make that challenging. So I think the big difference for that approach is, for decades, really the mantra of our muskox management was to manage for population growth and range expansion. And within that, with like a lot of things, there are segment of the public that really likes living with wildlife. They like muskox viewing opportunities. And then there's a segment that doesn't really appreciate that and it gets frustrated with it. So I think what we're doing now is it's an adaptation of managing for population growth and range expansion. And there's certain areas where our staff are working now to basically try to see if they can hunt some of those local numbers down while still seeing range expansion in other parts of the region. The problem with that, though, is that muskox distribution changes annually. So the same group doesn't end up using the same piece of country from season to season. And so some of this harvest strategy is going to be a bit of a test, I think, as we move forward. Our staff work very closely with members of the public who would like to find ways to mitigate muskox from local areas. Our staff do a great job of interacting with members of the public who want to have that conversation. One of the things that we know now, we've got years of experience under our belt, is the effectiveness of different types of fencing. And some of it can be quite expensive. Some of it can be just your sweat equity. And all of it is very effective. And the use of fencing in certain areas of Region 5 related to muskox is becoming more and more common across the landscape. Just about done. I'll quickly talk about wolf and brown bear populations. Those are a concern for Region 5 residents and their potential impact to ungulate populations. Our staff work on a variety of projects to inform managers on regional predator-prey relationships. And some examples of that type of work include the Kobuk River Moose Research Project, and then Seward Peninsula and Yukon moose mortality studies. And then, of course, the long-term, decades long-term Western Arctic herd and Tashekpuk collaring studies. User conflict issues have definitely been an issue for Region 5, a longstanding issue, particularly in Unit 23. The federal lands closure in Unit 23 was directly related to long-term user conflict problems. And I'm not sure at this point that effectiveness of that land closure is fully understood. What's interesting, as a person who's been working for the division for 25 years, one of the things that I've seen and local people will talk about is a lot of these issues that we have today at 150,000 caribou existed when we had 500,000 caribou. Some of these issues are just really difficult to work through, and they've been going on for decades. I mentioned earlier that Region 5 is a large landmass and we have few employees. Our management and research programs require significant time investments, a lot of it related to public outreach, education, and then also vendor support throughout the region as we adapt to changing regulations and then also survey and project methodology. One of probably the central tenet that the region thinks about as we move forward and consider any new project as it relates to our long-term success as scientists and wildlife managers in Western Alaska is what is the level of public support we have for our programs. We continuously evaluate the level of public support we have for everything we do. And I think that has been a very good compass for how we do business. Our staff have a tremendous amount of credibility when they go to meetings. Fish and Game offices is where the data comes from. And it's something that we have to really consider as we think about operational planning and what we're going to do from year to year. The last thing I have, and then I will be quiet, is our staff, just like others that work for the division, are challenged with our ability to adapt to our rapidly changing times and technology to ensure sustainable harvest levels and the conservation of our resources. One of the things that I think is really interesting that probably a lot of us have noticed is just improvements in transportation methods have given just unprecedented access to a lot of the region's most remote areas. The snow machines and boat motors and ATVs and everything we used of 25 years ago have just long since been replaced with more fuel efficient vehicles, more comfortable vehicles. And one of the things that we're seeing is that, which is really important when we have low density populations like we have in Region 5, is that some of these historical refugias that people just couldn't get to, that made you feel good as a population biologist, those are going away. There's a lot of places regionally where they're just can't really be untouched anymore. And so that's something that we have to really pay attention to. I found out this summer or this fall, and maybe I'm the last to know, but I laughed when I heard of multiple moose hunting camps just in Unit 22 that had satellite-based internet at their hunting camp. You put all this stuff together and you think about staffing and you think about our allocation. And what this just reminds me is that there's probably been never a more important time to collect just good basic population data for our most important resources, understand density, understand composition, try to have an understanding on harvest. I really think it's always been important, but I really think it's becoming more and more important as our country just becomes easier and easier to access. So thank you for putting up with me. That's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions from board members, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tony. Been in the region a long time. On slide 13 or on slide 6 or page 13, you were talking about the budget and you said 99% of your budget was received from the Fish and Game Fund. But the slide, I believe, said 25. Is that an error or did I miss something with the 25% represented?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, yeah, that's absolute error on my part. Good
And,
catch, though.
Just one other question, Mr. Chairman. The fencing you were talking about, is that just local within the community or do you get out further away from town?
Through the chair to Member Barrett. We generally work hands-on in local communities when it's related to muskox fencing. And we do make visits to communities, to other more remote communities to look at the area and help people understand that, yeah, I mean, we could get some driftwood and build a buck and rail fence along this area, but it's more just consultation. Probably just because honestly, it's easier for us to be more hands-on where we're living. Easier to access and talk to people. So in areas like Nome, for example, we've definitely helped a lot of local residents construct fences, design fences, just figure out what the best way is. Some of the more outlying communities are site visits or phone calls.
Thank you.
Yep.
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks again, Tony, for your presentation. I really enjoyed it. Just recently, I saw that there was a study published about vehicle traffic on the North Slope affecting caribou. You may have read that or been part of it. Has the department been providing comments to ADA or to whoever the road builders are for some of these new projects, say the Ambler Road, or I know the Umiat Road might be kind of on the shelves, but it was almost happening, and the Winter Roads to Witsit and maybe Alpine Access, and seems like there's quite a few new things coming out that are going to maybe affect caribou migration, especially for the Activity Pass people. Or is the department providing comments on these projects, or do you know?
Yep. Through the chair, thank you for that question. So I can talk a little bit about what Region 5 staff do, and not so much what the other regions do across the state. But certainly Region 5 staff have invested considerable time on some of these projects. Just representing, not taking a position necessarily, but just representing the issues as we understand it. What happens with that information is it just gets put into the Royal State of Alaska commenting process. But certainly our local biologists invest considerable time on those topics.
Yeah, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Additional questions? Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to elaborate, and thanks so much for that presentation. Just to elaborate a little bit on Al's comment. Is anybody using portable electric fences, like low volt electric fences, to keep muskox out of places they don't want them?
Through the chair to Member Fletcher, that's a good question. So going back about 15 years, out of the Nome office, we began testing lots of different fencing options. I think, as you said portable electric fences.
Yes, sir. That's just what I'm familiar with, putting around a camp to keep bears out.
So we can say, based on some pretty good experience, that for muskox, those do not work at all. High tensile electric fences, so larger gauge, under tension, those work very well. Probably not a very good solution for a normal person, is how I would express it. A bit more work to install, a bit more expensive, very effective. We tested that type of fence when we were trying to understand how to keep muskox off runways. But buck and rail fences that we see everywhere throughout the western United States are very effective. Pallets on the ground work very well. They're just like a cattle grate. If anybody has that type of background in them, just putting pallets down it's amazing how well that works. But no, I'm getting long-winded here. Portable electric fences don't seem to be very effective.
Thank you very much.
Any additional comments, questions from board members? Not, thank you for your report. And Ryan, we go next to regional research. That is from the subsistence division, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So next, we'll be hearing from Helen Cold, our lead researcher for subsistence in the Arctic and Northwest regions. She will be providing 2 presentations today. For the first one, she's joined by Alita Trainer, our Northern Region Program Manager for Subsistence. And for the second one, she will also be joined by Alex Hansen, the Division of Wildlife Conservation Kotzebue Wildlife Research Biologist. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead when you're ready.
Hey, thank you. And good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. And apologies to you and also to Tony for my confusion earlier. Today, I will be giving you a presentation of the overview of subsistence research in Region 5. For the record, as Amy mentioned, my name is Helen Cold. This presentation provides information pertaining to subsistence research conducted in communities in Region 5. Although our work includes documenting harvest and uses of all wildlife resources, I'll be emphasizing those studies focusing on or including information about the subsistence harvest and use of large land mammals by resident communities. This presentation can be found in RC4 tab 1.3. First, I will provide a brief introduction to Region 5 game management units and the research that subsistence has conducted in resident communities. Next, I will discuss general harvest patterns for large land mammals in each game management unit. This will include overall harvest compositions for representative communities in GMUs 18, 22, 23, and 26A. I will conclude this presentation by giving a brief overview of ongoing research projects in Region 5. The map on this slide shows the 4 game management units that encompass Region 5. Overall, Region 5 has 75 resident communities, including the hub communities of Bethel, Nome, Kotzebue, and Utqiagvik. Moving south to north, Unit 18 encompasses the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. Unit 22 includes Norton Sound and the majority of the Seward Peninsula. Unit 23 contains Kotzebue Sound and the Kobuk and Noatak River drainages. And finally, Unit 26A is composed of the western portion of the North Slope, including the Colville, Mead, and Utkuk River drainages. As part of our mission to scientifically gather, quantify, evaluate, and report on how Alaskans harvest and use wild resources, Subsistence has conducted a number of research projects in communities within Region 5. These projects include community baseline studies that provide a snapshot of subsistence within a community for 1 calendar year. In these studies, we conduct household-level harvest surveys that document the harvests and uses of all wild resources, including sharing patterns, harvest assessments in comparison to recent years, locations of harvest and use areas, and demographic and economic information. We have also conducted resource-specific harvest monitoring studies that focus on the harvest and uses of a particular resource category, such as large land mammals. We utilize standard social science research methods, including surveys, mapping, and ethnographic interviews with local residents. These interviews document local and traditional knowledge of wild resources and help to contextualize and expand our understanding of reported harvest information. Interview topics include resource health and abundance, changes to resource availability, environmental change, and harvest and use practices, among other topics. In the following slides, I will provide large land mammal harvest patterns for each game management unit and will give examples of overall harvest composition by resource category of representative communities within each GMU. Unit 18 encompasses the Yukon and Kuskokwim deltas, ranging from the community of Platinum on South Kuskokwim Bay to Kotlik on Norton Sound. There were an estimated 25,418 people living in 39 primarily Yupik communities as of 2022, and resident populations are part of a mixed subsistence cash economy. Subsistence activities in the region are diverse and occur year-round. Harvests consist of large and small land mammals, marine mammals, salmon, non-salmon fish, vegetation, and birds and eggs. Recent salmon declines and increased local abundance of moose have led to increased moose harvests in recent years. Here we have harvest composition pie charts for two different communities in Unit 18, one coastal community in the Kuskokwim area and one farther to the north and inland in the Yukon area. The coastal community of Quinnipiac displays the diverse subsistence harvest potential of Western Alaska and is representative of subsistence harvests of coastal Kuskokwim communities. At the time of this study, Quinnipiac supplemented more than 50% of their subsistence diet with salmon and non-salmon fishes. Although they have historically had a high reliance on marine mammals, land mammals comprised nearly 20% of the subsistence harvest in 2013. At that time, caribou and moose were harvested in nearly equal amounts. Since the time of this study, however, salmon declines and the simultaneous Mulchatna caribou herd decline has led to an increased reliance on moose in the area. Pilot Station, about 121 miles inland from the mouth of the Yukon River, shows a more inland riverine harvest pattern. Pilot Station residents reported harvesting 158 pounds of wild resources per person in 2013. Both communities rely on salmon, but while Pilot Station residents access marine mammals to a lesser degree, likely because of their inland location, they make up for that lack with large land mammals, harvesting moose, caribou, and black bear. Land mammal harvests typically compose a large portion of Western Alaska households' total annual subsistence resource use. The subsistence section has been documenting large land mammal harvests in Unit 18 since 1985. In 2020, we worked with the communities of Kwethluk and Akiachek to document large land mammal harvests and uses. Due to the Mulchatna caribou herd decline and the subsequent caribou hunting closure, harvests focused mainly on moose in both communities. Reliance on moose is particularly high among residents of Game Management Unit 18, an area with a significantly increasing moose population. Several respondents in these communities credited the moratorium placed on moose hunting between the years of 2005 and 2010 by ADF&G. In light of the decreasing salmon runs developing at the same time as the Mulchatna herd decline, community members rely ever more heavily on the moose population. In the study years of this project, Akiachek harvested an estimated 37 edible pounds of moose per capita, and Kwethluk hunters harvested 29 pounds of edible pounds of moose per capita. With the continued decline of salmon and caribou in the area, local subsistence users urged for more liberalized moose hunting seasons. Proposals specific to moose for Unit 18 include Proposal 7 and 8, which seek to extend the current moose hunt to allow hunters more opportunity to plan around work schedules. Proposal 9, which proposes an increase of the moose bag limit to allow hunters to take more than one moose per season. Proposal 10, which would create a winter hunting season for moose. And Proposal 11, which would allow the take of antlerless moose. Unit 22 encompasses Norton Sound, the southern and western portions of the Seward Peninsula, and St. Lawrence Island. There were an estimated 9,690 people in this region in 2020. This game management unit is home to 17 communities, including the hub of Nome, where 38% of the regional population lives. Seward Peninsula communities are primarily Inupiat and, like residents of Unit 18, harvest a diverse array of wild resources for subsistence in mixed subsistence cache economies. Historically, the Western Arctic caribou herd was readily accessible to many communities in Unit 22, but a declining number of animals combined with changing migratory patterns has resulted in a decrease in caribou harvests for many households in this region in recent years. Comprehensive harvest or large land mammal survey data has been collected in 11 of the 17 communities in Unit 22 in select years since 2009. Unit 22 vary by community, all of which are located on or very near to the coast. These two pie graphs show the harvest composition of wild resources of representative communities, Stebbins in southern Norton Sound and Shishmaref on the northern Seward Peninsula. These were chosen to illustrate the diversity of resources harvested, including a strong reliance on marine resources, and also the differences present between communities in harvest composition of various resources. Relevant to this meeting, large land mammals offer significant contributions to the total estimated harvest of many communities in the region, although harvests vary due to access, especially to caribou. In Stebbins, large land mammals contributed 14,468 pounds to the total estimated harvest, or 25 pounds per person, accounting for about 8% of the total harvest. The majority of this harvest was moose, which accounted for 3/4 of the large land mammal harvest during this study year. In Shishmaref, large land mammals accounted for 19% of the total subsistence harvest, providing 75,831 pounds of edible weight to local residents in 2014, or 123 pounds per person. Of this harvest, the vast majority was caribou, which composed 87% of the large land mammal harvest during this study year. Land mammal harvests typically compose a large portion of Western Alaska households' total annual subsistence resource use. Moose are of particular importance for communities in the southern portion of Unit 22, especially considering the lack of access to the Western Arctic herd by communities in recent years. The Board of Game made a positive customary and traditional use finding in 1987 for moose in Unit 22 and set an amount necessary for subsistence, or ANS, of 250 to 350 animals. The 2023 harvestable surplus for the moose population within all of Unit 22 is 350 animals. Structures in Unit 22 are managed through a combination of general seasons, registration permits, and drawing permits with varying seasons, quotas, and bag limits, depending on the population data for specific moose management units within Unit 22. Although public input has helped shape the current hunt structure in Unit 22, the board will consider 5 proposals at this meeting that address hunter concerns about subsistence hunting in portions of Unit 22, particularly in Unit 22C. Unit 23 encompasses Northwest Arctic Alaska, from where the Good Hope River enters southern Kotzebue Sound to Cape Lisburne in the north. Unit 23 is home to 12 communities, including the hub of Kotzebue, where about 39% of the regional population lives. The estimated 2020 population of this region was 8,212 people. Unit 23 communities are primarily Inupiat, and local mixed subsistence cache economies utilize a variety of resources, including large and small land mammals, salmon and non-salmon fish, marine mammals, vegetation, and birds and eggs. Comprehensive harvest or large land mammal survey data has been collected in select years in all 12 communities in Unit 23 between 2009 and 2023. Unit 23 communities are found both on the coast and inland along river drainages and typically have different harvesting patterns depending on their geographical location. The figure above portrays harvest composition for the coastal hub community of Kotzebue and the inland community of Norvik. Marine mammals are more heavily harvested by coastal communities, while fish species generally compose larger portions of the harvest in inland communities. Relevant to this meeting, large land mammals compose a significant portion of yearly harvests by Unit 23 communities, most of which are in the migratory range of the Western Arctic caribou herd. In both Kotzebue and Norvik, large land mammals contributed 37% of the total estimated harvest during their respective study years. In Kotzebue, large land mammals provided 222,115 edible pounds, or 74 pounds per person. Of this harvest, 79% was caribou and 20% was moose. In Norvik, large land mammals provided 130,019 edible pounds, or 222 pounds per capita. Like Kotzebue, the majority of the large land mammal harvest came from caribou. This resource accounted for 89% of the large land mammal harvest, and moose harvests contributed about 10%. Unit 26A includes the northeastern portion of the North Slope from Cape Lisburne in the east to the Colville River Delta in the west. This unit is home to 6 communities, including the hub of Utqiagvik, where about 70% of the population lives. The estimated population for the entire unit in 2020 was 7,070 people, and residents were primarily Inupiat. Local mixed subsistence cash economies utilize a variety of wild resources, but large land mammals and marine mammals are of particular importance. Comprehensive harvest or large land mammal survey data has been collected in 4 Unit 26A communities since 2009. In Unit 26A, 4 out of the 6 communities are located on or very near to the coast. For coastal communities, marine mammals are of particular importance, especially given the fact that all North Slope coastal communities participated in bullhead whaling. Point Lay is a representative of a coastal community, and Anaktuvik Pass was chosen due to its inland location. Large land mammal resources contribute significantly to the overall subsistence harvest by all North Slope communities. While marine mammals made up over 1/2 of Point Lay's total estimated harvest in 2012, large land mammals were the second largest portion of the harvest, an estimated 48,380 pounds of edible weight, or 186 pounds per person. The entirety of the large land mammal harvest was composed of caribou. Anaktuvik Pass has less access to a wide diversity of resources compared to other North Slope communities. As such, large land mammal resources compose the vast majority of their total estimated harvest in 2014. This resource category contributed an estimated 111,302 pounds, or 351 pounds per capita. Caribou composed 94% of total large land mammal harvests and 84% of total wild food harvests for Anaktuvik Pass. During this meeting, the board will consider multiple proposals addressing hunting regulations for caribou in Region 5. For communities within the range of the Western Arctic caribou herd, caribou are a major component of households' total annual subsistence, usually based on social or kinship relations or other types of social ties. For example, thinking about Anaktuvik Pass households' use of caribou in the last slide, in 2014, 40% of households reported harvesting caribou, but 89% of households in Anaktuvik Pass used caribou. That year, caribou made up 90% of all wild food harvests by edible weight for that community. In another example, in 2017, 51% of households harvested caribou, but 96% of households in Noatak used caribou. The differences in percentages of households harvesting caribou and households using caribou indicate that many families rely on caribou that are shared with them by others to meet their subsistence needs. Sharing caribou within and between communities across the region is a consistent use pattern seen across study years for communities within the Western Arctic herd range. Subsistence researchers have conducted large land mammal harvest surveys in units 22 and 23 since 1999 in cooperation with the Division of Wildlife Conservation. Surveys have generally been conducted in 3 to 4 communities per year, and harvest data were earlier used to create a model that estimated harvest annually by communities in the range of the Western Arctic herd. Beginning in 2019, the project was expanded to include 8 communities surveyed biannually over the course of 4 years, and included key respondent interviews with knowledgeable hunters. The goal of this project was to explore annual variations in harvest and to document local and traditional knowledge of caribou populations, changes to migration patterns, and any adaptations in hunting patterns in response to the movement and health of the herd or other factors. Every year, we return to each surveyed community to review the data. At those meetings, we also seek to record community perspectives on harvest patterns and to provide outreach opportunities aimed to increase participation in the registration permitting program that was launched in 2016 in Unit 22 and in 2017 for Unit 23. Finally, we have conducted or will be conducting updated comprehensive subsistence surveys in 3 Arctic communities: Kayana, Wainwright, and Kivalina. These studies allow us to provide the most recent harvest estimates for subsistence resources and to track changes over time. Our upcoming study in Kivalina is funded in cooperation by a working group made up of the community, tech, and NANA. This research will provide an opportunity to focus on the role of traditional knowledge in subsistence activities and better understand local observations of the relationship between a changing climate, development activities, and subsistence activities. Information from this research will also update comprehensive survey information from 2007 and add to the understanding of changes to subsistence over time. We would like to thank all of the communities we have worked with to conduct subsistence research, as well as DWC for their cooperative efforts in continuing research in Region 5. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, this concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Dave first. Okay, go ahead, Stash, then.
Oh,
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Helen, for that. That was a really interesting report. One of the questions I have wrote down to ask, I think you answered in that very last slide, but I'll ask it anyway. When you're doing these household surveys, in regards to climate change, is that, what type of questions do you ask them on that?
Through the chair, in response to Member Hoffman, when we're doing the surveys, we ask some ethnographic information in the survey as well. There's a comments and concerns question at the end where we basically leave it open for the respondents in the household to provide us with additional information of any comments or concerns or questions or things that they have been noticing on the landscape or with the animals that would be beneficial for us to know. But with the ethnographic interviews, we have a semi-structured interview protocol where it's basically a guided conversation depending upon the specific expertise of the person we're talking to. We have a series of different questions that we use as a guide, but also look to those individuals to share their experience and their knowledge with us based on what they have concerns with or what they would like to focus on. Some of the questions or some of the comments and the things that we have heard in a lot of these interviews indicate that climate change could be impacting caribou populations as well as people's access to caribou. So things such as potentially having rain and icing events interfering with caribou habitat and forage is one that has come up, as well as safe access to caribou when traversing the landscape.
All right, thank you for that. Also, since we're talking about the surveys, do you survey people who've moved away from the village that commute back to hunt and account for their take?
Through the chair and again to Member Hoffman. So with the surveys that we do, we ask that the folks that we are recording information for be residents of the community and that they have been present in this instance for at least 3 months during the year. So we are trying not to duplicate the work that we're doing in other communities and keeping it, if they will qualify to complete the survey and mark down what they have been harvesting if they've been in the community for at least 3 months.
Thank you. Last question, also, I forgot which slide it was, but do you guys, how do you factor in reindeer meat or does that count as subsistence meat?
Through the chair, again to Member Hoffman. So with these surveys, we're asking for large land mammals that are present on the landscape. We're not specifically asking for reindeer meat. So in some communities within the Seward Peninsula that where reindeer meat is commercially available, Folks will indicate that they may be using that as well, but that is not something that we include in these subsistence surveys. It's strictly caribou, moose, other large land mammals.
Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you, Helen, for your presentation. Two questions. Are you finding that do most of the villages participate with the state surveys, or there's some that do and some that don't, or partially? What's your feeling there?
Through the chair, Member Loring, thank you for that question. So when we first approached communities to gauge whether they would be interested in participating in this research with us, we have a pretty high interest in involvement in this work. The household surveys that we do are all voluntary surveys. Nobody is mandated to do them, but we generally find, especially with this survey in particular, we do a lot of other work, that there's a high level of interest and involvement and engagement. And so we have some very good rates of working with us. We also, part of that, with the way that we do our survey work, we hire local research assistants and try to involve the community in the research itself while we're conducting it.
Okay, thank you. And do you feel that the information you are getting from the voluntary participants is pretty good, kind of covers what I'm trying to say is that, are you pretty comfortable with that's what you're seeing across the whole landscape?
Through the chair, Member Loring. Yes, I think that we have pretty high confidence in our data and feel that we have high participation rates in the survey, and that we are getting a fairly accurate representation of what folks in the communities that we're working with are harvesting. Unfortunately, this method of research, we have a great deal of confidence in, but it is very labor intensive and very expensive. And so unfortunately, to this point, we haven't been able to work with communities across the entire range of the Western Arctic herd every year. Ideally, that would be wonderful, but with the work we are doing, we have high confidence.
Okay, and one final little two-part question. Do the federal agencies do these type of surveys in areas where they manage, and if they do they share that information with the state?
Through the chair and Member Loring. The federal entities, we often work with a lot of these federal entities who fund us to conduct that work. It's often a cooperative effort, and I'll actually speak about this a little bit more in the next presentation, but working on some interagency efforts to try to expand this work a little bit more. And there have been several federal and other entities that have shown interest in collaborating with us to try to expand this to include more communities within the range every year.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Any additional questions from board members? I have one question. You say you have a very high confidence in the accuracy of the information that you have, and I'm looking at the poundage of natively acquired food, or native foods that are acquired here. In some places it's 200 pounds, some places it's 600 pounds. Do you look at how much is commercially sold in those areas to compare to verify whether or not those numbers are reliable and valid?
Through the chair, thank you. I'm actually going to pass that question to the regional program manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that question. For the record, my name is Alita Trainer, the regional program manager for subsistence. First, just on the methodological question, just to expand a little bit on this discussion, Helen was saying we have a high participation rate in our surveys. Depending on community size, we typically shoot to survey about 60% of households in any given community, and we expand for the unsurveyed households. That's why we feel that our methods are pretty accurate, because we can test that confidence interval. I think your question was referring to customary trade, the sale, small term scale of wild foods for small amounts of cash. There are instances in which we will come across customary trade on one of our surveys. We do record that, and depending on the level or frequency that it's coming up on a survey, we will discuss on how to address it in the report. However, in regards to large land mammals, which was the focus of Helen's presentation, it's not something that we see too often. We have designed several surveys across the state that focus on customary trade specifically, the methods for exploring that and the work it takes to build the trust and relationships necessary to conduct work on that topic are quite unique and aren't something that we've applied to the Western Arctic herd.
Thank you. Part of my question did pertain to customary trade, but the other part was just a methodological validation of your numbers, which when you have one area eating 600 pounds per capita and another area eating 200 pounds, you know, and I know that the average consumption of meat in the United States, for example, is 234 pounds per capita. What's filling the gap when there's only 150 pounds harvested in an area as opposed to one that's where people are eating more, and they may be consuming more because of the climate, because of other factors here. But do you check to see where that other food is coming from? That's the
Sure.
question.
Mr. Chair, again, Alita Trainer. That's a great question. So the first thing that comes to mind in the examples that Helen presented to the board were some of the coastal communities that rely heavily on marine mammals. We include that estimate in the edible weight. Now, certainly when we divide into to create a per capita estimate, we don't expect every person to eat that amount. We understand that large quantities of wild foods are shared widely, not just within a community or a region, but across the state. And so that is a representation of total harvest, not necessarily total individual consumption. We feel pretty confident in the varying levels across the regions that those numbers are accurate to the best of our ability, and they represent a variety of different use patterns relative to the cultures and communities that they exist in.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ruth.
Yes. My husband and I have hunted Unit 23 for, I don't know, over 10 years, but we've always, donated, a huge portion of our meat to the villages wherever we hunt at. Do you have an idea of how much, is actually donated by non-local hunters in the area?
Through the chair, I'm sorry, I can't see your nameplate and I haven't made your acquaintance yet.
It's Ruth Cusack.
Member Cusack. On our household surveys, we actually do not quantify the pounds that were received. We do estimate the percent of households that receive each individual species, depending on what resource category we're studying at the time. So we're not able to produce an estimate of how much was received. However, we hear considerable comments from people when there are changes in the amount of food that their household is receiving, either locally from other residents or from other state residents that are coming in. So sometimes those patterns exist at such a level that we hear a good bit about it and we report out on it. And when we find that there's some qualitative topic that's coming out in the conversation during these household surveys, which often last over an hour in every house, we'll include additional questions in our ethnographic interviews to hear more about it so we can learn more.
And I have another question. Also, what we've noticed too, that there would be, people who have moved out of the village that'll go ahead and come back and go ahead and hunt and harvest, or, a family member hunting and harvesting. And then that meat would leave the village and, would go to Anchorage or go to, a different, places like, down in the lower 48 and stuff. And do you have an idea of how much of that may happen, or?
Through the chair, Member Cusack, what you're referring to is something we call social network analysis. And that is a methodology that we've been using for decades. We are currently trying to beef it up, for lack of a better term, because it's really cutting edge. What it essentially entails is documenting the quantity of food that flows between households and communities as well as outside of Alaska. We quantify it. We try to understand the patterns of sharing and receiving based on demographics. For example, are you a single mother between the ages of 25 and 36, or are you possibly an elder or a hunter in their prime? We can really understand the patterns of that food distribution through that social network analysis. And in those studies, we are able to quantify the amount that leaves a community. It's not something that we are able to administer on every single one of our surveys, but we are trying to, especially in the northern region, include it on topics of specific concern, such as caribou, and in the interior, salmon.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for that presentation. I had a quick question for you. On all these, the pie graphs here, you talked about like edible weight in pounds. Have you guys ever scratched your head about or explored looking at this like calorically, like calories per pound? I know a pound of seal probably has far more calories than a pound of, caribou.
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, just on a side, I love this robust methods. In-house, we have not tried to quantify the caloric value. However, there have been a number of academic partners, both within Alaska and outside across the lower 48, that use our data for a variety of purposes, including elements of nutrition that could get at some of that.
Thank you.
No additional questions. Thank you for that report. And
Right on time for lunch.
it is 12 o'clock and we typically take our lunch break at this time just to keep things in order, and we come back at 1:30. So an hour and a half. Thank you. It's 1:33 PM. And we're gonna go on with our agency reports. And our next one, I believe, is the Western Arctic Caribou Herd Harvest Assessment Program, correct? So go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Again, my name is Helen Cold for the record. I am a subsistence resource specialist with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game Subsistence, and I work in the Arctic. And today I'm here with our regional program manager for the Northern Region, Alita Trainer. And also joining us shortly will be Alex Hansen, who's the Western Arctic Herd caribou biologist based out of Kotzebue. Today, I'd like to provide you with information about some of our current research that focuses on understanding the harvest and use patterns of large land mammals by communities in units 22 and 23 with a focus on caribou. I'll start with an overview of the project, then present some results on community caribou harvest and use patterns that are relevant to proposals you will be considering at this meeting. I'll conclude by providing some information about interagency efforts to plan for future harvest surveys. This project is a research partnership among 8 different communities within the range of the Western Arctic Herd, ADF&G Subsistence, and ADF&G Division of Wildlife Conservation. Specifically, we're working with the communities of Golovin, Shishmaref, and White Mountain in Unit 22, and Deering, Selawik, Noatak, Shungnak, and Kobuk in Unit 23. The goal of this research is to document and contextualize large land mammal harvest and use patterns. Our research methods include conducting voluntary household harvest surveys, interviewing hunters and others knowledgeable in each community to document local and traditional knowledge of large land mammals, and learning more about caribou harvests and uses directly through participant observation, where researchers have an opportunity to learn through involvement with harvesting or processing activities. This project began in 2019 and is scheduled to end by June of 2024, this year. Fieldwork involved 4 years of surveying, where we split the group of 8 communities into 2 groups of 4 and conducted surveys in each group in alternate years. COVID threw a wrench in our schedule and we had to postpone surveys scheduled to take place in spring of 2020. In spring of 2021, those communities that were scheduled to be surveyed elected to conduct surveys remotely due to ongoing COVID concerns. But in 2022, the team resumed with standard in-person household surveys. The last year of surveying took place last spring, 2023, and we are now working to finish data analysis, conduct data review meetings, and begin drafting the final report for the project. As mentioned, a primary objective of this project is to document accurate harvests of caribou over time. Sustainable management relies on accurate harvest reporting, among other factors, and that has been a challenge to achieve across the entire range of the Western Arctic herd. Harvest estimates for Western Arctic herd animals are based on RC 800 and 907 permit reporting and household harvest surveys. Household harvest surveys can provide more accurate information than voluntary harvest reporting due to high participation rates. However, household harvest surveys are more expensive and labor-intensive of a method, and thus far it has not been possible for the subsistence section to comprehensively survey households in all communities within the range of the Western Arctic herd on an annual basis. This slide and the next show caribou harvest estimates by community over time based on subsistence household harvest survey data, both from this project and some of our previous research. Although most communities show a general decline in harvest numbers over time, in many locations, harvests have been highly variable. Access to the herd is one of the largest factors contributing to the hunting success of each community. And in general, GMU 23 communities have had greater access to the herd during its fall migration than most GMU 22 communities in recent years. For example, in Golovin, harvest numbers have spanned between 13 and 94 animals. And although overall the community is showing a downward trend in caribou harvests, annual harvests have been highly variable. In contrast, in Shishmaref, harvests have spanned from 827 animals harvested in 2006 to 197 animals harvested in 1989. And the trend line indicates a gradual increase in harvest over time, although the high harvest in 2006 may have an outsized influence. This next slide shows caribou harvest over time data from household surveys in GMU 23 communities. Harvest in Shungnak and Noatak have all decreased over time. The decrease in harvests in Selawik and Noatak have been dramatic. Selawik saw a high of 1,289 animals harvested in 1999 and a low of 252 animals in 2018. Noatak hunters harvested a high of 683 animals in 1999 and a low of 66 animals in 2010. In contrast, caribou harvests in Kobuk have shown a striking increase, ranging from between 118 animals in 2012 to 323 in 2020. As mentioned in the previous slide, annual caribou harvests for communities within the range of the Western Arctic herd are largely influenced by access to caribou. Years of high harvest generally coincide with migratory patterns that led caribou closer to those communities, while years of low harvest often coincide with times when caribou did not come as near those communities. Area residents have observed and interacted with caribou for generations. As a result, they maintain deep knowledge of caribou behavior and an accounting of change over time. Throughout this project, ADF&G subsistence researchers documented traditional ecological knowledge, or TEK, during household surveys, participant observation events, and key respondent interviews with knowledgeable subsistence users in each community. TEK provided context for the quantitative data collected in surveys and also described broad themes relevant to subsistence use of caribou and biological management of the resource, including observed changes to the herd over time, the health and abundance of the resource, migratory patterns, and changes to harvest location, timing, and effort. Many themes and observations were shared across communities. Some of these themes include hunters noting that patterns of subsistence harvest have changed in the past 30 years because caribou migration doesn't always come as near some communities, and fewer caribou are harvested by local hunters each year, especially in Unit 22 communities. Residents have observed warming temperatures and changing precipitation patterns. For example, some residents observed that winter rain creates a layer of ice over lichens that caribou have a hard time digging through. In some communities, hunters expressed concerns about competition with non-local or non-resident hunters and the impact of certain hunting methods on caribou, such as targeting the first animals to move into an area or the use of aircraft and their possible impact on caribou migratory behavior. Some residents noticed an increase in predators, primarily wolves and brown bears, which may affect where caribou move, safety at fish nets, and safety around camps. Additionally, many people in all project communities emphasize that sharing of caribou meat is very important for households that are unable to hunt or who are unsuccessful hunting. As we noted in our overview, the customary and traditional patterns of caribou hunting and use includes characteristics that we see in all subsistence-based communities across Alaska. I'd like to focus on a few of these characteristics that are particularly relevant for the proposals you will consider during this meeting: harvest specialization, the super household concept, and sharing networks. Subsistence harvests are not normally distributed. That is, all households in a community do not participate in harvesting equally. Instead, certain households, for a variety of reasons, participate more and others participate less, or do not participate in harvesting at all. Those households that participate more are households that specialize in the harvest of a resource. This is most obvious in whaling communities, but is present to various degrees in all subsistence-based communities. Heavy harvesting households often specialize in harvesting a variety of resources. Households that harvest very large quantities of wild resources are referred to as super households. These households are central in the sharing networks within. This is what we call the 30-70 rule, where on average, 30% of the households in a given community produce 70% of the wild foods used by households in that community. As an example, this slide shows the harvest specialization for all subsistence resources harvested by Kayana residents during 2021, where 21% of households produced 69% of the total harvest. These linked concepts are bound by sharing practices that structure the distribution of wild foods within and between communities. Provides information about caribou harvest patterns for communities within Game Management Units 22 and 23. These data represent household reports from both the Western Arctic Herd Harvest Assessment Program from 1998 through 2021 and comprehensive surveys we conducted in individual communities since 1998. During that time frame, 6,494 household reports were collected. Because we visited some villages on multiple occasions, an individual household may be represented multiple times in that data set. The gray bars represent the percent of households that harvested different quantities of caribou, binned as 1 to 4 caribou, 5 to 9 caribou, and so on. The blue bars represent the percent of the total harvested caribou. So for example, 57% of sampled households did not harvest caribou. 21% of sampled households reported harvesting up to 4 caribou in a given year, and that harvest represented 17% of the total caribou harvest over the time series. In contrast, only 3% of surveyed households harvested 20 or more caribou per year, but those animals made up 31% of the cumulative harvest. Recall what I mentioned earlier regarding the super household concept. This indicates that although households that harvest large numbers of caribou make up a relatively small proportion of all households that use caribou, their harvests constitute a significant portion of total community harvests. Harvest data is usually collected on the household basis as the unit of analysis, and harvests are not usually attributed to a specific hunter. However, the harvest permit is individual. It is possible that the households who reported harvesting large numbers of caribou have more than one hunter, but it is also possible that these large harvests were taken by just 1 or 2 hunters per household. It's likely that both of these circumstances are true depending upon the household. This slide looks at the same data, but focuses just on hunting households, those households that reported harvesting or attempting to harvest caribou. Again, the gray bars represent the percent of households that harvested different quantities of caribou, binned as 1 to 4, 5 to 9, and so on. The blue bars represent the percent of the total harvested caribou. In this graph, the households that harvested up to 4 caribou were the majority at approximately 41% of all hunting households. But their harvest only accounted for about 17% of the total harvest. As with the previous slide, the super households occupy those columns on the right-hand side of this graph. What this also tells us is that a reduction in bag limit, such as those proposed for this meeting, will likely impact these critical sharing patterns because many heavy harvesting households will be more limited in their ability to harvest and thus share with non-harvesting households. For conservation purposes, these reductions are necessary, but they will also have a significant effect on the customary and traditional use patterns of Unit 22 and 23 communities. However, it's important to keep in mind that the proposed resident permits are by individual hunter and not household. Many households contain more than one hunter, and so theoretically, those households would not be limited to just 4 caribou. Our surveys do not attribute specific caribou to individual hunters, only to individual households. So we dug into these data to see if we could at least show the average number of hunters per household and the averaged harvests of households that had 1, 2, 3, and so on hunters. The top figure shows the percent of households with 1, 2, and up to 6 or more hunters. 62% of households reported just 1 hunter, and they harvested an estimated 50% of the total harvest. About 9% of households reported having 3 hunters, and those households reported 15% of the harvest. The box and whisker plot in the lower right shows the mean household harvest for households that reported just 1 hunter, 2 hunters, etc. For example, households with 1 hunter harvested a mean of 6.6 caribou, and households with 3 hunters harvested a mean of 11.2 caribou. Mean household harvests do not increase evenly with the number of potential hunters. Mean harvest per household decreases after 3 hunters per household until there are 6 or more hunters. Perhaps more importantly, we see high harvesting households, defined here as 17 or more caribou harvested, in all categories of households. The super harvesters that create the super household pattern that we see in mixed subsistence-based economies appear in relatively similar numbers in the 1, 2, and 3 hunter households, which are represented by the black dots above the boxes, as is the occurrence of low harvesting households. The increasing mean is more likely a product of these lower harvesting households than the high harvesting ones. A key interpretation here is that limiting each hunter to 4 or fewer caribou will limit those households with only 1 hunter, again about 60%. Households with 2 or more hunters will be less limited on average. However, the majority of super harvesting households are lumped into the 1 to 3 hunter per household categories, and many of them would be very limited in their harvesting and thus sharing of caribou resources in their communities. This interpretation is consistent with what we saw in the household level data in slides 7 and 8. Finally, our household surveys document the harvest by sex. Reported harvest in the units 22 and 23 communities we worked with suggest that an estimated 28% of their harvest was cows. This might be a bit higher depending on the composition of the unknown category that you see. These analyses are meant to provide a way for board members to understand the scale of reductions to subsistence that are outlined in the proposals in terms of a total bag limit of 4 caribou per hunter, where only 1 can be a cow. However, we want to reiterate the importance of conservation for the Western Arctic herd and the need for these reductions, as will be outlined in the next presentation. The board will be deliberating on 8 different proposals concerning the Western Arctic herd. Proposals 2, 4, 5, 36, and 37 all propose significant restrictions to the subsistence harvesting of caribou by Alaskan residents. The department has provided information on harvest levels and the distribution of harvest across the region to assist the board in understanding the scale of this reduction. Understanding that scale will also help the board in its discussions of proposals 3 and 5, which address non-resident harvests and whether, given the ANS and existing harvestable surplus, the Western Arctic herd can provide non-subsistence consumptive uses. Proposals 3 and 38 seek to close non-resident caribou hunting across all or a portion of the range of the Western Arctic herd, and Proposal 18 seeks to expand the current hunt area for caribou in Unit 22A. Harvest data is critical for good management, but this has been hard to achieve across the range of the Western Arctic herd. To conclude, I'd like to give you an update on what the department is working on to plan for future Western Arctic herd harvest and use research. At the 2022 meeting, the Western Arctic Herd Working Group identified the need for accurate harvest data to inform management decisions for the herd. As we know, there is a permitting system in place that is designed to capture caribou harvest data, but reporting using that system has so far been low. The group asked that agencies and organizations work together to develop a way to obtain this information across the range of the herd. So we hosted a roundtable discussion last October and invited entities from across the Seward Peninsula, Northwest Arctic, and North Slope to attend. Much of this roundtable involved identifying individual capacities among agencies. Idea is to collectively obtain harvest information by working regionally in a standardized way. This roundtable discussion was a great way to have representatives from many different organizations in one place together to brainstorm ideas for collaborating to collect comprehensive Western Arctic herd harvest information. The next step, and one that is actively happening, is to solidify individual partnerships so research plans can be created, funds can be allocated, and the work can take place. I would like to thank the communities that collaborated with us on this multi-year research effort, and also the Western Arctic Herd Working Group and Division of Wildlife Conservation. Mr. Chair and members of the board, that concludes my presentation, and I'd like to welcome any questions.
Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Helen. That was really great. But I do have 2 questions. One, do you guys have an average total estimate of harvested caribou in 2023 and 22 units?
Through the chair, Member Barrett. So for the study years that we have, we do, but if you're looking for a comprehensive multi-year effort, that is something that we would have to generate.
And just one more follow-up. Could you explain the rationale of using percents in your charts instead of hard numbers? I mean, so it's harder for me to follow percentages than it is to follow numbers.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I think, are you talking about the charts that show the harvest by household?
Yeah, harvest
Basically,
by-
those
yeah,
tables?
those 4 charts there.
Okay, so basically, one of the ways in which we present a lot of our information is trying to understand the percents of the total when you're looking at different wild food composition of harvests. And so I think in order to kind of be in line with the way that we present a lot of that other information, that's part of why we generally do percentages, or we did percentages in this case.
All right, thank you.
There's no question, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Helen, thanks a lot for the past several briefings. A lot of information that you guys are going through from village to village, and crunching all those numbers and putting them into data that's displayable for everybody here. It's really important. So first of all, thank you for that. One question I had is back on slide 7. I'm sure I just missed it, but that slide was really helpful, I thought. In driving home your point, what was the time frame for that? I think I just probably missed it. Was there an overall time frame from year to year for where all that information came from?
Yep, through the chair, Member Cooney. So this data set, we tried to incorporate everything that we have captured with this. We've had surveys for large land mammals in Western Arctic herd focus for decades. So we worked with 1998 is the first that we got some of that information. It goes through 2021. So we have some information from the research project that we're currently involved with that we're still working to conduct data review meetings with those communities. So until that happens, we didn't include the most recent data.
That answers it. Thanks a lot.
Additional questions? I have one. Your answer to Member Barrett was that you didn't have comprehensive data on harvest levels. But what, in your data, you have a number of years you've done surveys. What's the high harvest and the low harvest from the years that you've done surveys?
Mr. Chair, thank you for your question. In order, if I were looking at the entire data set with all of the years that we have with all of the communities, I would have to get back to you on the highest harvest. Based on some of the information that we have, I could say that in some, and it varies a lot by community, but I believe in the most recent work we've done, there was some information from Selawik where we were comparing some historical harvests, and that was, I think, about 1,200 animals, a little more. Here, yeah, this is the highest number that I have displayed in this presentation, but there very may well be other numbers that we could find for you if you're looking for a total.
What we're looking at total numbers of harvest for the herd, for the Western caribou herd and Selawik and Chesapeake Lake. So, because that's where our ANS numbers are for that whole area and that whole herd, and knowing what the maximum and minimum harvests have been over the years would be quite useful for us.
To respond again through the chair. Yeah, we can find some of that information. One of the limitations, again, of the way that we have conducted this information is that we haven't been able to work with all communities every year to get as detailed of information as we can. But again, we're working on efforts to try to do that in the future.
Thank you. And Amy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say we can get back to you on that. One of the things that we'd have to do is develop an estimate to get a region-wide total. And Caroline Brown will be here tomorrow, and I can talk to her about that as well as our information management folks. So happy to do that for you.
I would like to see that information prior to our deliberations on the proposals for the Western caribou herd. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, for the record, this is Alita Trainer with Subsistence. I just wanted to add, we will be working to get that estimate for you prior to deliberations. Our IM specialist is actually listening and taking notes now to try and develop something for you. I would just want to contextualize that ahead of time by saying the data that the subsistence section has, it does not represent every community across the range of the herd every year. As Helen noted, we have been doing this work for a number of decades. However, no single study year covers all communities. And so any estimate that we do produce will likely be low because of that.
Thank you. And I think I understand that, but in order, we make decisions that are based on the full harvest of the whole herd. So we kind of need that out. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just thought of one more other thing on your household surveys. And I know you probably haven't been doing it, but I was wondering if it's a consideration that you asked during your household surveys what people thought about the 907 permit and if it was important to them or not.
Through the chair, Member Barrett, actually, I can speak to that a little bit. One of the goals with this research was not just to document the harvest and uses of the animals, but also to provide outreach about those permits, to try and see whether folks could identify specifics as to some of the barriers that might be in place that are causing lower compliance with that. And what some ideas may be to try to increase participation in some of the rural communities. So oftentimes when we are going out and doing some of these in-person community review meetings, I always try to invite DWC and they've often attended with us. And so we kind of collectively are communicating that to communities.
Thank you. That's real good news.
Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Quick question about your surveys. The question I have is based from where I'm from, Bethel, which is the Mulchatna herd. And a lot of times when I go out and I talk to my relatives when it was open, I always asked, you know, I got a caribou, did you? And they said, no, I got a reindeer. Now, I don't know why I always got caribou and they always got reindeer, but the point I'm trying to get to is I'm wondering if that has some influence on the caribou numbers of some, because I asked them several different people why they thought they got reindeer, and they said because of the color of the color was different than the rest, and they said that's why I picked that one. But do you think that happens up north here?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman. So there are a couple of communities that have mentioned that occasionally they do see what they think are probably hybrids and what are potentially reindeer. When we're asking on the survey, we're specifically asking about caribou, and we're asking folks to submit how many caribou they have harvested. So we're considering any of those animals that they're harvesting in rural environments that they're calling caribou.
Yeah, thank you for that, because I tried to explain to some of them that there's no more reindeer in these herds. Probably it's the odds are, well, they're not, but I didn't want to break their heart.
Okay, any other questions? If not, thank you for the report. Very interesting. And next, I believe we have one from Alex Hansen, the Western Arctic Caribou Herd Update and Overview.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And for the record, my name is Alex Hansen, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, based here in Kotzebue. I work directly with the Western Arctic herd. I've been in Kotzebue for about 7 years now. And I'm going to jump to my presentation. It might just take a second, so bear with me, please. And you will find that in record copy 4, tab 1.6. Nope, not 1.6. .4, correction. Not that one either. Too many things with the same name here, my apologies. 1.5, let's try that one. Looks right. Okay. Jumping into the presentation here, we'll talk briefly about the Alaska herds of caribou. Currently, we recognize approximately 31 herds within the state of Alaska. As you can see on the map there, that item 29 would be the range of the Western Arctic herd. It occupies roughly 20% of the state of Alaska, the external range of that population. There is some range overlap with the Teshik buck there in 26. And then also the Central Arctic in 3. If you can see back to my left behind me on the wall, there's a herd overlap range. If you have some time, you can look at that and get a little better understanding of those herd overlaps. So jumping into abundance, our most recent estimate, which we concluded this summer, was 152,296 was our Revet estimate. So we round that down to 152,000. So we see that we've been kind of going through a period of continual decline, and I'll get into that a little bit more momentarily. But in 2022, our last census prior to this recent year was 164,000. So we've seen a decline of 12,000 from last year to this year. And I'm going to jump on to the next slide. And we can look, the peak of our population here was about 2003. So this population has been declining for approximately 20 years. And I arrived on the scene here 2017. Jim Dow retired. I took his spot here and tried to figure things out. But I was thinking about this the other day, and in the short time that I've been here, this population has declined by 100,000 caribou. So to me, that's pretty significant. And you know, that decline has not completely yet. We did see kind of a bit of an uptick. If you can see around 2017, 2018, we started to see some good trends, and things turned around for a moment and paused, and then we went over the hill again and continued into decline. And you can see that line there, that red dotted line. Intensive management, or the IM objective, is 200,000. So this is at least our third year below that IM objective for reference. We'll walk through some of our surveys. First, we'll talk about parturition or calving surveys. So our long-term average is about 70%. You can see the red dashed line there. And most recently, you know, our most recent population, our parturition estimate was 77%. And this is basically an estimate of the number of calves that are on the calving ground that are marked individuals or collared cows who have a calf at heel or are determined to be parturient or have calved. So whether they have a calf at heel or they have indications that they have calved or will soon calve based on antler configuration is how we make that determination. So no major concerns on calving currently. Recruitment is basically an estimate of the number of calves that are making it into adulthood. This is a survey that we conduct April, sometimes going into May, but this is looking at the calves that are coming up on their first birthday, if you will. And so this is a representation of the number of calves per 100 adults. So we maintain a long-term average of 17 calves per 100 adults. We see periods of, you know, dip below that average. We see periods when that's higher. As I mentioned previously, we did see kind of an uptick for a moment in this population, and the, you know, those numbers in the short yearling represent that as well, or reflect that, I should say. We're looking there at about 2016, 2017, when we were in the low 20s. Another survey that we conduct when we can, this one is very challenging to complete here. We have to have ideal weather conditions. The caribou have to cooperate. It is very logistically challenging to get a good fall composition survey within this herd. So we were able to complete that this fall, 2023, and our bull to cow ratio was 50 bulls to 100 cows. The previous one, 2021, was 47 bulls to 100 cows. And I should mention here that our Western Arctic Herd Working Group Management Plan recommends 30 bulls to 100 cows at a minimum. So the biggest concern that we're seeing with this population is the adult female survival or the cow survival. So most recently, our last estimate was 69%, and I'll just kind of go into this a little bit, but this is an estimate based on marked individuals, so the collared component of the population. Admittedly, it's relatively small. We try to maintain a sample of 100 collars within the Western Arctic herd. So this is an estimate of what took place, as far as survival on these collared or marked individuals. So we occasionally see, this goes up and down, but it's trending down and has done for at least the last 6-7 years. So we saw a temporary spike in 2021, which was interesting, and then it dipped down again. So I've broken our mortality into 3 different sections here. And so this is, again, based on our collar mortality. We go out into the field, we pick up the collar, make our best educated guess as to the cause of this mortality event. And so what we have seen is across the top there in blue, that's predation. That takes in all forms of predation that we can determine to be predation. Unknown is kind of the gray in the middle. We certainly are going to find unknown mortality events because we can't understand everything that happened because we're arriving on the scene, post-mortem after this animal has died and might have been dead on the landscape for months, and we have to make our best determination. So at some point, we have to say we don't know if we don't know. And then the hunter harvest, those are collars that are either turned into us or that we are able to determine, by some evidence that it was harvested by a hunter. And that makes up the remaining on the bottom there. So to break that down a little bit clearer, predation between 2006 and 2022 has, been accounted for about 51% of the total mortalities on these collared individuals. Other category, 32%, and hunter harvest, about 17%. So I mentioned the Western Arctic Herd Working Group Management Plan. This is, one of the guiding documents we use for this population. This is table 2 within that plan. And this is kind of guides our direction on management. It doesn't have any teeth specifically, but it, kind of gives us some ideas of where those harvest levels might be and kind of the inputs that go into that. So our recommended harvest rate at the current level that you can see circled there in yellow, which we call preservative declining, is about 4.6% at 130,000 or 5% at 200,000. So kind of roughly splitting that in the middle, the recommended harvest rate is about 4.8% of this population, which would be a combination of bulls, cows, and calves. So taking that down, we get a harvestable surplus of about 7,300 individuals. So when we talk about this and, our subsistence, Helen here talked about that momentarily or a little bit ago, but she talked about the distribution of harvest between bulls and cows. I'll go into that a little bit deeper. But in GMU 23 or unit 23, typically, kind of long-term average has been about, the harvest has been about 70% bulls and 30% cows. We do see changes in that, and I'll get into that shortly. And talking a little bit more about this harvestable surplus, we can see kind of getting at your questions previously that are kind of our understanding of long-term average harvest within this population is around 12,000. Now this is sort of a guess. This is we used to model this estimate and it was based primarily on availability, as Helen spoke to. It was based on their subsistence household harvest surveys. And we took all of this information and put it into a model to understand what that annual harvest was. However, we found that, we were seeing some changes in migration patterns. We were seeing changes in availability. The population was going down. We were potentially dipping, below harvestable surplus, harvesting above surplus potentially. And we didn't have enough information to inform us on annual rate changes of harvest. So we abandoned that model, found that it was a little too cumbersome, but we still kind of use the idea that long-term harvest is somewhere around 12,000. And it's not comfortable to work with, but that's what we have. Certainly in the past, we've seen harvest rates from this model, in excess of 16,000. It goes up and down, but really based on availability as Helen spoke to. So as you can see, kind of my point here is, currently we're below that long-term harvest estimate. So if we think about harvest rates that may or may not be 70-30, they might be 60-40, and we think about the potential implications of that additional cow harvest. And, that's what we're going to talk about later in this meeting is how to tackle that problem. But some of the implications of, high cow harvest, of course, are, prolonged effects of, the inability to replace those animals that we need to be on the landscape to grow this population. So what we did here in this graph is we just kind of did a 1-year projection using all the information that we have going back on the, last 5 years. We just kind of pulled it all together, looking at harvest rates, looking at survival, looking at recruitment, looking at calving, and all of those parameters. We put them in there and basically churned out a number for next year. So if we were to take away cow harvest entirely, and we were still to harvest at that historical rate of 12,000 animals, we would project a population next year of around 146,000. Now, this isn't, something I'm going to take beyond 1 year, but it helps us understand and informs us of what we might see with momentary changes, at least in the short term. So under current estimates, if we're looking at harvest rates, that would include 60% bulls and 40% cows, that next bar over there might put us closer to 140,000. And I'll just make a plug here, why we feel that it's so important that the cow harvest be addressed. We often see cows within this herd, they probably don't live to be out to 14, but we do see that occasionally in collared individuals, but we would put that number around 12. But this would be a representation of the reproductive potential, taking out all those other things. This is a very, very, simple illustration, but this is the potential of one cow to have additional calves and her daughters and granddaughters, and on it goes, say in 12 years could produce 53 caribou. So we find that at least useful to educate the public on how important it is to preserve our cows. So just for a little bit more understanding of our, our projected population here, as I mentioned, our current estimates, if we were to harvest at a 60-40 rate, 12,000 individuals per year, we might see 140,000 caribou next year. So if we were to remove non-residents entirely, we might see that come up by approximately 150 individual caribou. Now, just for perspective, if we were only allowing harvest of non-residents at their current rate, our population would probably still decline a little bit. So kind of what I want to point out here is that our natural mortality is still happening even if we remove harvest entirely. And to jump into the non-resident harvest just a little bit, I need to point out here that the non-resident harvest is approximately 3% of the total harvest within this population. So from a biological perspective, it's very small, but has other social implications. So kind of wrapping things up here, I just want to point out, reiterate, if you will, that the net reduction of harvest that's where we're at. We need to talk about that seriously. And cow harvest is of the highest importance at this point in time. We have little to no surplus. So when we look at our cow harvest or cow surplus and our bull surplus, when we get down into kind of this lower realm where we're at, getting a little concerned below IM, we generally split that out into a 1% cows and 15% bulls. So basically what that tells us is that we should not be harvesting more than approximately 750 cows from this population for that 1% of available cows. And that's kind of a range from 0 to 1%. So that's what the biological importance of cows are at this point. And of course, one of the things that we'll continue to do is work on continuing our surveys to keep a good understanding of what's going on the landscape. We certainly will continue our fall composition surveys as time, resources, and weather allow, so that we can maintain that healthy bull to cow ratio and keep on top of that. And then, as has been mentioned here, and Helen talked about this, one of the challenges that we deal with is getting a comprehensive understanding of harvest. You guys have both all touched on that. I think it's super important, and it's one of the hardest things that we're working on to understand. And we have the RC 907, we have the RC 800, and we're pushing those permits and trying to get out that message out to the communities. So we're also looking at other opportunities and other tools, some Helen has mentioned, so that we can have a better comprehensive understanding of this population. And then finally, we'll continue to understand everything else we can about this herd through our continued studies and efforts, looking at predation, disease, and anything else that might influence this population. So in summary, as I've said, adult cow survival is below average. This is concerning, and it's been continuing on for a number of years, and we don't see any indications that it's turning around anytime soon. As for our harvestable surplus, we're below the long-term average harvest. I will kind of interject there that, as has been mentioned, this population, the harvest really varies and changes based on access to the caribou. And the caribou sometimes put themselves, in places or situations where the harvest goes up and we don't have any control over that. In the last 5 years, roughly, they mostly kept themselves out of harm's way, if you will. They've kind of kept themselves on the North Slope, Central Brooks Range, away from communities. So the harvest has been relatively low. We feel we don't have that really a good handle on that. But this most recent fall, they kind of came through late. They came through Kotzebue, Noatak, all these communities continuing down to the Nulato Hills. So they exposed themselves to a lot of harvest. And, the harvest potential based on regulation is great for this population. And, the trouble that we saw this year is they came through at a time period when they were post-rut, the bulls were ruddy, or stink locally called. And so a lot of that harvest we think was shifted over to the cows. We just weren't able to capture that yet, but we've worked with other agencies, in the communities and lots of folks to try to get that word out that we have, an obligation to preserve this population, and through education trying to, shift some of that harvest away from cows and toward those younger bulls, which are still palatable and usable. And I think with that, I would be willing to entertain any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good presentation, Alex. I thank you. Maybe, and you might not know, but I noticed on your first beginning charts that 2016, 17, and 18 that we had good increases on neonates, short yearlings, and bull cow ratios. Yet in 2017, we had that sharp decline in adult cows. Is there any way we can explain that except caribou do what caribou do?
I can always rely on that. Caribou are weird. They do what they want. They're always surprising you. No, I guess I don't really have an answer for that. We did see, an uptick for a short period of time. And part of the reason we saw that uptick, and I didn't explain this in our graph, is we made a transition from from camera systems, right? So we went to the state of the art digital camera from an old, film camera. So we probably increased our detection rate between 16 and 17, but then we maintained that for a little bit and then it went over the edge, 2019.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you. I'll do one more follow-up here. Does the department have documentation or have they noted migration pattern changes while the herd was increasing all the way up to its 500,000?
Yes, and I don't have anything to display. So really about 1996 is when the PTT collars came on the scene, and that was really started replacing the VHF collars. So we had a really good understanding of spatial distribution at that point in time. And I could, pull together some maps if you'd like to see that in the future. But yeah, we do have that data. And then 2009, we really kind of switched over to GPS collars. So it was even more refined data.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, Ruth.
I wanted to thank you very much. It was a really good presentation. Could you repeat for me what you said about with one cow, it produces how many caribou in its lifetime?
Let me just jump back to that member Cusack. So we kind of averaged that around 12, was kind of the useful lifetime of a caribou here in this Arctic region. Certainly, they can live longer and they can senesce out if they live longer or they die sooner, right? But potentially, 53 caribou could be produced from one individual. So that would be their calves and their calves' calves and so on and so forth. Obviously, we're not taking into account that, a good portion of these die and don't make it to reproductive state, but it's just a demonstration of the importance biologically.
Thank you. It really puts a little bit more perspective on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alex, great job. Love the graphs. Paints a good picture of what's going on out here for us trying to make some decisions. If you can go back to slide number 12, I was just looking at the data there and when the start of the decline after it plateaued there and then it continues on down. By any chance, and you may not know this answer right off the top of your head, but were any of those sharp declines the result of either regulatory changes from a state or even federal process? Did anything change during those years where, perhaps there was more liberal bag limits or anything like that?
Yeah, through the chair, member Cooney. No, that's a great question. Yeah, let me see what I can tell you about that. So basically here within the Western Arctic herd, we've had a 5 per day harvest regulation for many, many years, right? So that hasn't really changed much. We've seen, in the past, there were periods of time, at least in the federal regulation, when that was up to 15 per year or per day, 10 per day. But realistically, and Helen's data corroborates this, people are not harvesting 1,825 caribou per year, right? This is really just a mechanism for folks to go out in the country and capitalize on the investment. So to fill their sled or fill their boat. And so we certainly don't see that level of harvest. And so regulatory change, as far as liberalizing things, has not really made any difference in my mind. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Celeste, did you have a question? Any more questions? Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks again for your presentation. I enjoyed it also. I have a couple questions. Talking with the biologists and with several of the folks from Anaktuvik, there's a thought that the migration patterns are actually being later than they have in the past. I know sometimes migrations are, determined by insects and different things like that. Do you have any idea why they're later? What's causing that during the last few years?
Yes, through the chair, member Loring, I guess I'm going to kind of jump back to member Barrett's comment that who knows why do caribou do what they do? But, to some extent we have some understanding and, it might really be tied to changing weather patterns. As we see, warmer falls, what we're seeing is a lot of those caribou stay in the mountains, until the snow potentially pushes them out or they just don't leave, right? Or on the North Slope. Also, as this population decreases, it tends to need to occupy less landscape, and that's kind of something that we've seen demonstrated in the past. So really probably tied to, weather patterns more than anything.
Okay, and a follow-up on that, if I could. I'm trying to get this in my head on how human conflicts are affecting migration. And if we're starting to see later migrations, that study just came out recently about the vehicle conflicts with caribou and how it's affecting their movements. And then there's been a lot of talk about aircraft and awful lot of helicopters up there during the field season by all the different agencies and oil companies and so on and so forth. And that's mostly pretty much during the field season, which ends, in September, August, September, something like that. And so I'm kind of curious if it's tied into any of that, because there's a lot of aircraft traffic, low level helicopter that could definitely be affecting that also. And I'm not sure if it's something you can just never know, but what do you have any thoughts about that?
Oh yeah, through the chair, I do have a few comments on that, and that's challenging to understand for sure. So much, as far as helicopter activity in our area, not so much. I think that's more of a North Slope issue, you know, around the oil fields. But I can speak a little bit more to potentially the fall aircraft activity that we see in Unit 23, 26A. In fact, the Park Service did a study within the Noatak Preserve a few years back, basically demonstrated that, you know, that aircraft activity, they couldn't detect that there was a perturbation or, you know, a change in migration patterns that was influenced from that aircraft activity. When I have the opportunity, which I often do, to see these movements, you know, looking at the satellite collars, and, you know, I can see that I'll just take last year, for example, last fall, when our operators were working up here, hauling clients in to kind of the north, I guess it'd be the southwest portion of 26A and then the northwest portion of 23, hauling their hunting clients in there. There was approximately 10% of this population was in that area that they were kind of hunting. And, you know, the rest of the population was over to the east, you know, on the North Slope through the Noatak Preserve. And, you know, those caribou still did strange caribou things, even though there was no outside influence that we could determine. So as far as, you know, aircraft harassment, I can't see that there's really much going on at the levels that we're seeing, right? And obviously, as someone who sits in an airplane or a helicopter and looks at lots and lots of caribou every year, I can see minor changes in movements and minor disturbances depending on, you know, what's going on within that group of caribou at a given time, but sometimes they don't hardly react, so.
Well, that's good information to have. I appreciate that. I know this Ammo Road thing is a big thing, and there is quite a bit of helicopter traffic out of Bornite and Dog Creek, so it kind of affects that in Western Nordic caribou herd also. On a different subject, if I can go one more. In one of your graphs, you showed that if cow hunting was eliminated, that you would maybe pick up another 25,000 animals approximately in that population, as you know, as your best guess. Several proposals are asking for a reduction in bag limit down to 4 bulls and 1 cow. Is there any reason why we're even thinking about having a cow in that harvest, or is it just a way to, you know, to cover a missed, thought it was a bull, was a cow, or that type of thing? Or what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think you kind of touched on that, but, you know, I was part of the original comment that brought that proposal out at the local Kotzebue Sound AC. And it was a very heartfelt discussion. You know, people don't want to see opportunity being taken away from local users. And certainly as a state, that's what we want. We want to see people harvest, you know, natural foods on the landscape as they've done for thousands of years. But that discussion really centered around that need to cut back. And it started with cow harvest and what we can do. We have a little bit more wiggle room on the bull side. Absolutely. 150,000 caribou, still a lot of animals, right? But the reason, and you touched on this, was, you know, misidentification is a potential issue with cows and bulls during winter hunting, especially. And, you know, that's kind of where they left it. We talked about that again, and, you know, the AC members may speak to that later during public comments. So I'll let them carry that forward if they would like to, but that was really kind of the reason.
And another follow-up question, if I could, the non-resident harvest was someplace 3%. Was there a number attached to that, or 2, 3, 4, 500 animals, or do you know what that is?
Yeah, so a non-resident harvest in 23 and 26A combined, and I'll get into that in the proposals, is around 285 average, right? And so if we look at the non-resident harvest in Unit 22, it's maybe 15, 7, somewhere single digits, maybe double digits in a very good year. And then, you know, those other the 21, 24, those other units outside of Region 5, you know, maybe 1 every 10 years. So almost, you know, not worth talking about, but.
I got one more short question. On the federal subsistence board eliminated the non-local residents from hunting. Have you had enough data yet come in? I think it's only been a year to see what kind of reduction in numbers that's produced. Maybe too quick, but having an idea
Yeah, so that certainly caused a short-term dip, and I think that's kind of what we see when those things take place. I'll speak to 2016. You know, that was that blanket closure that happened late in the season, and that really, dropped things down, right? And so that went down to maybe 120, I'm guessing. I'll have to look, but that went down from our long-term average when we talk about long-term average of non-federally qualified subsistence users, which are non-residents and Alaska residents who don't live within the region. That long-term average is about 350 the harvest. So that went down maybe half or more in 2016. Then they figured it out, right? And it came back up, when that blanket closure went away, and then they went to a targeted closure. So we see these constant changes from the federal system and folks adapting to them. So short-term change, yes. And then we saw another short-term change, with the WSA 2101 for the last 2 falls. So that was depressed quite a bit. I think it was down to harvest about 84-ish in unit 23 in 2022. And then it went up a little bit. Maybe I'll have to look at those numbers, but maybe doubled. So.
Very good information. Thank you very much.
Any additional questions, Jake?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks a whole bunch for presenting. You talk about understanding like the mortality causes of these caribou, and one of them was disease. Whenever you guys are putting a collar on a caribou, do you do a body condition check? Is it just visual? Do you look for like swollen knees, maybe evidence of brucellosis? Do you take blood? How does that go?
Yeah, through the chair, we do all of that. Absolutely. So in the past, the Western Arctic herd, we used to collar on the Kobuk River by boat. And then 2019, we made a shift to helicopter net gun captures in the springtime. So about end of March, first part of April. So we, maintain that sample of about 100 collars. So we may collar between 30 and 50 animals per year. And so we do that health check, as you will, blood samples, fecal samples, hair samples, palpations, trying to fill that body condition out. And so obviously I'll have to make one admission that we're looking for healthy animals to begin with, right? We don't want to put the investment into a collar and a capture on an unhealthy animal. But on a side note, as we're looking at all those animals out there, we're looking for, swollen joints and all those other things that might indicate herd health issues. And to date, we're not seeing anything as far as brucellosis, a very super low prevalence of diseases. So, from a disease standpoint, this herd seems to be very healthy.
Thanks.
Any additional questions? I think you're getting off easy here. So thanks for your report.
Thank you.
And one more report here, which is muskox research. And that will be Bryn Parr.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Again, for the record, my name is Bryn Parr, and I'm going to talk to you about muskox. And thank you in advance for the opportunity to present. So what I'll talk to you about today, I'll do a brief overview of some of the projects we've completed in my time with Region 5, talk a little bit about a project we have ongoing, and then we'll spend some time talking about movements, as it seems like this might be useful information to you when you're deliberating proposals later in the meeting. The first projects that we completed was a muskox drug trial. So there's a combination of 2 drugs that have been used to immobilize muskox throughout Alaska for many years. And around 2017, one of those 2 drugs stopped being produced. So we needed to find a replacement that was suitable, that was safe and effective to immobilize muskox. So in the fall of 2018, under the direct supervision of Dr. Kimberly Beckman, we darted 5 2.5-year-olds, 2-year-and-a-half-olds, and 6 calves of the year to figure out what a safe and effective dose was for those different age classes, as they all weighed different things, different weights. So With each subsequent animal we captured in those age cohorts, we altered the dose just a little bit based on what we saw on the previous animals. And after the 5, 2, and 6 animals for those cohorts respectively, we figured out a dose that worked for each of those age classes. And that information has been used by biologists throughout the state anytime muskox have needed to be captured since then. Another project that we have completed was a nutrition study in Unit 18. We worked directly with hunters on Nunivak and Nelson Islands to collect samples from their harvested muskox so that we could evaluate nutritional indices of healthy growing populations in Alaska. So they provided us with fecal samples. That middle picture is actually a bunch of hair that's being cleaned. They provided us femurs so we could look at bone marrow, livers. They measured fat depths for us and gave us information on whether or not the cows were lactating or if they had a fetus so we could get information on their pregnancy. The various labs took different time to get some of the information back to us. So we just finally finished this up in 2023, and we are in the process of writing everything up and hope to have a final report published through the department by the end of this calendar year. One of our projects that is nearly complete is a neonate survival study on Unit 22 in the Seward Peninsula. The impetus behind this study was that our managers were seeing a ton of calves on the ground every spring, but they weren't seeing many of those younger animals in the composition surveys a year or two later. So it was clear something was happening, but what and when was unknown. An added complication is that nobody anywhere in the world had caught baby muskox before, so we were trying to figure it out as we went along. But from the springs of 2018 to 2022, or 2023, excuse me, we captured a total of 269 baby muskox calves with radio collars and then followed them throughout their lives. And some of them were still radio tracking. This graph shows the survival based on the year. So in 2018, it's the purple line across the top. That was our pilot study year where we were frankly just trying to figure out if you could catch a baby muskox. And then a couple different methods to do that. And we saw 64% survival. We took that method that worked in 2018, went full scale in 2019, and that's the green line across the bottom, and we only had 2% survival. So our methods turned out they weren't great. So we went back to the drawing board. We took all the information we learned in 2018 and revamped our process. So in 2020, that's the blue line, the second from the bottom, we went out, had a small sample size, but really refined our methods and had a survival rate of 38%. And then we went full scale again for the next 3 years. So 2021, 45% of those animals survived to be a year old. In 2022, 42% of them survived to be a year. And the 2023 cohort is not quite a year old yet. That's the blue line that stops halfway across. And we're currently sitting at 61% survival. So for the 5 years where we have a whole year of data, that study average is 38% of the calves that are born survive to be a year of age. Probably unexpectedly, brown bears are the leading cause of death. For all of the mortalities we documented in the first year of life for a muskox, brown bears were accountable for 56% of those. Golden eagles were to blame for 2% of them, and unknown predators accounted for another 11. So 69% of all of our mortalities in the first year were attributed to predation. We did also see birth defects. Muskox inflicted trauma. They kind of beat up on themselves sometimes. We saw some natural cases of abandonment and starvation. Unfortunately, we did have some capture-related mortalities and a couple of unknowns. Because we had such low survival for the neonates in 2019, we shifted gears a little bit in the fall and decided we were going to go catch 6-month-old animals and put radio collars on them so that we could see what survival through the first winter was like. We wanted all of the information we could get from as young of an age as possible. So in the fall of 2018, 20, and 21, the 3 years combined, we went out and captured 84 muskox calves using the dose that we found effective in the drug trial and followed them through their first winter and saw 96% survival from 6 months of age when they were captured to 12 months of age. So
putting that information together with the neonates, we learned that like most ungulate species, the vast majority of mortality occurs in the first month of life. A study that has been ongoing for quite some time is an adult female survival study on the Seward Peninsula. As you may be aware, the adult females within an ungulate population are pretty important. Whatever they do, typically your population is doing as well. So if you have high survival of your adult females year to year, chances are that at worst, your population is stable, which is absolutely not a bad thing, or at best, your population is growing. Conversely, if you have low survival of your adult females, chances are pretty good that your population is declining. And so our managers on the Seward Peninsula wanted to collar adult female muskox to have this one more piece of information they could use year to year to help monitor the population. So starting in 2008, they went out and deployed 30 collars on adult female muskox, and the goal was to keep those 30 collars active year to year. Using those collars, they could monitor survival, and they could also start to get some information on muskox movement and muskox mortality, cause-specific mortality of the adults. And the information would then be used to supplement abundant surveys that are conducted typically every 2 years, but it can be up to every 4 years. In 2018, I came on board. I worked with our managers for a couple of years to see how they were doing things. And in 2021, they decided to hand the reins over of this project. And so because we had dedicated research staff and research funds now, we could take the really solid foundation of what they started with this project and we could vamp it up a little bit. And by that, I simply mean that we started replacing the VHF collars with GPS collars. These GPS collars, much like with the caribou, provide real-time information on those animals. So you're getting real-time locations anywhere from 1 to 4 a day is how our collars are set up. We get instant notifications when something dies, so we can get survival down to the day instead of just a general month. We also can get out there into the field and pick up that animal and try to investigate right away to see why it died so that we can get rid of some of the unknowns in that category. Unrelated to the collars, as we're handling these animals, we're trying to step up our disease surveillance as well. So we're taking samples during the capture. The information is still used to supplement the abundant surveys. And now because these collars are providing real-time information, we can also use them to assist our managers with the composition surveys in years that maybe an abundant survey is not conducted, or in years that maybe they decide they want to go out in the fall for composition. We have those collars available. When we capture a muskox, we use, again, a combination of those drugs that we talked about in the first slide. When the animal goes down, we're constantly monitoring their heart rates, respiration rates, and their temperature. We take off the old collar and put the new GPS collar on. We'll collect those samples for disease surveillance. So that's very much like the caribou. It's going to be blood and a fecal sample, a hair sample, and a nasal swab. We'll provide an antibiotic injection to help ward off any potential infection that might be caused by that dart. We'll weigh the cow and then we'll release her. Over the past 15 years, 112 adult female muskox have been collared. 23 of them have been recaptured at some point more recently to replace the collar with the GPS one. And there are currently 41 adult female muskox on air. As part of that juvenile study we did where we were catching the 6-month-olds in the fall, there were 35 females from that project that have kind of been grandfathered into the adults. They age into the adult category. And we also found that we really liked capturing those 6-month-olds. They were easy to handle. They are very definitively a known aged animal. We know they come from this year's cohort. And so in 2022 and 2023, although the other project had ended, we decided we would keep trying to catch a few more of those 6-month-old females every year. So of individuals that were initially caught as a 6-month-old female, there have been 45 of those total in the last 5 years. 32 are currently on air and 17 have been recaptured with a GPS collar. This graph shows our adult female survival for the last 15 years. The overall survival average is 87% for our adult females. And as Tony mentioned, in 2010 and 2011, we saw a population decline. We also see that in our survival. Those same 2 years, we saw back-to-back low survival rates of our adult female cohort. We saw below 80% survival in 2014 and in 2020, but both years were followed by average or above average survival, and we did not see a subsequent decline at the population-wide level. As for what kills our adult females, unfortunately, a lot of them are unknown. As Alex mentioned, sometimes you just can't get there in time to be able to figure it out. But when we can, we've seen bear predation, we've seen unknown predation, we've seen some harvest. We've had one hit by a car, one fell off a cliff. The picture on the right is our team investigating that mortality. And it was actually the entire herd she was with walked out on a snow cornice that gave way under their collective weights. But there was only one caller in that group. We've had one die of old age and one die of birthing complications. So now to shift gears a little bit to movement, there are a couple different ways that we're going to look at movement. The first is going to be using our abundance surveys. And these are the surveys our management team has been doing for 50 years, basically, since muskox were released on the peninsula. The map on the left has a red dashed line through the middle, and this is the map from 1992. So in 1992, our team was going out doing a minimum count. So they flew anywhere to the left or to the west of that red dashed line that they knew or suspected muskox to be. They counted everything they saw, and that was our estimate for the year. Over time, it became clear muskox were moving to the east, so the study area had to expand as well. So the map on the right shows the most recent study area in 2021. And now that map on the right has a bunch of transects through it. So all of those lines are evenly spaced across the peninsula, and our team flies them through a distance sampling method, which generates a true estimate. This next series of maps are going to show you where muskox have been found during those abundance surveys for the last 30 years. All of the red dots on the map are where a group was found. So as we go through this, you'll notice the dots start to move across to the east. And I'll also point out when it happens, the number of groups are increasing around Nome. Oops, sorry. So this is 1992, 1994, 1996. They're all pretty similar, but the overall counts are going up each of these years. So the estimate is, or the abundance is increasing. In 1998, we see the first groups kind of out to the east of where that red dashed line had been. And the abundance had climbed enough that in the fall of 1998, the state opened the first muskox hunts in 22D and E, which are the two northern units that are outlined. 2000 is a little bit different. We see a few more groups out there to the east. The following year in 2001, I don't have a map for that, but that was when the state opened hunts in 22B and C on the southern part of the peninsula. 2002, more groups out to the east. 2005, again, more groups out to the east. 2007, there are a couple big things. First, this is the first year we see a huge increase in the number of groups around Nome, which is on the southern portion of that map. And as you might hear in public testimony, and as I believe you'll hear during proposals later in the meeting, this was when the first human conflict issues with muskox really started to take place in Nome. We also see groups way out there to the east now that are getting really close to the border of regions 3 and 5. 2010 was the year of our highest abundance estimate to date. It was also the first year that we documented muskox through this survey in Unit 22A, which is circled on the right. The two stars on the left are the places where muskox were reintroduced in 1970 and in 1981. And so just as a reference, it took 40 years for them to move from where they were reintroduced to the peninsula over into 22A. In 2012, the distribution is pretty much the same, but we did document that decline that occurred. As a result, the state closed all non-resident hunting on the peninsula, and the majority of the hunts shifted to a tier 2 hunt. 2015, we see the first groups very definitively across that region 3-5 border. So they're set up in region 3 at this point. 2017, more of the same, with groups even further into Region 3. As a result of their continued presence out to the east, in 2020, the next Board of Game meeting that occurred after this abundance survey for Region 5, the board heard proposals to open hunts in 22A, and then the next meeting for Region 3 to open hunts in Region 3. And in the fall of 2021, the first muskox hunts were held out there to the east. And this is our last abundance survey, which was conducted in 2021 with all of the group locations where we found muskox. So again, the point of this series of maps is just to show you that muskox move. They have gradually headed eastward from where we initially released them and are pretty much using the entire Seward Peninsula and have moved off into the mainland as well. Another way that I want to show you muskox movements is using our GPS collars. So this is a really zoomed in area of the Seward Peninsula utilizing our GPS collars, and all of our collared animals are going to be color coordinated. So on the map currently on the screen, all of the dots are blue. It's because it was only one muskox cow during this 2-month time span using this area. But as we go through, you'll see a number of different animals come in. And the point is just to show you that yes, muskox might always be found in one spot, but it's not always the same muskox. A lot of different animals are utilizing the area. So this is going through a 2-year time span, 2 months at a time. So in November and December, only this blue cow was using the area. And I should also preface that a cow is indicative of a group as well. Cows typically are not by themselves, so one cow equals one group. In January and February, that blue cow pretty much moved out of the area, but a pink cow was coming in. And the legend over on the right is also going to help you keep track of how many different individuals come in. Whenever a new cow comes into this little area, she'll be added to the bottom of that list. In March and April, the blue cow is completely gone. The pink cow used it a little bit. In May and June, the pink cow is still there. Now we see a green and a white cow come into the area. In July and August, the pink cow has now left the area, but the green and white continue to utilize it. September and October, the pink cow is back on the periphery, up in the corner and down at the bottom. Green and white continue to use it, and now we see a purple cow for the first time. In November and December, there's a lot of different animals using it. Purple cows there. The green and white have left, but now we see a yellow cow, a light blue cow, and up in the corner behind the north arrow, there's a black cow. January and February, it clears out except for that purple cow. March and April, the purple cow is still there and a black and yellow cow come back in. May and June, the purple cow leaves, but black and yellow are using it quite a bit. July and August, the purple cow comes back in and is using the area as well as the black and the yellow. And in September and October, the black and yellow cows who had been using it a lot have now moved out. The purple cow is still there and that light blue cow comes back in. So this is 2 years and a total of 8 different cows that have utilized the area. I can tell you from radio tracking that none of these 8 cows were in the same group during that 2-year time span. So this truly is 8 different groups that were using the same area. And this also doesn't account for any groups that didn't have a GPS collar in it. So there could have been additional muskox utilizing the area too. And again, the point is just that there are some spots that are always used by muskox. And when one comes out of the area, another comes in and likes to use the exact same spots. 2 other maps that I want to show you. The first one is one cow, we'll call her cow 1, that over 2 years has shown a lot of site fidelity. She really doesn't like to move, even in the summer months where it's easier for muskox to get around. She really just hangs out in one spot for a long period of time before moving to another. So over a 2-year time span, we see these pretty much 3 clusters where she has hung out. And that's in pretty stark contrast to, we'll call her cow 2, who doesn't like to stand still. If she can move, she is. Even in the winter time when muskox typically don't move much because they're biologically geared to slow down. And also there's a bunch of snow out there. If we get a rain on snow event that creates an ice crust layer that they can walk across, this cow is on the move. So there's just two very different type of movement patterns we've seen. So what's next? We would like to branch out into 22E, the lower part of 23 and 22A, to deploy GPS collars in the future after we get all of the currently VHF collared cows equipped with the GPS collar, so that we have a more even distribution of collars across the landscape. And it would also be good to try to get some collars on those muskox that are in Region 3 and use all this information to figure out if those animals to the east are kind of setting up their own mini population, or if they are still a part of the Seward Peninsula population as a whole. We also have submitted funding for a research project to start in Unit 18. Some muskox have moved off of Nelson Island and seem to have set up shop on the mainland, but very little is known about them. So if funded, this project would allow us to put some GPS collars on muskox down there, so that we could start to understand their movements. Are they like cow 1, who just uses one area for a long period of time? Or are they like cow 2, who doesn't like to stand still? And this information would then be extremely useful to the board and to the department to set up hunting boundaries that are biologically significant to those animals, and also to help our managers improve their survey methodology down there to make sure they're not missing any, and to refine it to the greatest degree possible. So with that, I'll say thank you and ask if you have any questions.
Thank you for your report. Dave.
Thank you, Brandon. It's very interesting. A couple quick questions. How long did the batteries on the GPS collars last compared to the VHF? And
Yes, through the chair. The GPS collars are guaranteed to last for 6 to 7 years. The VHF collars that have been deployed are guaranteed to last for closer to 10, but we've gotten 15 years out of them in the past. The GPS collars, the longest ones, have only been deployed 2 years, so I don't know if we'll get longer than what they estimate.
okay, thanks. And then a follow-up on that. I start to see some of the dots are in the Novato Hills there, like they're getting pretty close to crossing the Yukon. Do you suspect any kind of problems with if they do cross, interacting with wood bison?
That's an excellent question, and one I haven't thought of. They are both large-bodied ungulates, so there's certainly pathogens that they could give to each other. I don't know enough about bison to know what kind of habitat they utilize, so I don't know if there would be any issues there. I don't think I have a good enough answer for you. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Mel.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Brendan. That was excellent presentation. Lots of stuff in there. What does the department consider a normal survival rate for neonates?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, for neonatal muskox, we don't know. This was the first study of its kind anywhere in the world, so there's nothing to compare it to. But if we compare it to other ungulates like caribou or moose, I would say anything from 25 to 40% is pretty normal. So seeing our average of 38% for those 5 years is right in line with that.
And just one more question. Do you guys consider the muskox to be migrators or just animals expanding their range?
Through the chair, I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer that question. I would say that there's no clear migration pattern. They don't, unlike the caribou, for example, who go to a certain calving ground, we don't see that with muskox. We don't know if the animals that are in the Nulato Hills go out and then come back onto the peninsula. So that's something that we hope to get better information on now that we have GPS collars out. But Tony might have a better answer. He's been around it longer, so he might have something different.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Tony, if you want to say something. Go ahead.
Thank you for the record. This is Tony Gorn. So Al, your question was about.
Yeah, do you guys consider the muskox on the Seward Peninsula migrators or just muskox that are expanding their range?
Well, I think in the classic sense of migration, certainly muskox are not doing that, but what they do more, as we're learning, than I think a lot of people would have ever considered, is they routinely change their distribution. And so it's, unlike a lot of the other terrestrial animals we manage, unlike moose, muskox will really, I refer to it kind of as shuffling the deck every spring, and you get dealt a new hand. The distribution of these groups can change pretty dramatically every spring, and then every summer from some of the earlier collaring studies, but frankly, Bryn is just doing a much better job today than we did back in, the 2008 time period. Throughout a summer, you'll see a collared animal migrate or change distribution, well over 100 miles and use most of the Seward Peninsula in some cases. So I wouldn't quite call them migrators, but they like to move around quite a bit.
So those would be individual animals making movements like that and not necessarily the herd?
That's a very good question, and that's tough to parse out. And I particularly with radio collars, when we had VHF collars, that was kind of classic Seward Peninsula cub flying. When you had the weather, you flew them as much as you could, but then you might go 3 weeks without being able to turn a prop. So you didn't always know what you were really looking at. There was just too much of a time period. And that's where I think Bryn's ability to adapt and transition to some of these GPS collars is going to help us answer questions like that.
Great. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah.
Additional questions from the board? Being none, I think, thank you very much. It's a very fascinating work. In fact, I'd like to go out and catch some baby muskox sometime, but be kind of fun. At this time, in a couple of minutes, we're going to take a break, but I have a few things to say before we do, because after our break, we're going to come to public testimony. And so, we called for public testimony on our proposals, and we appreciate the interest and concerns of those who will testify during the public hearing, as well as those who took the time beforehand to submit written materials. There's a handout on the table in the back titled Guidelines for Public Testimony that provides useful information on testifying. As I mentioned earlier today, anyone wishing to testify must sign up by filling out one of the blue cards located on the table at the back of the room and hand it to the board staff at the end of the board table to my right, over here. Be sure the board card is legible and completely filled out so that both your name and your area of interest, your topic, and the proposals you are concerned about can be identified by board members. When completing the blue card to sign up to testify, please refer to the proposal you are addressing by its proposal number and indicate if you are testifying for yourself or for an organization or for both. Advisory committee and regional advisory council representatives should indicate that they will testify at the beginning or end of public testimony or later in the meeting, and if they will testify for themselves as well as the AC. Advisory committee representatives should restrict their testimony to what was discussed at advisory committee meetings. Testimony should include a brief summary of the minutes of the meeting, and copies of the minutes should be available for the board members. An advisory committee representative's personal opinions should not be addressed during the advisory committee testimony. The cutoff time for signing up for public testimony will be Saturday, January 27th at 1:30 p.m. Board staff have completed a list of people signing up to present oral testimony. The list will be posted around the meeting room and in the hallway. Please do not ask board staff or board members to take you out of order. Everyone wanting to testify has unique travel needs, and it would be difficult to assign a priority for one person over another. Occasionally, however, someone has an extenuating travel needs, and we will try to accommodate that, but it's not always possible, but we will try. At this point, we're going to go to our break, and when we come back, I think we have a list of people all ready to start, and so we'll be ready to go in a few minutes. I think that Jacob Mannix is our first person who's testifying. So We'll have additional instructions when we come back, but right now we're going to take a break. Thank you. I call a meeting of the board back together at approximately 3:40 PM. Couple of things before we start public testimony here. When your name is called, please come forward to the microphone at the table and state your name for the record and whether you're representing yourself or a group. If you have previously submitted a written materials to the board, you should first identify those materials by the record copy number, public comment number, or advisory committee number. That will give the board member an opportunity to get the paperwork before them, before your time starts. Individuals and organizations will have 5 minutes to testify. Advisory committees and regional advisory council representatives will have 15 minutes. When you begin your testimony, the green light in front of you will come on. When you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on. When your time is up, a beep will sound and you should stop speaking. Please stay seated in case board members have questions for you. These questions often assist you in finishing any remaining relevant testimony. Please note the time limit on testimony does not include questions the board members may have for you. Please confine your oral testimony to the subjects under consideration in as concise and direct a manner as possible. Please be aware that when you testify, you may not ask questions of board members or of department staff. This is your chance to make comments on proposals before the board. If board members and or department staff need clarification, they will ask you questions. Any person using derogatory or threatening language to any individual board or agency staff member will not be allowed to continue speaking. If your name is called to testify and you are not present, we will do a second call. Second calls happen after the midday breaks and after the evening breaks, if the meeting continues in the evening after the dinner breaks. Here's how it works. If you miss your first call in the morning, you will get your second call in the afternoon, right after lunch break and before any other first calls. If you get your first call in the afternoon and are not present, you will get your second call either in the evening after the dinner break, the board meets in the evening, or the first thing the next morning. If you miss both your first and second calls, you will not be able to testify at this meeting. Start each morning at 8:30, except on Sunday, we will start at 9 a.m. Recess at noon for a 1.5 hour lunch break, and then recess for the day at about 5 p.m. First break in the morning after about an hour, additional breaks throughout the day, every 1.5 to 2 hours. Try to limit breaks to 15 minutes. With that, any comments from board members before we call our first testifier? If not, I want to remind board members, to ask questions if people need clarification, but we don't want to discuss things with people. It's not a time for a discussion. It's time to hear our opinions. It's time only to hear their testimony. So with that, first testifier is Jacob Mannix, who's going to be testifying for the Northern himself. Welcome, Jake.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Jacob Mannix, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'd also just like to say thanks to all the department staff for those reports this morning. That was very informative. They were good reports. It's hugely appreciated by those of us that are here listening today. So as I stated, my name is Jacob Mannix. I'm giving testimony today on behalf of the Northern Norton Sound AC, or I guess, this is GAME, so the Southern Seward Peninsula AC. I'm the secretary of that AC. I live in Nome. I've lived in Nome for about 10 years. I'm a lifelong Alaskan resident. I grew up in Talkeetna. We have a 13-member AC representation from several communities within our region, Nome, Brevig Mission, Golovin, Shishmaref, Wales, and White Mountain. Our members have a fair amount of experience. We are all hunters and fishers, and we have representation from guides, the reindeer herding community, and 2 members of the Caribou Working Group. I'll start my testimony today discussing both proposals number 2 and proposals number 3. Our reasoning behind our position on these proposals is essentially the same. For proposals 2 and 3, our AC recognizes first and foremost this proposal, two specifically, if passed, will be a significant hardship for many people. Although on the Seward Peninsula, we generally don't have as good of access to caribou as some of our more northern communities, a reduction in harvest will still be difficult for hunters in our communities as well. Given that, RAC still supported proposal number 2 unanimously. We believe in and support the Caribou Working Group process and are supportive of this proposal because it is in line with the management matrix that was developed and agreed upon specifically for the situation we are in now. Briefly speaking, the cow harvest, RAC looked at these proposals in the one cow harvest, and this was brought up in discussion as to why there would be cow harvest allowed at all. We feel that the one cow in proposal number 2 is a very important aspect because it won't necessarily punish people if they harvest a cow or if they mistakenly harvest a cow, and it won't discourage people from reporting that. For proposal number 3, the proposal to close the non-resident season in the same subunits, 21D remainder, 22, 23, 24B remainder, 24C, 24D, and 26A. We supported that proposal unanimously as well for the same reasons as previously stated. I'd like to move on to proposal number 18, the proposal to open the caribou season in a portion of Unit 22A in the Gulfsovia River drainages and north of the Klickitat River for resident and non-resident hunters. We oppose this proposal. Minimal discussion on this proposal, but primarily we believe that those animals are reindeer and not caribou, and also supported department comments that the Western Arctic herd is in decline, and that we don't believe we should be opening a season there. Proposal number 19, the proposal to modify the trophy destruction requirements for Tier 2 muskox. There was some discussion on this proposal and some disagreement among our AC. We ended up supporting a different version of what was originally worded. I believe this proposal was originally submitted by the Southern Norton Sound Advisory Committee. We support reasons for disagreement on that proposal were primarily because the trophy destruction requirement that's in place currently was put into place. Our understanding, or my understanding, is that it was originally recommended by the AC. And there's been some kind of back and forth surrounding that, but the AC ultimately did support a complete elimination of that trophy destruction requirement. Proposal number 20, proposal to change the bag limit for Tier 2 muskox hunts in Unit 22 to 1 muskox every 2 years. The AC opposed this proposal. Most of the discussion was focused on how the Tier 2 system that we have in place currently is there for a reason. We do not have a harvestable surplus of muskox that is in excess of the ANS. The Tier 2 system was not designed to be equitable. And it should also be noted, and I suppose emphasized, that AC members that do draw permits and members of the community that they know that draw permits do not keep the meat for themselves. It is often shared, so that resource does get distributed amongst the community. Moving on to proposal 21, the proposal to change the season dates for the harvest of cow muskox to August 1st through October 31st. The AC opposed this proposal. Discussion around this proposal was reasons for the opposition was primarily because AC members stated that had there been wording in this proposal that addressed or assigned rather specific allocation of cow tags, that they may have been supportive of it. But without specific allocation of cow tags, they're stating that there is no impetus to harvest a cow in those season dates, and that member or community members that draw a permit could just wait until that season has passed and harvest a bull in winter when Kiviat is prime and meat quality is better. Proposal number 22, establish a minimum caliber for harvesting moose in parts of 22A and 22B as a 243 caliber. The AC opposed this proposal. Generally speaking, our AC has come out in opposition to caliber restrictions, firearm restrictions, and bullet construction restrictions. We tend to favor education, especially of younger and newer hunters, and believe that that's where our resources should be focused. Proposal number 23, the proposal to revisit the ANS for moose in Unit 22. This proposal generated a fair amount of discussion on the AC. It was ultimately not supported. However, there was a fair amount of disagreement on that. The primary reasons for that the members who supported this proposal stated why they were in support of it is because we have significantly short moose seasons in some portions of Unit 22. And 22C, we are looking at 2-day seasons that they have been 2 days for around the last decade. In 22D, in some areas of 22D and 22B, we are seeing moose seasons that are slightly longer, but still quite short. That was one of the primary reasons cited for supporting this, as well as reducing crowding. AC members feel that some of the areas around Nome are becoming increasingly crowded and seeing additional hunting pressure, more hunting pressure than they would have seen a number of years ago. Ultimately, though, the reason that the AC opposed this proposal was because of our fears that if the ANS for moose in Unit 22 is revisited, that this would create a Tier 2 situation. And if this hunt were to go Tier 2, that is a significant reduction in opportunity for everyone right now that it can at least get outside and go hunting. It was also noted in our meeting that there are potential alternatives that could be addressed. Those weren't specifically voted on or discussed in much depth, but there are potential alternatives rather than revisiting the ANS and going Tier 2. Proposal number 25, proposal to close the non-resident moose season in GMU 22C. This proposal was supported unanimously by the AC. As I just stated, the 22C subunit has historically had a 2-day moose season. Well, for the last decade, we've had that 2-day moose season. That would be the same for non-residents. That hunt is also administered under the RM 840 hunt. There is no other hunt under RM 840 that has a non-resident season. There's significantly restricted opportunity for residents currently. And it was also brought up that a non-resident that wants to pay a bunch of money to come to Alaska, they should not be duped into moose hunting in 22C. Proposal number 26, the proposal to lengthen the non-resident moose season in 22E by 2 weeks to open August 15th. This was opposed by the AC primarily over concerns of increased hunting pressure and allowing non-residents the first opportunity to hunt moose in 22E. Proposal number 27. This was a department proposal to align the resident seasons for brown bear in 22C, 22D, and 22E with the seasons in 22B. We support this proposal, view it primarily as a housekeeping proposal, and it makes the regulations less confusing for hunters. Proposal number 28, the proposal to change the non-resident brown bear draw hunt in Unit 22D and 22E to a general season hunt. We support a department recommended amendment to leave this hunt as a draw hunt with department authority to issue up to 40 permits. So we did not support the original proposal as worded. We supported a department amendment to that proposal. Proposal number 29, to increase the number of drawing permits available in Unit 22B for DB 685 to 40 permits, or change DB 685 to a registration permit. So again, we looked to the department pretty strongly for this. This was unanimously supported, or we supported this proposal, or supported an amended version of this proposal based on department comments to make this a draw hunt, or to maintain it as a draw hunt with the department authority to make in-season changes and issue up to 40 permits. And the last proposal that I'd like to discuss before moving on to my personal testimony is proposal 190, which was the authorization of the brown bear tag fee exemption. This proposal was largely supported. There was one member in opposition to this proposal, and I feel that their opposition is probably worth noting. They feel they were in opposition to this proposal because they feel that the brown bear tag or the brown bear tag, having a brown bear tag fee could be a metric used to track brown bear hunting effort. But otherwise, that proposal was supported to reissue that tag fee exemption. I'd like to move on now to my personal testimony. And I'd like to comment on proposal number 23, which is the proposal to revisit the amount necessary for subsistence in Game Management Unit 22. Moose hunting has been talked about at RAC for a long time. It's been an issue that comes up at our AC meetings and work sessions for my entire time on the AC. I've been on the AC for 6 years now, or 3-4 years. I can't remember, a few years. We have short seasons. We have fairly low quotas, and some areas are beginning to see overcrowding. Those are all issues that we all agree on our AC, and I agree myself. I share a lot of these concerns, but for proposal 23, I fail to see how this proposal addresses them without having drastic and far-reaching implications. The proposal addresses issues that many residents are not putting moose in their freezer, and that people cannot afford to take time off of work to participate in a 2-day hunt. I struggle to see how revisiting the ANS could potentially change that or would address those issues, as it could potentially change it to a tier 2 hunt, which would not solve those problems. What a tier 2 hunt would do is eliminate the opportunity for anyone to hunt moose who does not have a hunt history for moose in Unit 22 going back into about the 1970s. Those individuals who do draw permits may enjoy longer seasons and consistently having moose meat in their freezers, but for many people that would result in a loss of values, cultural practices, and appreciation of the land and the resources. There are alternatives available that could address the issues this proponent raises. I sincerely hope that the department and RAC are given an opportunity to work on those alternatives before we potentially go to a tier 2 hunt for moose in Unit 22. Thank you.
Any questions? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jacob. That was a really good report from your AC. I'm just curious, I didn't see it in your minutes anyways. On proposals 2 and 3, did the AC Ed discuss at all about potentially amending that proposal or those proposals? Discussion with 26A where caribou populations in the Tushapuck area are stable to increasing?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, no, we did not. The discussion around that was fairly limited. Primarily, we opted to just maintain consistency with the recommendations from the working group.
All right, thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, thank you for your testimony. Next person on my list is Kelsey Ivanoff with the Southern Norton Sound AC.
See every time
Go ahead and turn your mic on and go ahead with your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Board. My name is Kelsey Ivanoff. I'm from Unalakleet, and I'm representing the Southern Norton Sound Advisory Committee. Our advisory committee is made up of members from Unalakleet, St. Michael, Stebbins, Shaktoolik, and Koyuk. We have a pretty big representation from Unalakleet. All members are consumptive users. There's one guide, and the majority of the members take part in hunting, fishing, and trapping. We had 12 proposals that we took action on. In our meetings, we continuously stress that we as a committee will address issues that only pertain to our region and or our area and its people. We felt proposals 2 and 3 kind of went hand in hand, and we supported both. Though we support both limiting the caribou bag limit and closing non-resident caribou hunting, there were a couple noteworthy discussions that led to some of the committee members to abstain. Ultimately, as provided by state law, subsistence opportunities take precedence over any other opportunities. We do believe reducing human harvests, thus improving cow survival, will increase the chances of a population rebound. Still, it is believed the non-resident hunt plays a minimal role in the decline, as their harvest was 300 compared to the overall harvest of 12,000. Though the argument can be made that non-resident hunters are targeting large bulls over cows, targeting large bulls also means targeting the breeders. Proposal 190 to reauthorize the current resident tag exemptions for brown bear in units 18, 22, 23, and 26A is supported by Southern Norton Sound. Later, when I address proposal 24, I will mention brown bear's impact on the moose population in our area. And we believe in the importance of predator control, as a bear's only predator is us. Proposal 18 to open up the caribou season and a portion of the unit 22A. That one was submitted actually by one of our own advisory committee members, not by the advisory committee as a whole. It is believed in our area that there are small herds of caribou, in addition to the resident reindeer population in the St. Michael area, that have likely mixed with each other at this point and spread out. We supported this, knowing that this would have little to no impact on the greater Western Arctic herd, as concentrations of the main herd are further north. Proposal 19, the committee supports proposal 19 with an amendment to say that the hunter does not have to submit any of the horns surrounding the eye socket to Fish and Game. Because this is a subsistence hunt, and with subsistence hunting, we use as much of the animal as possible, and we like to allow hunters to make use of the horn for crafts and other personal significance. The hunter would still have to submit the jaw to Fish and Game. Proposal 20, to change the bag limit for tier 2 muskox hunts in unit 22 to 1 muskox every 2 years. One point to note was that because it is a weighted drawing based on a scoring system that awards subsistence permits to users that rank higher in the scoring system, it generally allows certain people to obtain these permits year after year as they continue to secure their rank. We support giving a chance for other user groups to participate in the hunt that are less likely to obtain a subsistence permit even after applying year after year. And I myself am one of those people that continuously applies and never seems to get one. Proposal 22 to establish a minimum caliber for moose hunting in unit 22A and a portion of unit 22B has been a big discussion among our group. With increasing reports of moose being wounded and not recovered due to low caliber rifles, we'd like a regulation set to ensure recovery. Unalakleet already had a self-imposed moratorium to allow the moose population to recover. And though it has recovered well, and our quota continues to increase every year, it is important moose are in fact being harvested and counted toward that quota. Though we appreciate the motive behind proposal 23, the committee opposes revisiting the amount reasonably necessary for subsistence uses for moose in unit 22. It was noted the ANS for moose in game unit 22A is being met, and this proposal does not pertain to all game management users in unit 22. Respectfully, the proposal should focus on specific regional game management unit areas instead of the unit as a whole. Proposal 24, modifying the winter season for moose in unit 22A is supported by the committee with an amendment to the season dates. We support removing the requirement for the department to announce the winter moose season and Game Management Unit 22A, giving flexibility to administer the registration permit on RM 844 during the full range of season dates. We'd like the season dates to be amended to August 1 to September 30 for RM 841 and December 1 to February 28 for RM 844. These dates stem from a discussion regarding Unalakleet's increasing quota. In recent years, the department has granted an extension beyond September 30th to allow for more moose to be harvested. Some residents disagreed with this extension as there are many reports of moose nearing or being in rut, and because of this, meat was being wasted. This year, a petition was filed against the petition for an extension, and the extension was still granted. Moving the state hunt to open August 1st instead of September 1st will allow for more moose to be harvested before they are in rut. For the years that we do not meet the quota during RM 841 and RM 844 is opened, December 1st to January 31st is a period of time we are getting our harshest weather between cold temperatures and our worst winter storms. Extending the season to February 28th will allow hunters more time to participate and ensures our residents are able to safely participate without feeling rushed to harvest in marginal weather by January 31st. Lastly, proposal 29, we supported that one to increase the number of brown bear drawing permits available in Unit 22B for DB 685 to 40, or change it to a registration permit. For many years, it has been known there is a large population of bears in the area. For example, the large population was one of the bigger contributing factors of the Unalakleet River drainage's moose population decline and eventually our self-imposed moratorium. We believe this change would be beneficial to all users. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from board members for Kelsey? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Kelsey. That was a very clear and concise report, and seems like you guys had a lot of discussion at your AC. I was curious if you guys had the information on the bull cow ratio for the Western Arctic caribou herd when you decided.
When we decided, no, we did not. Yeah.
So, thank you.
Yeah, some of the information we got today, I was like, they might change it a little.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Thank you very much for your AC report. Next, we have Michael Glory. You're testifying for the Bethel AC?
Correct.
Thank you. And then yourself.
My name is Michael Glore. For the record, I'm representing the Bethel AC. Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members of the board. For the Bethel Advisory Committee, which we consist of 10 volunteers for the group. All of us are hunters and subsistence users. And proposals we are going to go over are from proposal number 6 to proposal 190. Proposal number 6 is closure of the Malchatna caribou herd. Excuse me. Hate talking in front of crowds. We as a Bethel Advisory Committee seen the Malchatna caribou herd thrive at about 250,000 about 10 to 15 years ago. And have it seen dwindle over the years to about 12,500. We voted to have a moratorium for the next 3 years. That way, Department of Fish and Game can overlook the population increase of the herd. And with that also, we would like to have last Department of Fish and Game to do a predator control every year for the next 3 years to help the increased population of caribou. Right now, the caribou herd, for what we were told at our advisory committee, was 44 bulls to 100 cows. That increased from 32 bulls to 100 cows from the previous year. Proposal number 7 and 8. Extend the RM 617 moose hunting season for the Quinnahock area. The Bethel AC like the idea of extending the season stay for Arm 617 in the Quinnahock area due to the bad weather. And with having that bad weather, it wasn't safe for hunters to go out to meet the quota of what Fish and Game wanted. With this population not being met for the quota, they are looking at, they might overpopulate the area and slowly die off. Proposal number 9, moose bag limit. We as the Bethel AC are encouraging the Department of Fish and Game to find more means of hunting and taking of moose on the lower Yukon. The lower Yukon went through a moratorium for about 10 years, with the moose population highly increasing on lower Yukon each year. The browse removal rate has increased and the population on lower Yukon may crash within the next 10 to 15 years with the high population of moose. Fish and Game was also looking at targeting at least 2,000 moose a year. With the non-resident hunters we have up there, in 2010, we had 10 hunters for non-residents, tag illegal moose. And about 2021, we had 250 non-resident hunters bag legal moose. For the Alaska residents, we've only bagged right about 700 moose. But we would like to target at least 2,000 moose in that area. So we were requesting to increase the bag limit to match the federal side of the harvesting. Proposal number 10 and 11 for units 18 and zone 1 and 2. I include both of those on for the speech of it. With the lower Kuskokwim moose population starting to increase over the years in zone 1 and zone 2, residents of the area have started to spot more cow to and have been able to take less bull moose. We did have a moratorium in the lower Kuskokwim area for about 10 to 15 years. And right now we are sitting anywhere between 3,200 and about 5,000 moose. As of right now, the ratio between bull moose and cow moose is 25 to 100 bulls, or 25 bulls to 100 cows. Fish and Game would like to see those numbers drop down to 25 bulls to 50 cows. So with those numbers, we are looking at enacting a draw permit for residents of Alaska for at least 50 cow moose. What was the season being open from September 1st to September 10th. But zone 2, we have September 1st to October 15th. Proposal number 12, that was one of my proposals I brought up. That was a minimum caliber for moose over the past calibers. I was proposing for 243 caliber and bigger. The reason why I chose the 243 cal and bigger was for if we ever did a youth hunt in Southwest Alaska. And with the 243, there's enough penetration in that caliber vitals of a moose. A lot of people have been using FMJs over the years and not getting full penetration, not getting the vitals. One of my fellow hunters actually recover at least 10 to 15 bullets out of a wounded moose that they shot. Proposal number 13, ptarmigan bag limit increase. We as the Bethel AC did not like the increasing bag limit of ptarmigan in Unit 18. The population of ptarmigan over the years has dwindled dramatically from Bethel all the way up to Lower Cowskag. If we increase this bag limit to 50 per day with 100 in possession, we may not have enough ptarmigan for us in the future for Unit 18. Proposals 14 and 15, I include those together. The Bethel AC members did not like the idea of hunting of subsistence opportunities of muskox off of Nelson Island. Each year, residents do have the opportunity to take muskox in the winter with the allowed number of permits issued by Fish and Game. Muskox are still being poached each year with no reporting on it, and that affects the residents of the area and better opportunities for muskox in the future. We as the Bethel AC have talked, proposal number 16. We as the Bethel AC have talked about extended trapping season of the wolves in the area. The wolves in the area do kill many caribou and moose in our area each year. with the Chattanooga herd down to about 12,500. Being able to take wolves by trapping will help increase the calf survival rate each year. Proposal number 17. Bethel AC would like the idea of increasing the brown bear bag limit from 1 bear to 2 bears in Unit 18. With the brown bears and black bears doing about 30% of the killings in Unit 18, this will give the residents a better opportunity to take brown bears in Unit 18 during the fall and spring seasons. It will also help out the Chattanooga caribou herd in the future. This past spring, the last Department of Fish and Game did a predatory control. They shot 94 brown bears, 5 black bears, and 5 wolves. Proposal 190, antlers, moose, and brown bear lock and tag exemption. What's the Bethel AC talk about the reauthorization fee exemptions? This allow resident hunters to increase their opportunities when hunting. If a brown bear is in season, they don't have a lock and tag, we won't be able to go shoot brown bear. And then same with moose. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions from committee members? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Michael. You did just fine.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate your presentation. On proposal 17, the increase for the brown bears from 1 to 2.
Yes.
How many people we think would take advantage of that second bear? You think that many would?
Yes, many would. If there's bear baiting starting to pick up in our area, and what's the bear baiting starting to pick up?
Do you think as subsistence food?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional, go ahead, Doug.
Yeah, so you asked me to continue the IM program in the Chattanooga herd for the next 3 years. Have you made that similar request to expand that effort into the federal lands adjacent to the area that we're doing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any, okay, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Michael. Quick question about your AC's views on proposal 12, the one you wrote.
Yes.
It's not clear what you had, it's actually one of the only proposals that you guys voted on. It looks like that wasn't unanimous. The one person who voted against it, what was his, was he asking for a larger caliber?
So he was actually asking for a larger caliber of 30 cal and bigger. When I brought up for the 243, the reason why I brought up was for 243 is for youth hunts in the future for our resident area in the areas. If ever a youth hunt does become. So like the road system, I see there's youth hunts over in Unit 14. I see youth hunts popping up. That's the reason why I did for 243. One of our committee members was against it. He believed that 30 cal is big enough to take a moose, or that was the max he would go to for minimum caliber. But there's a couple 30 cals out there that do not have the energy tables for penetration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Michael. That was a really good report. Just clarification on proposal 9, liberalizing the bag limit for moose.
Yes.
Did I hear you that you wanted to increase opportunity for non-residents?
No, we did not.
Did not. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think with that, thanks for your testimony. Thanks for coming and joining
Thanks,
us.
Mr. Chair and the board.
And now you are going to testify on your own behalf?
I did already.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Philip Peter with the Lower Kuskokwim AC. Philip here?
I think we have 2 seconds.
Okay.
He was there.
Sasha.
Okay. Well, if Philip Peter's not here, then we'll go to David Carl with the Central Bearing CAC. Go ahead, turn your mic on and introduce yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
I'm David K. Carl for Central Bering Sea Advisory in Bethel under Unit 18. And on these short firms right here on proposal 7, lengthening, proposal 9, liberalizing, and 11, reauthorize the Angeles. Proposal 7 was fully accepted and supported since at most times it takes more than a day to spot and land a game. Number 9, what we go after for our use are not always there. We try until we succeed, even at most times we fail. So number 9 was fully accepted. Then reauthorizing Angeles was also fully supported since at most time neither both Antler or Angeles are available if we need it. So 7, 9, and 11. Since the closure of Mulchatna Caribou, it is like a miracle the moose surfaced, like knowing they are needed in replacement. Wildback starting from the coast used to go up all the way to Kuskokwim, up for far up as Hohu and Hohulitna using expense for travel. Not all even, some used to come home also without succeed. Grateful for the Fish and Game for their proposals for do not. Hope and pray they will be around till the caribou rebound. And then for proposal 16, lengthening the wolf, and 17, increase the bear. Extension for the hunt of wolves for the benefit of the caribou were all fully accepted. And then the increase for bear 16, 17 was fully accepted also. 16 and 17, for benefit of the caribou, we were in full support for the proposals. When Wolf's leader, he produced 10 to 12 more to all the hardship to Christie, who looks upon us as being our leader, and to Board of Games to say you will or you will not by their proposal votes. All of them, and all to my board members under Central Bering Sea Advisory for their support in letting me stand where I am.
Okay, and thank you from board members. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, David, for your testimony. I have a quick question on the proposal on the 243 caliber rifle for moose. And I read your AC's comments. So you think it's better just to educate the youth and the younger people on where to shoot the animal and to have a clean kill that way than reducing the caliber? Oh, the caribou? For moose. Okay, what was that on proposal? What? It's on proposal 12. For minimum, establishing a minimum caliber for hunting moose in unit 18. Some of the comments we're talking about, wounding loss, but do you think it'd be a better idea just to educate the hunters on where to place the shot would be a better way of going about that? Yeah, I really didn't get into that right there, but as an extension to the area, all the moose are needed especially on the other side of the Kuskokwim, because they are more, what we go after are more scarce than on the side of the Kuskokwim. Toward the north side of the Kuskokwim, we are like a mouse. We nick everywhere for the positions we can use. Okay, thank you very much.
Were you going to testify on your own behalf as well as on behalf of the AC?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, this one is what I've been wanting to brave fought ever since I been with the ECs right there, our state and us. For those of us who were born in Alaska are natives. Those who migrate or immigrants then within period of time became residents. As we are here, our state is our provider with all it's got with adequate seasons, with 4 adequate seasons. Those who are employed work year round, and those who gathers are provided for their seasonal needs. All that are needed are all hair from sea and land. Natives have a way of saying to respect elders. We as parents do also want to be honored by our children, as said, honor thy parents. Alaska needs to be respected with all it's got without corruption. It will have its own resources for all, not from elsewhere. So at least we, its people, should live in accord without much disagreement in what we try and accomplish. We all have duty to do good. Thank you.
And thank you. That's a good thought for us. We shouldn't have any questions on that. So thank you for your testimony.
Good, thank you.
The next person on my list is Liz Cravallo, I believe it's correct. We want to make sure you get done today because you have reservations on the plane tonight.
Members of the Board of the Game, for the record, Uvanga Kolok Carvalho, Nalagmi Chisika Elizabeth Carvalho, Cravalho. Kikik Dagwak Minarunga, I am from Kotzebue, Alaska. I serve as the Vice President of Lands for NANA Regional Corporation, and I welcome you to Kikik Dagwak or Kotzebue in the traditional homelands of my people. I'm from this area. And to all of my fellow Iñupiatun and Ilias here, thank you for coming and speaking on behalf of your people, our people, on our rights for subsistence. I really appreciate your time and your commitment. NANA manages 2.2 million acres of our traditional lands that we retained under the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, first and foremost for subsistence use for over 15,000 Iñupiaq shareholders. I'll keep my comments to Unit 23 proposals for caribou, brown bears, and non-resident closure. I want to acknowledge the leadership of our hunters who attend the local AC meetings and our RAC meetings, and for those members who serve on those councils. We recognize that it is an important way for us to have input in this public process here in the state of Alaska. In our region, NANA shareholders, over 65% of them rely on subsistence foods for at least 50% of their household diet. Caribou, as you know, represents an important part of this take and is a part of our customary and traditional use. These activities are essential to continuing the thread of knowledge and of harvesting and providing for our communities in alignment with our Iñupiat Illiquisite. We hear from our shareholders on a regular basis the significant pressure of the increase of the cost of fuel and the changes in herd migration and the pressures that it puts on individual community members to access these resources and take caribou for their families and their communities. So it's with this in mind that we know that it is difficult for our communities to support reducing harvest, and we've had many difficult conversations about this topic. And though the bag limit for caribou of going to 4 caribou with 1 being a cow per person will be difficult, it is NANA's current position that these restrictions are necessary to support the herd's ability to rebound and recover its population, and is something that we must do together. It is essential in this process that ADF&G, along with its partners, do as much education as possible on the RC 907 permit and continue to promote protection of cows. We really appreciate the outreach that ADF&G is already doing on this topic and hope that we can contribute to that outreach. In the process of supporting the herd, our people should not be unknowingly turned into criminals. And we hope that we can continue to educate them on the opportunity to become proxy hunters and for that process to be shared and simplified. NANA also supports opening the bear season to encourage harvested bears as an alternative or to ease pressure on predators that the Western Arctic caribou herd may be experiencing. Finally, NANA supports the proposed closure of Unit 23 to non-resident hunters, proposal number 38, in order to reduce pressure on the herd over time. And I'm available for questions, and we hope to continue to see the cooperation of our local ADF&G and the Hunter Success Program and the outreach to our communities. Koyanak.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from board members? And we do have a question from the department. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ma'am, for your time and thank you for being here. I'm just wondering, could we get a contact for NANA as far as the outreach work goes? We would welcome the help and that'd be a great relationship.
Certainly, you can contact me, and I believe my email address is on the comment card, and I'm happy to work with you, and I am connected with the staff here in region.
Outstanding. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you again, and no more questions for you.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Chair.
Next on the list is Justin Horton. And I want to remind people if they've sent in written comments to refer to those as well so that we know that there's written comments and you're testifying on behalf of yourself. Thank you.
Afternoon, Chair, board members. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. My name is Justin Horton. I'm representing myself. I'm going to comment on proposals 2, 3, 26, and 28. I also submitted written comment. I've been an Alaska resident for 30 years. I work full-time as a firefighter paramedic. I also am a registered guide and have been actively guiding in GMU 22 for 15 years. I'm here today to offer public testimony on the following proposals. I approve proposal 2, reducing the cow harvest is obvious and logical choice to increase, excuse me, the Western Arctic herd. Of the things we can control, increasing the herd is the reduction in cow harvest and stricter predator control measures in the area. Also for residents, they do have the ability to proxy hunt and go through that process. It's listed on page 12 to help those super hunters get out and take more caribou for other people. I oppose proposal 3, eliminating non-resident hunters' access to a single mature bull has zero biological impact on the Western Arctic caribou. Proposal 3 is blatantly an attack on another group of hunters and is clearly stated in the proposal. I quote, "The working group feels that if harvest reductions are placed on Alaskans to allow the herd to recover, there should also be harvest reductions for non-resident hunters," end quote. This proposal is punitive in nature and has no basis in sustaining the herd whatsoever. It is a fact that non-residents have been taking cuts and season reductions across the Western Arctic herd range for 3 decades now. The bull to cow ratio is above management objectives per Fish and Game counts. It's at 50 to 100. They want it no less than 30 to 100. The annual harvest of bull caribou by non-residents in the entire range of the Western Arctic herd is not the reason for the herd's decrease. I guide in GMU 22 D and E, and the caribou harvest by non-residents between 2012 and 2022 has been between 4 and 14 bulls annually. The harvest is limited by the winter migration to the southwest area of the Seward Peninsula. My biggest concern is that if this board decides to approve proposal 3, this will only give 4 to 6 month notice that will affect a few hundred non-resident hunters. Many of these hunters have purchased license, applied for drawing tags. Some have been planning to hunt for years and as such booked airline tickets, hotels, months in advance. Passing this proposal will not only directly impact transporters and guides, pilots and businesses, but the many people hired from the surrounding communities. If the Board of Game decides to approve proposal number 3, it would be an honorable gesture to not have the closure go into effect until July 1 of 2025. So everyone has adequate time to handle this closure. I also submitted proposal 26 and approve it. Extending the season will spread out hunting pressure on the limited non-resident moose tags. There was a concern of potential meat spoilage by opening the season sooner. Meat care is the highest priority, and we are already harvesting caribou during this time with no issues of spoilage in the last 15 years. The resident moose season is already open on August 1st. And so by opening this on the 15th of August, that still gives residents a 2-week window. I've never seen residents in there hunting moose back in that area. They usually show up after the closure in September 14th. A lot of residents move into 22E around that time. I also heard there was a suggestion to extend that season more into September. I do not agree with this, as moose running activity starts to kick in heavily after September 14th, and these moose should be left alone during that rutting time. There's also a concern for safety, as historically big storm fronts periodically start moving into the area by mid-September. I also submitted proposal 28, and just due to my 5-minute time constraint, I hear a lot of people wanting moose and caribou meat, and not many people wanting bears, and bears are a big problem due to predation. So I propose making this tag an over-the-counter tag for the fact that right now in this area, there's 4 contracting guides in the area. So a lot of these current drawing system, the tags are taken by the people that are applying for the moose drawing tag, which is there's 5 permits issued last year. There'll be 7 this year, and there was 51 applicants for those tags for that moose drawing last year. So in theory, all 40 of the proposed expanding the draw to 40 from 21 could be taken up just by those people trying to get a bear as well as a moose. But a lot of guys are up there moose and caribou hunting, and a bear is just a bonus. So they're looking for a bonus animal to hunt. I think making an over-the-counter tag would definitely. That's the end.
Okay. Any questions? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, sir. Would you go ahead and continue your thought, please?
Through the chair, could you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Could you continue with your thought? You just wrap your thought up, please.
So, yeah, the best time to target these bears is in the springtime, and most serious bear hunters, they don't want to deal with the drawing system. They want to deal with something they can plan out and know they can have happen. And when they're already there, caribou and moose hunting in the fall, they've already paid $1,000 for that bear tag, and coming back and then spending that amount of money on a guided hunt just isn't in their what they're wanting to do. So by making it an over-the-counter tag, it would get more serious hunters involved to go after those bears.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Any additional questions? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Looks like we have time for a couple more people. So Joni Earp. You're going to give testimony twice here, once for an organization and once for the AC, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Hello.
Thank you.
Again, hello, to board, Mr. Chair, Queen Honor, for your time. For the community of Kotzebue, and the community members that have flown from all over Northwest Alaska to be here, from various groups here to discuss the proposals. My name is Joni Spees. I am a Nupiaq of descent, born in Nome and enrolled in Nome Eskimo as a tribal member. I am here for different capacities. Firstly, I'm in Kotzebue to testify on behalf of Anchorage AC. Our 11-member AC is comprised of 2 subcommittees, 7 being on the game committee, which I continue practicing subsistence traveling annually to my homelands to ensure connection to the land and extended communities. Our AC is widely varied with guides and animal conservationists. While most are consumptive users, some are not. I was elected onto the AC last spring when I attended a meeting, and I was accidentally voted on. No. Sorry, I had to lift the mood a little. In all seriousness, when I was listening to the speeches, I wanted to make sure and ensure that there was Alaska Native representation in the Anchorage urban community, or as we call the Land of Plenty. That being said, the following reflects sentiments of the group. The AC in Anchorage operates, as I said, in subcommittees that form the game subcommittee. We that have in the game committee have met the last couple of months to discuss proposals as written that will affect the Western Arctic and Western regions for the 2023 cycle. As you know, the committee would like for you to know as a group that we respect and have reviewed proposals in a series of meetings and have had much meaningful conversation. Recognizing that we do not reside in your region, the regions that most of these proposals will be affecting, we have an outside perspective and knowledge of the various user groups and the issues that you face, with understanding that people of the region sit on various seats and working groups and their tireless work to come up with solutions to fit the needs of the land, including the impact that outsiders bring. That being said, by and large, we have by and large supported decisions that were proposed by the Western Arctic Caribou Herd Working Group. The AC voted in support of the need to help mitigate ongoing decline taking place with the herd and the communities that you depend on. Recognizing that action taken at this meeting will help support the health of the herd as it is managed. There were proposals that I can speak to that were most discussion that we had a split vote on. When we have split votes on any proposals in our committees, we do take the proposal to the full AC. First proposal I'd like to discuss is our support of proposal 3. We had a vote of 8-3. Support being because of the maximum number of non-rural harvesters is less than 1%. Would represent less than 1% of the herd. Opposed because it reduces opportunity and potential income to small communities from non-resident hunters. For proposal 6, we supported it with a unanimous vote, 11-0, the closure of the Mulchatna herd for 5 to 10 years in Unit 18. Whereas we believe the proposal was vague in terms of a timeline, the AC strongly supports the Board of Game with department input and that they take a hard look at the herd and institute strong measures to protect this resource for all Alaskans. We opposed with a vote of 3-8 to lengthen the wolf trapping season in Unit 18 by 1 month. We opposed because the intensive management of the area has not harvested as many wolves, and wolves are not as high a factor as a reason for the decline of the Mulchatna herd. Support because there are too many wolves in the area that need to be managed to manage the caribou and moose populations. Proposal 17, opposed 2-9, increased brown bear limit in Unit 18. Opposed because the ADF&G added bears to the predator control program and believe that there is really no good idea of what's going on in Unit 18 regarding brown bear. Suggests that the Alaska Department of Fish and Game conduct a brown bear survey of the area. Would support with an additional data to support the argument. The timing of this proposal didn't lend itself to the first IM program in Unit 17 and Unit 18. Support because neonates of ungulates are targets of the brown bears. 23, we supported with a vote of 6-3, revisit the ANS for subsistence uses for moose in Unit 22. We support for the reasons as stated in the proposal and oppose because believe that Unit 22 season is long and we don't want the Unit 22E to mirror that length. Proposal 39, we oppose with a vote of 6-4 with 1 abstention. Lengthen the brown bear hunting season in Unit 23 for residents to no close season. We also support to provide predator control. The opposed would be because we appreciate animals have to have a break to continue life cycle, seeing that bears are an important part of the ecosystem and provide for non-consumptive opportunity. That concludes my testimony for the Anchorage AC, if there's any questions for me.
Any questions from board members on Anchorage AC? Well, I'll tell you, I appreciate you talking about the two sides on the split votes, because oftentimes we don't understand why people voted the opposite to others. So thank you for that.
I have it in written testimony also, if you need a copy.
Yeah, so you go ahead.
So I'd like to begin my testimony on behalf of the Alaska Wildlife Alliance, if possible. Okay. This is my testimony on behalf of Alaska Wildlife Alliance, or AWA, where I'm employed as their subsistence liaison. My work for the Alliance started as a board member, in the unfortunate case of hunting. As I said, being a displaced person from a rural area hunting in an urban environment, my dog was accidentally trapped and killed in a trap that was close to a trailhead. And not knowing that people had unethical hunting practices, decided to get involved. I decided to be on the board, and for 2.5 years was doing for them, and now I'm doing contract for them as their subsistence liaison. I've been able to expand my work from what we do as a group through continued work and subsistence and with the various working groups in the state. I'm starting to recognize familiar faces in these meetings, and I'm so happy to be a part of the community as I bring the voice of traditional values and how they play a role in our ecosystems and our traditional ways of knowing into these spaces. Seeing the need to support traditional knowledge in all aspects of the manage that we do, I work hard to have a voice for Alaskan Native peoples. The group is run by a group of amazing people. Our executive director is Nicole Schmidt. She would love to be here today, speaking here on her behalf. So with that, I will go into discussion on the proposals that I wish to discuss today. I don't have time for all of them, but was instructed to speak to Proposal 6, which Alaska Wildlife Alliance supports. While we recognize the proposal time period needs to be refined, we support a moratorium on the Mulchatna caribou herd harvest due to the alarming decline of the herd. The most significant causes of mortality for the herd are human harvest, disease, nutritional concerns due to changes in habitat. We cannot easily control disease or mitigate the habitat changes, and there is already a robust predator control program in place that is expensive and almost certainly unlikely to have positive long-term impacts given known threats to the population. The remaining element of the Mulchatna caribou recovery that can be controlled is human harvest. We support the current closed seasons and believe that the seasons should remain closed until a proper population objective is established based on the evaluation of the region's carrying capacity. Furthermore, the state should develop predictive models based on actual data to estimate population growth rates and refine potential future harvest objectives. Providing adequate law enforcement during season closures would also increase the potential for the herd to potentially rebound faster. Moving on to Proposal 16, Alaska Wildlife Alliance opposes. We oppose this proposal based on the testimony of ADF&G Board of Games meeting spring 2022, where the state biologist indicated that wolves were not the primary factor impacting the health of the Mulchatna caribou herd, and advised the Board of Game to revisit the IM plan for predators in the region. ADF&G comments state that wolf abundance is high, yet provide no data to support the claim. The closest wolf data population we could find was from neighboring GMU 17. Wolf research project in Unit 17 was ended early because the department could not maintain collared sample. Further, wolf control was started in Unit 17 before a baseline wolf population could be established. The best available guesses that the department has on wolf population and distribution is only from only 7 months of a GPS data in the Mulchatna and Warren-Nushkak River drainages. Proposal 17 opposed. There has been no evaluation of the recent impacts to the brown bear population in Unit 17-18 regions after the 2023 predator control operation by the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. That resulted in the harvest of 94 brown bears, including several year-old cubs and 11 first-year cubs. We encourage ADF&G not to extrapolate density estimates from Togiak research and to consider how much has or could have changed in the 20 years since that data was collected. Should ADF&G report estimates of the percent of the brown bear population removed in 2023, they must justify the extent of their extrapolation and provide context for the board to understand the range of uncertainty for those numbers. ADF&G plants. Thank you. I have the written testimony to submit.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Joni. Thank you for coming all the way up here and representing the AC and the AWA. I think it was proposal 16, that extending the trapping season. Did you guys discuss that maybe it was a good idea to align the seasons with the 19 and 21 and make 18 consistent with them, since it's the bordering unit?
Was this for the AC or for AWA?
AWA on that one.
We did not have time to discuss that within our working group, or I was not present for that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, thank you again for your testimony and for your travel. And next is Arnold Brower Jr. You're here. I think you'll be the last one this afternoon to testify, so you have the rest of the night. No, just kidding.
I needed that.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm Arnold Brower Jr. I was retired, so I'm back to work a little bit. And I serve I'm from Barrow. And I've been Alaska Native Vietnam veteran. I'm a regional tribal council member, Native Village of Barrow tribal council member. I'm now working as advisor to the Nursula Borough Mayor. So with that, I've talked to our delegation about my comments, and our proposal is being submitted. And just for a quick, I'll just recant them real quick. On proposals 2, we support that. Proposal 4, we support that. Proposal 31, we support that. Proposal 32, we support that. Proposal 35, and we support that. Okay, having said that, and having read in your materials and listening this morning to some of your reports and on the concern that I had, I was kind of alarmed in the report that we don't have too much data on predator control. The last sentence I read on the count on wolves was 2018. And they're estimated about 10,000 animals, wolves there. So having worked with the Alaska Eskimo Whaling Commission on an endangered species and having to report on developing a net recruitment rate of bowhead whales, how they reproduce each year, and have that mentality to have a conservation most in mind. So in conservation, you figure out how many whales are reproduced. In the same way, just educated guess. If I was glad to hear that the wolf populations, all the pups are most likely to make it annually. So somebody did say that this morning. And the estimate that educated guesstimate I made with that is if there's 10,000, then let's just take a quarter of those, and 2,500 are females, and they can reproduce not 10 out of the 10 pups, conservatively more than half die. So 40% of that would be 4 pups, 5 pups each year. So 5 pups times 2,500 of those females is 10,000. So that's 10,000 new wolves each year. That's since 2018. So if you multiply that to the today's date, that's 50,000 new animals, counting the ones that were already alive in 2018 is 10,000. That will make it up to 59,000 animals. So I'm not sure how the biologists think about that in trying to protect caribou herd. As I indicated, that we want to not go into endangered species mode, is to help us humans that are dependent on this beautiful animal, is to also take those into consideration. And I appreciate the other people's testimonies in preferring to take more bears. They often take caribou in the rivers and stuff. So to add that into consideration to as you are restricting and to promote the health of the population of the Western Arctic herd. As you know, in Barrow and North Slope, we depend a little bit on the Western Arctic herd, but a lot on porcupine and Tishakbuk herd. So with those reasons in mind, I gave you those summation of the proposals for supporting those particular proposals already. So we wanted to make sure this body is able to make those decisions on behalf of us to include all of the above into consideration for protecting this caribou, or Western Arctic caribou species. The reason why I calculated that that wolf population, if they followed the wolf followed the Western Arctic herd up to the North Slope into Unit 26 area, then it most likely, if they pass and went back south, and all those wolves stay up there, of the 60,000 as I assumed, maybe 6,000 stayed up there, they have to eat. 100% of that would probably be caribou in the winter, and that would start to, predators will start to go to the Tishakbuk herd, and that's what, with it's a long forethought for you to consider things that we are concerned about, so that we take adequate measures to protect all our caribou. I know there's more than that many, quite a few herds in Alaska, but this is on one thing that I see that this morning when I understood that there wasn't enough information to report on any of the caribou populations in Alaska. So that was kind of disturbing for me to hear that. Be that as may, I'll reserve the rest of my time for others, and as I have to try to go check in myself, and thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Arnold, for your testimony. I really appreciated that. Is there any indication that some of the local folks in the villages are starting to trap wolves more than they have in the past? I know I have some friends in the Witsit that trap wolves, but Is there any more interest in or additional interest in trapping wolves from the villages?
Let's see if I could get this back on. Okay, I'm not sure if I might have to repeat that question a little bit.
Is there more interest in trapping wolves from the folks in the villages? Now that
Yeah.
there's been more of a problem identified with large numbers?
My concern would be, in that area would be that, that there'd be less restrictions on the other predator controls on, bears, wolves, and other predators that are, that we can take ourselves, so that we are not criminalizing any subsistence hunters taking out more bears. And one more information for you to consider, I have a cabin on Chip River, about 90 miles south of Barrow. And where my dad and I are used to seeing a lot of caribou run through there. But in the presence of musk ox near my cabin, near our cabin in Chip 9, they are not, they don't allow the caribou to come near our cabin because they are ornery against the caribous. And we've had that, reported that incident to Geoff Carroll, who was a wildlife biologist in Barrow. And thank God he just told my dad, why did you just shoot that muskox? So I don't mean to rat on him, but it's something that that would allow, it has a strong migration route there through that Ikpikpuk River. So that's why a lot of us in Barrow go up the Alaktak and Ikpikpuk River to get to harvest our caribou through there.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks again for your testimony. Go ahead.
So Arnold, it's good seeing you again. So I see that you signed up to represent the North Slope Borough. I was wondering if you could walk me through a little bit on proposal 4. So you're trying to focus, you're trying to do a little bit of protection on taking cows only in a certain area, recognizing there's some use in the Teshapuk area. But I guess I'm wondering, how do you think that would affect the reasonable opportunity of caribou hunters in the area? Do you still think there'd be reasonable opportunity to meet the subsistence needs if proposal 4 were to pass?
I believe this is at least some way that that would because we'll be resilient to because of our Teshapuk herd and stuff, and this will be helpful, acceptable way of supporting this on our behalf, because we have other caribou herd that we depend on, that has thrived in our community on the North Slope in from Mixit, Barrow, Atkasuk, and portions of maybe a lot of it goes to Wainwright as well. So this is the one reason why we support maybe fix that way. And I think that our biologist is here that would probably address that when he gets to his testimony.
Okay, good. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you guys had an opportunity to talk a little bit about what you saw as reasonable opportunity to hunt caribou in that area in the context of some restrictions. And what I'm hearing you say is that you think that that at least would provide an opportunity for people to meet their needs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thanks again. And at this point, I think we're going to recess for the evening, and we'll be here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. And we'll go on with public testimony.
Let's go down and then we'll get it.